Hi, have you ever wanted a massive amount of origins to be able to use at any point in time? Well, this is the video for you. This has got a huge collection of many different origins all in the one massive package for you to watch and listen to. You can listen to this in one massive session while you're doing other things, or you can listen to it in parts. It's completely up to you on this one, but it's just a huge wealth of awesome origins. Now, most of these are for 1.17, but a majority of these will still work in 1.18 and probably in 1.19 as well, because the data packages function very brilliantly. In today's Origin Showcase video, I'm going to be showcasing an Origin called Archangel. An Origin created by 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 here, the guy who I've showcased a fair few Origins in the past. In fact, I've even made a playlist of all of his Origins that I've showcased on this channel thus far. But before we get into this video, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button and leave a like down below to make this video do a little bit better in the algorithm. And so anyway, let's get into this. So, brief important thing before we actually get started. You know the guy who made the Starborne Origin, the Slayer guy? Well, he's got a video on his channel right now pretty much asking for ideas and like opinions on potential updates to the Starborne Origin. I'll leave a link to that video. You should go check out after this video. Go slap a like on it, go answer the poll, go give some information on what you'd like to see the Starborne Origin become. But without further ado, let's actually get into today's Origin, the Archangel. Going through the description, we got Savior, Killer, Harbinger of Hope or Destruction. I am unsure who or what I am, but I'd like to find out. Your wings are formed to metal and can withstand flight. This is a level 2 impact on the game, and let's run to the ability. Metallic wing shards. Your wings formed into metal, and you can now throw sharp metal shards from your wing at your enemy that does around 5 hearts of damage, your primary key ability. So from playing around with this one, when you hit a mob with these arrows, they do tend to bounce back to you as well. Essentially speaking, the first arrow to hit the mob will hit the mob, but the other two will actually bounce out back towards you. And yeah, that's right, you shoot 3 arrows when you use this ability, but the arrows don't actually hit you. So I wanted to experiment to see if you can actually get the arrows to hit you in any way, and if they're lobbed into the ground, you break that block and let those arrows fall on you, they do actually hit you and actually give you the glowing effect, because they're actually spectral arrows. So yeah, fun bit of information for that one. The next ability is wing shielding. Your metal wings are able to withstand any projectiles and protect you from any damage for around 8 seconds. This is your secondary ability. Yes, I set up myself a death trap in order to shoot arrows and fire charges into myself to test this ability, and I can say for sure that it definitely works until it doesn't work and then you die. Jokes aside, it's actually quite an interesting ability overall. The fact that you have like a few seconds of you've just got complete immunity. You will still take knockback in other bits and pieces from whatever hits you, but you just won't take any form of damage at all. So could be helpful, could be still annoying because the knockback's still in effect. Either. Moving on to the next ability, Wings Uplift. You can use your wings to boost your uplift, giving you some boost. Press the X button. You can use this like a firework and also like a launch. So first things first, this is nothing like the actual 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼's jump ability. It actually doesn't exactly jump you whatsoever. It's like a dash of sorts. Essentially speaking, the best way to use this is already start flying off of the ground. So pretty much just jump up, press your space button, activate your 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 rings, and then press the X button to use it. It's kind of like a very heavily potent firework that lasts a little less time frame than the actual firework. It's got a stronger hit initially, but then it slows off a lot quicker. Overall, it's actually really interesting how it's been implemented. Instead of using what everyone else tends to do when they add 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 wings to their abilities and reuse the 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰 ability, it's actually its own different thing. It's similar in a way, but it's different and stands out more on its own. Either way, moving on to the next ability, you've got expanded wings. Your wings are long and are able to hit people with your wings, giving you slightly more reach than normal. So your reach is actually pretty extended. I think it's like roughly 8 to 9 blocks you can actually reach away from. I didn't get the exact precise number because I was accidentally moving around slightly, but 8 blocks you can reach is really long of a reach, as you can see in the gameplay here. Like, I'm over on the water and I can break half of the part of the mountain off. Moving into the next ability, you've got Archangel's Vengeance. The Dark of the Night provides you the ability with more gifts. These gifts seem to be a nice healthy dosing of regeneration and night vision too. Moving on to the cons now for the Origin, we got low altitude level. In low altitude levels, you get sickened since you're used to the fresh air. You get slowness and weakness under Y64. Yep, it is exactly what it says in the tin. Essentially speaking, around the spawn points, like unless you're on mountains when you spawn, like you're going to have it by default a majority of the time. It just means you have to build higher up in the air, I guess. Next con, energy consumption. Having wings uses up more of your energy, thus you need more food to provide said energy. So from what I was able to gather, essentially me speaking, it just means your hunger decreases far faster than normal. It doesn't really mean anything much else. Every other bit of food gives a normal amount of hunger bars, you just lose it quicker. Either way, moving into the meltable wings, your wings tend to melt in a very high temperature of lava, so you take 2 times damage from lava, but normal fire still does the same amount of damage as it normally does. Practically speaking, don't ever touch lava, it will literally kill you now. You just jump in it for a moment, you jump right back out, you take 2 hits of damage from the lava, that is almost your entire health bar gone, and the fire left over from that lava will just finish you off. 2 times damage from lava, that can practically 2-shot you. Either way, moving on to the next ability, you've got aerial flight. You use suits that aren't too heavy to make your fly fast, no diamond or netherite. Understandable logic behind this, how you can't have too strong of an armor because it's too heavy or it makes it easier to fly, but then you forget the fact that gold is heavy as all hell, and yet is always allowed in these type of things. It's just its own little weird quirk about this entire thing. Anyhow, moving into the next con, you've got body structure. Your bones are less stronger because you use most of your bones to fly your wings, making you take 2 times damage from kinetic energy. Can I just say that last description of body structure, it's just filled with a lot of what? Your bones are less stronger. Okay, I'm sorry, Huang, but Jesus, man. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut in the clip that I was using before when I was actually trying to get my hunger down. I just continuously died over and over again by slamming myself into a wall or onto a tree or anything along those lines. Yeah, you die far quick with kinetic energy, so be careful when doing that type of thing when flying around. So yeah, that was the Archangel origin. Make sure to check out the links down below. There's also a resource pack that you should get to use aside this, as it gives you the better resource bars to show off so you can actually see the proper ability cooldowns. Either way, massive thanks to my $10 member 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and my $5 member Just Dino. If you want to help support me and make it so I can do this content a little bit better, as well as I might start making new videos that are bonus videos along the side very soon, join as a member down below. It's very helpful. It helps me a lot and helps me continue to do what I love to do here. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to smash like, smash subscribe, and until next time guys, goodbye. In today's Origin Showcase video, I'm going to be showcasing an Origin called Ares. This Origin is created by the Discord user Just Huang here, the resource bar dude. Now this Origin is one that I've had countless amount of requests for me to make a video on by you guys in the comment section down below, and I'm aware of a few of the other ones that you want me to make as well, and I am working on it. Either way, before we get into this video, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button as we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers before the end of 2021, and any help towards that goal would be highly appreciated. Also, leave a like to help the video do better in the algorithm, and let's get started. Running through the description of this origin, we've got the son of the well-known Zeus and Hera, Ares, the Greek god of courage and war. From battle to battle, Ares has always won and shown his courage and braveness as also one of the strongest gods. The spirit of war lives on. This origin is an impact level 3 and it also has its own texture pack for axes, as you'll find out a little later in this video. And just a bit of information that's important, this is a 1.17 origin, so make sure you use it in 1.17. Either way, let's move on to the abilities. Godly combatant, your combat skills are mastered far beyond human skills. You do 2 times damage with all axes and swords. Just for a good example of the actual damage that you do bonus than normal, with a wooden axe slash a wooden sword you would take 3 hits to kill a zombie normally. With crit hit it will only take 2 shots with this bonus ability. 2 shots from wooden tools to kill a zombie with crit hits. That's pretty good when it comes down to it. Moving into the next ability, you've got wall charge. You build a momentum to charge forward, and by pressing your secondary key you can dash forward around 15 blocks. So writing down how this actually works, essentially speaking you can dash forward up to actually 20 blocks depending on how you choose to dash. If you're walking when you're pressing your secondary key, you'll dash up to around 7 to 8 different blocks. When you're sprinting when you press your dash key, you'll go up to around 10 blocks, and if you jump at the same time you hit your secondary ability key and do your dash, you'll go around 19 blocks. Essentially speaking, how far you go on your dash will all depend on how much momentum you're taking into the dash. Moving on to Ultimate Warfare, unleash the godly ultimate power of the gods. By pressing your primary key, you'll get resistance 2, strength 2, and speed 2. When you hit your primary ability key, you'll have around 12 seconds worth of speed, strength, and resistance. Overall, this is going to be a super useful ability to getting yourself out of any form of sticky situation, and you can essentially one-shot a majority of mobs with a wooden sword, as you can see in the gameplay here, because you've already got the double damage of just your base stats, and then the strength 2 on top of that, you can pretty much one-shot anything, and it just allows you to get out of any sticky situation, but you immediately lose it very quickly. Anyway, moving on to 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼. Upon being the god of war, you forged a shield named Protection of the Gods and an axe named Bloodlust Axe. The brilliancy behind this is that this axe is really powerful. I mean, watching the gameplay here, I pretty much just kill a wither with only a handful of hits using my primary ability as well as the powerful axe. That does serve to show how strong you really are when you have the best weapon, which I feel like is a bit of a weird thing you start off with it. I personally feel like that maybe you get the axe after you get a certain advancement, but I'm not too sure how that would be nicely balanced, but maybe the cons will slowly put it into the right direction, eh? Anyway, moving on to the Mighty Savior ability. You use your powers for good and protect people from harms of the world, giving you cheaper trades and for your kindness and braveness. Essentially speaking, this is just permanent Hero of the Village all the time, so you never have to actually do a raid for Hero of the Village. Moving on to the Undying God ability. You're the God of War, protecting the world from all the dangers. You have gifted an undying soul of the gods to live on and protect the world. AKA you have 12 hearts now, which is a fair amount of health when it comes down to it. Moving on to the cons now, you've got Pure Being. As a Pure Being, all the darkness has gone against you. In Home of the Dark, you slowly decay with withering when you are in the Nether. That isn't the realm for you. The funny thing that comes with this, the Wither ability isn't actually ticking down, also you don't actually take any damage from the Wither effect until you leave the Nether. Maybe that could be fixed in the next update, but overall it's just a bit of an annoyance going in the Nether at this point in time, but it's not a hindrance overall, it's just a bit of an annoyance. Moving into the next con, we've got Warrior's Energy. With the power of gods, you waste more energy, making you need to eat more over time. Practically speaking, your hunger runs out far quicker than normal. Pretty self-explanatory, that one. Moving on to the next con, you've got Hatred's Wrath. Your sister Artemis has turned against you since she didn't support your motives on the war. Essentially speaking, you take 2 times damage from arrows, and we all know how that goes when it comes down to those skeletons. They hurt like hell. And now the last con is Flightless God. Wait, what? Flying? Who needs flight when they can charge and dash away? Essentially speaking, it's not really that much of a con. It's a con when considered against other god-based origins, but you just can't fly, which overall doesn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things, but hey, you can't fly. Anyway, as always, all the links that you'll need for this will be in the description down below. You'll need the actual data pack itself, as well as the actual resource pack that gives you the cool custom acts that you can use with this origin. Anyway, I want to give a massive thanks to my $10 member, Descent, to my $5 member, Just Dino, and a Luna Zoo. If you want to help support the channel, the membership button is like one of the best ways to do so. It gives a lot of support back to me, and you show that you love this channel. Either way, if you just watch, leave a like and subscribe. Until next time, guys, goodbye. Welcome to the Astrologin origin, an origin created by Memphis in the Origin's Discord server. This is a 3-impact origin that is based upon a descendant of an unknown cell of beings that venture to the planet Earth. So this origin is for versions 1.17.1, it might work on 1.16, but then some things may also break at the same time, so always be aware of that thing. Always just play it in the most recent version, unless I've specifically said that you shouldn't do that in, so yeah, keep in mind that one. There's also a resource pack that you might want to download in order to actually get the proper resource bars. I forgot to do that originally, so most of this video is a bit cucked because of that reason, but hey, that's just how it goes some days, and that's just what I gotta deal with. Either way, let's get into the actual abilities, and let's roll. First off, we start off with the Moonblast ability. You can shoot a beam of cosmic energy that will harm foes on impact. But hey, if you're on your own special moon beam, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below, and make sure to definitely smash that like button. Okay, let's continue on. Just for a quick FYI before we get into this, I couldn't actually get the actual resource bar that you also can use with this to actually function correctly, so a lot of the visual effects may be missing entirely. Like, I don't know if it's just the actual bar itself that shows the cooldown of your abilities as a part of the actual resource pack, or if there's something more to it, but basically with this ability here, it's linked to your primary ability key, and it's also linked to your cosmic energy, which is for some reason right at the end of the origin list. But basically, cosmic energy, you gain cosmic energy when you're out in the night sky, but you must be in the night sky, and that is when you can use this ability. You'll start the charge up. It has a total of 7 charges total it can have at when you get it to max abilities, and pretty much you can spam it to do damage to mobs, but there's no actual visual bar or anything along those lines. I don't know why that's the case. I don't know if that was the intended part of this actual origin, or whether that's just because the resource pack is not functioning correctly either. I'm not 100% sure what would be the reason behind it, because I can't exactly, like, I don't know. I can't exactly give an answer to that because I don't know what the hell's happening here. It's just as basic as, you know, the ability does a bit of damage to whatever mob you look at when you're pressing the ability. You have no idea if it's going to hit the actual mob or not. You don't know. Like, it's a very weird thing, and I have no idea what in the world to describe about it. It does a bit of damage. It doesn't do a massive amount of damage. It's kind of one of those things where it takes like 5 shots to kill a normal zombie. It could be better. It could be worse. It's it's just an all-around, yeah, it's a kind of cool thing. Again, as I said, I can't be 100% sure if the missing visual is actually purposeful or whether that's just because the resource pack isn't actually working for me, so that's the best I can really do in this situation, I guess. Moving into your next ability, you've got Glowing Star. Underneath the night sky, your body glows in unison with the stars in space. Basically speaking, when you're outside at night time, you have the glowing effect on you at all times. There is literally nothing more to it. You just have the glowing effect to you. This is mostly a disadvantage in most situations because it makes it much easier for other players to spot your existence. Other mobs, I don't think it really changes how they act. I haven't actually seen any differences in how the AI behaves when it comes down to people like that, when you're just like, God, I don't know what you'd call it. When you've got the situation of, you just got the glowing thing around you. I haven't seen the AI function differently with that, but I can definitely contest to the fact that other players can see you a lot easier and they will chase you down. They will hunt you down. They will murder you. It is in their nature to do so. So, you know, it's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. You just got to accept it, you know? Moving into your next ability, you've got Enhanced Sight. You can see the starry night clearly as if you had night vision, but the thing is you don't have night vision. The way this diet pack goes around doing that is instead of giving you night vision or any form of potion effect quite like it, instead it kind of maxes out your gamma at like a point where like most of the YouTubers do for video reasons, where they put it at like 1,000+ gamma, so it's like all the time it's always going to look normal regardless of how much light is actually in the area or not, but it looks perfectly fine. You're not going to exactly notice how much difference it is considering the fact that your entire view gets grayed out as well, but that's a bit we'll probably talk about in a moment. Moving into your next ability, you got Halophobia. Due to being afraid of the sun, you get sore and weak when the sun is in the sky. Now this only actually affects you when you're actively out in the sun itself. When you're underneath a tree, you won't get affected by this. When you're underground, you won't get affected by this. This will only actually give you the effects of weakness and slowness when you're actually out in the physical sun itself, and no other time frame will actually do that to you. Moving into your next ability, you got Starfire. You absorb cosmic energy, you can make entities catch on fire. Basically, this relates back to the cosmic energy thing, which is an ability that activates when you're out in the night sky at night time. Basically, any of your physical attacks will actually cause the enemies to set on fire. This doesn't actually function with your primary ability, so your laser, your moonbeam, which doesn't have any form of visual effect, it will only apply normal damage. It won't actually apply the Starfire damage on top of that. But if you hit them with a physical attack with your bare hands or a sword or any form of weapon, it will give them some fire attack at the same time, which is pretty useful. That can definitely be helpful, especially when getting food in the early game when you don't have any form of easy way to cook massive amounts of like meat and stuff along those lines. It makes it just so that that's immediately cooked food for you and save you the time and coal when it comes down to that, because a lot of people have flame swords for that reason solely at some points. Moving to your next ability, you're a magic user. You mainly use magical attacks, so you haven't really had any experience when it comes to taking physical damage. I just want to point out the fact that they misspelled hasn't. There's an E missing from that word. I'm sorry, I feel bad for pointing that out, because now you're never going to unsee that little bit of an issue there. But this just pretty much means that you take a little bit of extra damage when it comes down to taking physical damage. I'm pretty sure this pretty much just means all forms of damage you take extra damage from, except for spells. I think, like, I'm pretty sure that's how it roughly is it going here. So instant damage, poisons, wither effects, those things still take damage at the regular rate you normally would, unless there's an ability later on telling you that you no longer take damage from those things. But any form of physical attacks such as swords, axes, tools, bare hands, bows, crossbows, fireworks, things along those lines, you'll take more damage than usual from those items and things along those lines. Moving to your next ability, you got Exhausting Being. You require a lot of energies to keep going, so you eat faster. 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼, you know this ability by now. You just consume your hunger a little bit faster than normal. Of course, the rate varies depending on the origins, but I think this one's like, it's on one of the lower end of the how quickly it changes how quickly your hunger goes down. It's not too drastic of a change. It's not going to be one you're going to worry about too much. It's just going to be a thing like, oh, okay, I'm just going to have to eat a little bit more often kind of deal. Moving into your next ability, you've got Eyes of Another World. Your eyes are evolved a different way from humans' colors, so everything looks a bit more dead. Basically, your entire world becomes grayscaled. But let me tell you a little bit of a trick with this. If you press the F4 button, if you go Alt F4, okay, jokes aside, if you actually press the F4 button, for some weird reason it deactivates the color. I found out this on accident because my cinematic camera toggle is toggled to F4. So every time I would turn on my cinematic camera, it would automatically activate or remove the decolorization feature of the origin entirely, which was very weird, and I wasn't 100% sure why it does that. I thought maybe it's key to the cinematic camera, but then when I changed game modes by going F3 and F4 at the same time, it also got rid of the grayscale visualization, which I don't know if that was purposeful or not. I don't know what's the point of that. So if you don't like the grayscale and you want color in your Minecraft game, there is F4 there you can use to actually get rid of it. Don't do Alt F4, do just F4. So you can actually avoid the grayscaling if you don't like it at all. So I'm pretty glad that if that was intentional from the creator, I'm pretty glad you've done something like that, because I do know a lot of people that just hate that type of thing. If that was unintentional, leave it where it is. I would personally leave it in, kind of thing. Moving into your next ability, you have the feather weight ability. You fall as gently to the ground as a feather would unless you sneak. Basically, the basic rundown of this, you have the slow falling ability on you at all times, but you can temporarily deactivate it when you're holding down your sneak button, which again, everyone knows that's binding to your shift button. Basically, most people call sneak shifting type thing, but it is your shift button unless you've changed the key of your sneak. But whenever you press your sneak button, it will actually deactivate the slow falling. You'll fall quicker to the ground, but you don't take any fall damage on the side of that, so I guess it's really helpful in that nature. But again, basically, you have slow falling at all times unless you decide to say, no, I don't want it. Moving into your next ability, you've got language barrier. Communicating with villagers is hard due to the fact that you can't understand them. This makes trading difficult. The short and simple of this is it basically just means that your gossip levels with villagers is already on a bad side, meaning that your prices with them are automatically higher than normal, but your gossip levels aren't to the point where iron golems are going to attack you immediately. You still have to kill a villager and do other bits and pieces for them to start doing that, but it just means that by default, your trades with a villager are going to be slightly more expensive, but you can still downgrade them down to a point with zombies and stuff along those lines, because it's still built in with the normal mechanics of a villager. It isn't like the villager's trade is straight up disabled for you. It's just slightly more expensive to begin with. Moving into your next ability, you've got odd gravity. Gravity behaves odd when it comes to you. You can jump very high. You just have jump boost 2 on at all times. Again, as it is with a lot of the other abilities in this origin, it actually isn't giving you the effects. The only time where you're actually giving physical status effects on your character is when you get the weakness and slowness throughout the day and the glowing and speed throughout the night. That is the only time where you actually have physical effects on your Minecraft player. That means you can't add any more higher level, any more that level type thing. But when it comes to the jump boost, you can branch jump up to a maximum of 4 blocks if you have a jump boost potion for yourself. As this ability doesn't actually give you the jump boost 2 as a proper status effect, it's just implemented into your actual physical character stats. You can just jump up 2 blocks by default, no quirks towards that. Moving into your next ability, you've got cosmic energy. When in the night sky, you gain cosmic energy. Again, this is roughly the same as I mentioned earlier with the cosmic energy. This is basically what is required when it comes down to using your primary ability, and when you have cosmic energy, it also allows you to set mobs on fire via your physical attacks. But that's basically all there is to it. So let me know your thoughts as always in the comments down below, and until next time guys, goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this Origin Showcase video, we're showcasing the Atomizier version 2.1 created by the Discord user known as Nuggo from the Origins Discord server. This Origin is for Minecraft version 1.17/1.17.1. It may potentially work in 1.16, but it may potentially also break at the same time. Moving into the Origin itself, it's a 2 impact Origin, meaning it has a medium amount of impact upon the game. It's not going to be something that's too drastically changing the game to you, but it's going to change the game at least to some degree in a way, shape or form. Moving into the description, you can shrink yourself down to the size of an atom and back up again. Anyhow, moving into the first ability, we've got the Atom Ties. You can shrink yourself to the size of an atom. When you're this small, you are atomically denser and you get a resistance for a short amount of time. Now first off, in order to use this ability, you have to press the shift and your secondary Origin ability key at the same time, and then you'll shrink down. You can also use this to reverse and go back to your normal size, but we'll talk about that a little bit later and the effects that you get with that one. But when you shrink down to a smaller size, you are very tiny. Like, I mean very, very tiny. Like, you're the size of it, let's say a pixel on a Minecraft block. You also, because of being super duper dense, you move extraordinarily slowly when you're in your smaller form. It's honestly a very weird ability to say the least. Going this small and being so damn feels like you're so damn slow. It's very intriguing to say the least. Honestly, I don't know exactly how to describe this because it is quite a different experience playing Minecraft at this like size, but it's like, I don't exactly know what to say about it. Like, you're far tinier. You're far tinier than before. Everything looks massive, but it takes forever to walk towards any block at all. It's really weird. It's a really weird experience that I honestly do recommend you do at least check it out just for this little bit of an experience for yourself. And hey, if you don't want to shrink and become extremely dense, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below, as there's over 100,000 of you guys who actively watch the content who haven't subscribed. Either way, let's continue on. Moving into your next ability, you've got the resize ability, you can grow yourself back to the size of a normal person, but due to your previous smaller size, you become less dense, giving you weakness for a short period of time. So again, you have to do the sneak as well as your secondary ability key in order to grow back to the normal size of a normal Minecraft player. And as it says also here, you get weakness for around 15 seconds after you use this ability. Ultimately, there's not too much more to it. You can just shrink and grow back at any point in time. Like, they have like a very, very short cooldown. Like, by the time you get back to being a big size again, you have the cooldown was pretty much over for going back to the small size, and you can pretty much endlessly cycle it pretty easily. It's a bit weird to do that, but you know, the abilities are interesting to say the least. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, you've got strong legs. After falling off of edges of blocks for all your life, you finally built up a resistance to fall damage. This in essence is just a long explainer for the fact that you don't take any fall damage, which is pretty good. Anyhow, moving into your next ability, you've got the climbing ability. You can grab the spaces in between the atoms to climb up blocks. This ability is only accessible when you're in the atom form, not when you're at your normal size. But when you're at this atom form, you can climb up any surface of blocks regardless of whatever they are. But of course, this is terribly inefficient, so if you have blocks yourself, you can climb up normally as your normal size self by just doing one block towers and stuff like that. But hey, you might potentially find a use for it. It's like, it could be useful for something. Like, let's say trapdoors and stuff along those lines where you go through little tiny holes. Moving into your next ability, you've got micro flight. By the way, that's a misspelling in the title there. When you're in a smaller form, you have the ability to fly. Now, when you go to your smaller form, you'll be gifted a set of elytra wings so you can actually fly around. This is a very weird experience, not gonna lie. Like, as I've said already, this origin thus far is just an interestingly weird experience. Being extremely tiny is already a weird experience. Being a little bit slower than the normal you at a tiny level is very weird. And now flying at this tiny level is so damn weird because it's just so weird. Like, you're barely moving anywhere when you're flying because you're still going around the same pace as you would as you're walking, if not slightly faster than that. But at the same time, you're also getting these wind noises that you would normally get from the elytra. So it is just this weird combination of senses that I really don't know how best to describe it. You know what? I'm just going to play a clip for you here. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got Atomic Disassembly. When you're in your smaller form, you can disassemble most stones at the atomic levels. Again, this ability suffers from the exact same gripe that I have with a majority of other origins that give this type of break the stone with your bare hands. It's still as slow as it takes to break it with your bare hands in normal Minecraft. You just get the cobblestone afterwards, which, in all honesty, I don't ever see a use for this type of ability when it's still this damn slow, because you're still better off getting a wooden pickaxe because it saves you time in the grand scheme of things to get that first 3 bits of stone, because it saves you a few moments of your time. It's just one of those things where, yeah, I can see a possible use case scenario for it, but at the same time, it's ultimately an ability that just, it feels like it'd be way better and way more useful. For example, just speeding it up enough so that when you mine with your hands, it's the equivalent of mining with, let's say, a stone pickaxe or maybe an iron pickaxe, so you have a reason to actually use your ability in a way, shape, or form. Or maybe not. I don't know. I personally feel like this way of doing this type of ability is just a bit of its own thing that I really don't think works out too well. But moving on. Moving into your next ability, you've got reduced health. Years of changing size has reduced your overall health that you can actually contain. In the grand scheme of things, this really just means that you have 8 hearts instead of the regular 10 that you would have as an average Minecraft player. This decrease in hearts normally isn't really too much of a thing to worry about. It just means that you have to be a bit more wary when you take damages from certain sources. Moving to the next ability, we have large appetite. Changing size is quite exhausting. Pretty much every time you go to change size, you'll be given a bit of hunger debuff for around a couple of seconds afterwards. This will start by lasting around 8 seconds, but the more often that you do change size, if you change size in quick succession, it will stack up a little bit more, so you consume your hunger a lot quicker than the average player. But overall, this ability isn't too much to worry about. You just gotta keep an eye on your hunger bar every time you switch sizes. Moving into the next ability, you've got small hands. Due to the size and shape of your hands, you cannot use ranged weapons whatsoever. In all honesty, I have no idea how to feel about this one. To be honest, it's a bit of a weird one to have. Considering you become super duper small and you have next to no reach when you're super small, and also you're extraordinarily slow when you're super small, having some form of ranged ability would be extremely handy when it comes to those scenarios. But no, this origin flies in the face of having any form of reason to actually go to the smaller origins just as it gets told, hey, nah, that's not happening. What's the point doing that? In all honesty, it makes me feel like that this origin is almost a useless origin to pick, mainly because of a few key factors that make this origin pretty weak and useless for its main ability. For example, when you shrink down to the smaller size, whilst logically speaking it makes sense that you're a lot slower than what you are as a bigger character, it also doesn't make sense gameplay wise. In order for it to be somewhat enjoyable, you want to be at least going at least the same speed that you would be at a bigger player, if not faster of it. Otherwise, what's the point of becoming that small? Because you get 10 times slower, and actually way more than that. You become so damn slow that it really makes the speed small extremely useless in a lot of different scenarios. Yeah, you get an extra light, you get an elytra when you become super small, but then again, that's also pretty much something that's non-existent to care about because of the fact that you move so damn slowly. Honestly, this origin is... it's not terrible, it's got some really cool ideas and concepts behind it, but I just feel like that some of the ideas around it and some of the techniques and like some of the actual debuffs that you get with this origin, I feel like are a bit overbearing in comparison to what you would like from a normal origin. Moving into your final ability, you have Infect. Using your knowledge of DNA, you're able to take out your infected cells and spread them through the air. Be careful though, as you're not immune to this infection. This is your primary ability using your primary origin's ability key, which is normally binded to G, and what this does is it gives players and mobs around you the wither effect as well as yourself for a few seconds. That's about it to it. You get given the wither effect to both yourself as well as the people around you. It will hurt you and you will take a bit of damage from it, but so does everyone else around you. That personally doesn't exactly redeem the origin in my eyes. I still think it's pretty underpowered and ultimately one that I would personally avoid. But hey, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Do you think it's overpowered, underpowered? What are your thoughts on this origin? What do you think could be done better? Let me know in the comments as always. I do tend to read them, and so do the creators whenever they find these videos. When the creators find these videos, they tend to read through them, see the ideas and what people say about the origin. But as always, massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 channel members Hollow the Void and Saturn, and my $10 channel member 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼. And until next one, guys, goodbye. Hi, and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In today's video, we're going to be showcasing an Axolotl based Origin created by the Discord user 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼 from the Origin's Discord server. And I'm surprised it kind of took me this long to actually make the video on this Origin. I've been sitting on this Origin for a fair few weeks now, and I already also realized that this is quite a popular animal slash mob that's been added into Minecraft quite recently, so don't question why it took me forever. The Axolotl is a 3 impact Origin, meaning that it has the maximum impact upon your game. This is for 1.17, which will work in 1.17 and 1.17.1. The Origin might be able to work in 1.16.5, but there are certain things that might potentially break depending on how this Origin was created. As always, just be wary with that. It is preferred to be on 1.17 and 17.1, but that's fine if you want to try and use it on 1.16. Either way, run into the description. You are adorable. You're also highly regenerative predator, but you're still adorable. Anyhow, there are a lot of you guys who actually watch many of my videos but are still yet to actually subscribe. Now I want to ask, why haven't you done that yet? It does absolutely nothing to change for you, but it means a hell of a lot to me. So it'd be highly appreciated if a few of the 100,000 people who continuously come back to watch my content would do that. It would be highly appreciated. Either way, let's get into the abilities. Moving into our first ability, you've got Amphibious. You're able to breathe on both the land and in the water itself, and you can also swim a little faster than the average Minecraft player. Wait, hold on, this is the start of a Merlin that can also be on land without any form of worries? Yes, it potentially might be. Yeah, practically speaking, you actually swim like pretty damn fast on the water. I think it's roughly as fast as an Axolotl actually does swim in Minecraft underwater. So that is pretty interesting that the speed's been pretty well adjusted to function pretty damn well. I'm also 90% sure that it's faster than a normal speed you can actually swim in water with like all the best enchantments that you need for water, as well as the conduit and many other bits and pieces that allow you to move faster in the water. So I think it's also better than that than normal. Overall, it's really just pretty cool that you can swim underwater, you can breathe underwater, and you can also breathe on land because you are able to be on land. Also, a funny comment that I've been seeing a lot recently is a lot of people have been comparing my Minecraft skin to an Axolotl. I don't quite see the resemblance. I see the color resemblance, but I don't see the actual resemblance people are trying to get at here. So I don't know. You look at this now, tell me what you think in the comments down below. Do you see an Axolotl within my skin or do you not? Because personally, I don't. I just find a cool skin that I found back back in like 2019, but you know what, we'll just continue on. Moving into the next ability, you've got Emergency Exit. When you would die, you will instead briefly gain invisibility, speed, and massive regeneration. However, your maximum health is drastically reduced and will slowly restore itself until this is available again. Now, this ability is very interesting on how it functions. As already stated, when you die, when you should die, you'll be decreased your health in total, as well as giving you a very brief moment of invisibility, speed, and massive regeneration. The invisibility and speed will only last with about 4 to 5 seconds, and after that time frame, it is gone. So pretty much you need to get the heck out of there the moment you get given the second you are meant to die, you need to escape. Right at that point, you waste any time whatsoever, you will be cucked because those abilities will not last long whatsoever. And after this ability comes down, once you get out of the area, you'll be reduced down to 3 hearts in total. Now, there's only one way to actually get your full health bar back, and it is by waiting out the timer, which takes several minutes to actually recharge. There is no bar indicating when it does recharge, you just have to wait it out, because even if you do die, you'll still be reset back down to your 3 hearts. Of course, it will look like you have full health, but the moment you take any form of damage, you'll be dropped right back down to the 3 hearts, as that's where you should be at, and it takes a fair amount of time for that to actually recharge. A good estimate is anywhere between like 10 minutes, potentially even more, as I sat around for around 5 minutes after taking that damage for the ability, and I was only up back to 5 hearts instead of the full 10 that the Minecraft player is at. So it takes quite a long time, which ultimately I feel like is a very good way to balance out this type of ability to give you a drastic disadvantage for you, the time frame it takes for this ability to recharge, and make it so that when you use it, you only should use it when you're in the absolute most dire situation. You should avoid death as much as possible. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got Aqua Affinity. You may break blocks underwater as others do on land. Practically speaking, I know I say that a lot in a lot of these videos. Essentially, this gives you the Aqua Affinity enchantment that you can have on your helmet by default, meaning you don't even need to worry about it whatsoever, and I'm pretty sure you already understand what that means. It makes it so that you can act underwater as others do on land, aka breaking blocks at a normal speed. Anyhow, moving into your next ability, you've got Water Dependency. Your skin loses moisture over time, and as you begin running low on moisture, you begin to lose hunger and more quickly. You can replenish your moisture by fully submerging yourself in water or by drinking bottled waters. So whilst you can actually spend a lot more time out of water and not have to worry about drowning in the air like the Merlin origin does, you still have to worry about water in a sense that's a little bit different, as you need to keep yourself wet, you need to keep yourself moist, and that sounds so wrong if you think about it in the worst way possible. I apologize, but you need to keep your body wet in some form of way by hopping into water or drinking some bottles of water in order to make it so that you don't start to burn your hunger fast. This ability is very interesting in how it works. The more that your bar decreases, the faster your hunger will deplete itself. Now, because a lot of people might just think so, oh, okay, so once the bar reaches 0, your hunger will be depleting itself extraordinarily fast. No, it slowly does that over time, because this bar itself takes a long time to actually deplete. Like, I sat there for around 16 minutes watching the bar go down, and it barely even got to the halfway point. So this bar can take half an hour plus to actually deplete entirely. But by the time you were to the halfway mark, the hunger bars were going down about 1 every like 5 seconds of sprinting. Like, it was really fast and decreasing the hunger rate, so I wouldn't be too surprised to say that once you reach down to almost 0, your hunger is going to just snap out of existence when you start doing anything that requires your hunger. Overall, this ability isn't going to be too annoying, it isn't going to be too intrusive on how your game actually functions. It will just slowly consume more and more of your food over time. You'll have a noticeable increase in how much food you're actively consuming, but it isn't going to be something that becomes the absolute bane of your existence when you're outside of water, and it's very easy to counteract this. But to go along with the fact that it takes forever to actually deplete the bar itself, it also takes a decent amount of time of being completely submerged in water before it actually goes back up again. Going from what I was at, which was roughly about a third of the way down, like 1/3 of the bar left, it took around 1 minute and 30 seconds of recharging the bar back to full again of being fully submerged in water. So my guesstimate on how long the bar actually is, it would probably roughly take you 2 to 2.5 minutes to actually get the bar back to full if you were to somehow deplete it back down to nothing. So it isn't as intense instantaneous refill if you go into water. It takes a fair bit of time for it to recharge. Overall, I don't find that this ability will actually be too intrusive in your gameplay. You'll just have a noticeably quicker hunger need, or your food will noticeably dip too fast once you start staying out of water for a long period of time. Like, let's say when you're end busting or raiding in the Nether, things along those lines. But hey, at least you can do those things, eh? And moving to the next ability, we have Carnivore. Your diet is restricted to meat and you cannot eat any vegetables whatsoever. This is self-explanatory. We already understand this. It's been done many different times. You just can't eat vegetables, including golden apples and golden carrots. So what are your thoughts on this origin? Let me know in the comments down below, as always. And if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button down below. This is actually going to be the origin that I'll probably pick for the private SMP that will be starting up in the next few weeks or so. So hey, look forward to that, because you know what? It does kind of match my skin. I don't quite see the resemblance, but hey, if you do, let me know in the comments below. Either way, smash like. Massive thank you to my channel members, my $25 member, especially Holly the Void, and my $10 member, Decept, and goodbye. Hi, I'm back. Did you miss me? Anyway, in this video origin showcase video, I'm going to be showcasing the Bedrockean origin. This one is for 1.17, created by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 in the Origins Discord server. Now, this is a very special type of origin to play with, as it gives a lot of beautiful different bits and pieces that you've never probably seen before. Well, you might have. I mean, you might have in an overpowered base origin, but this is actually one of those type of origins that gives you a lot of beautiful things that's actually balanced, or at least somewhat balanced. Essentially speaking, your mutant piece of bedrock. You're a bedrock that is actually alive and can function like a normal Minecraft player. And your description for this origin is just simply bedrock. Nothing more, nothing less. It's absolutely just bedrock. Now, this origin does require everyone's favorite size adjusting mod, the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 mod, but other than that, you pretty much just need the default origin as well as the 𝓵𝓲 origin. Either way, let's get started with the abilities. Anyway, moving into the first ability, we've got fire immunity. You are immune to all types of fire damage, including but not limited to lava and normal fire. Actually, I'm 99.9% sure that that is all fire types. But hey, we'll go, oh wait, there's blazes. Yeah, you're immune to them, as well as and boys as well. Yeah, don't ask me why I'm sitting in this lava for the entire intro, as well as this part here. Just don't question it, it's normal, it's perfectly fine. Moving into the next ability though, we've got acrobatics. You never take fall damage, no matter what height you actually fall from. So again, another basic ability, pretty understandable. You take no fall damage, and you want to know where you can take no fall damage in real life, make sure to smash that like button on this video. At least I didn't tell you to subscribe, but you should also do that too. What? I've got to slide it in somewhere. Moving into the next ability, you've got strong arms. You're strong enough to break natural stone without using a pickaxe whatsoever. Kind of similar in a way to what the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 would do, as well as the cobblestone origin, as well as a collection of other origins that have this ability as well. Practically speaking, you can just break stone with your bare hand. Practically speaking, you're able to break stone at roughly the same pace as what you would normally break with a default diamond pickaxe, if not just a bit faster to that. But it's unable to easily tell that with these, mainly due to the fact that it looks like pickaxes are also boosted via these abilities as well as in a few other abilities that of course get shown off in this clip here, which we'll talk about very soon. Either way, moving to the next video, we've got sturdy skin. Even without wearing armor, your skin provides natural protection. This is around 8 points of armor, which is roughly 4 chest plates on your actual health bar, essentially speaking, negating the actual armor necessary for at least the early game, making it so you don't need to worry about leather, gold, or chainmail armor, but you might consider going to iron armor in the future. Either way, moving into your next ability, you've got unwieldy. The way your hands are formed provide no way of holding a shield upright. I mean, because why are you going to have a shield when you're essentially a piece of bedrock? You're a bit of a tanky boy, but you are unable to hold a shield whatsoever. Moving to the next ability, you've got dense. Due to your density, you have double the amount of health, and you're also far slower in comparison to the average Minecraft player. I mean, essentially speaking, you're practically a tank. You're not only slow moving, you also take a lot of damage and also have a higher defense stat than normal. Ultimately, you're a flipping tank in consideration to everyone else. Everyone else can use your tank and your TNT comp in some random Minecraft PvP origin mod game mode. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, you've got powerful arms. Due to your great strength, you can launch mobs into the air when you actually hit them. Honestly, this ability is very interesting and weird at the same time. Now, first off, you essentially have the ability to do a powerful knockback that is more powerful than your average knockback. But instead of knocking the mob in the direction that you're facing towards and how you hit them, so instead of knocking them further backwards in comparison to where they are when you hit them, you actually hit them up into the sky. It's only roughly about 4 or 5 blocks up in the sky they actually go, but 4 or 5 blocks is enough into the sky that you can take full damage. Essentially speaking, with this ability, you can two-shot a majority of mobs with your bare hands, because you'll launch them up in the sky, they'll take a bit of extra damage when they hit the ground, and then you can just hit them a second time and finish them off completely. Essentially speaking, extremely useful when fighting against mobs, especially when you have a few of them around you. Anyway, moving to the next ability, you've got Large Appetite. You exhaust much quicker than others, thus requiring you to eat far more often than the normal Minecraft player. I'm pretty sure this ability is pretty self-explanatory for what it is. Your hunger will just decrease far faster than the normal Minecraft player, meaning that you just need to eat more food than normal in order to keep it at full, which overall is just a very common thing, so you're probably used to it by now. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got Heavy Body. Due to your great weight, you can barely jump a block high. Now I know what you're thinking. You're probably looking at this like, oh, you can only jump a block high in the first place in normal Minecraft. What difference is this gonna make? Well, it says barely, meaning that whenever you do jump a block high, you will scrape the top of the block. Practically speaking, it doesn't seem like it's gonna cause too much of an issue, but on more occasions rather than not happening, more often than not, it's going to disable your sprint if you're sprint jumping at that point in time, because you'll clip the block in a way that will stop your sprint and stop your movement at that point in time, which can sometimes be a little bit annoying, can sometimes be a bit of a disadvantage, can sometimes cause you a lot of issues, and sometimes you won't even notice it because you'll perfectly time the jump to where you land perfectly and not have to worry about losing your sprint. But again, it's like a very, very small jump zone to it actually clipping you proper so you lose your sprint. Now it's time to head into the more interesting abilities that are at the back end of this origin. Starting off with Bedrock Skin, you are nearly unbreakable because of your Bedrock ancestors, so you're immune to drowning, starvation, but you are a darker tint due to being Bedrock. Yes, you heard me correctly. This ability not only allows you to be immune from drowning itself, but you also cannot starve whatsoever, meaning that the two cause of deaths that you will probably commonly face when being a far slower mob and having a far higher hunger burn rate is completely gone because of the fact that you're Bedrock Skin. You're invulnerable to it. You're just invulnerable to it. There's not much else you can say. Anyhow, moving into your primary ability, Invincible. Like your ancestors, you can become immune to all forms of damage, but when you do, this costs you your speed and strength. So this ability is a toggleable ability. Practically speaking, you can turn it on and off whenever you like. There is no cooldown, there is no recharge to it. It's just an always ability that you can always use at any time when necessary. When activated, you essentially become your true inner Bedrock piece of block yourself, because you're now completely immune to damage, but you are also unable to move and unable to attack back. Practically speaking, this is good in a situation where you're massively surrounded and you've got to wait out the nighttime, or you've got someone coming over to help you to try and lure them away. Practically speaking, this is a good way to get out of sticky situations, kind of, because you won't be taking damage, but you also won't be able to get out of that situation at all, because you'd be stuck in the middle of it just waiting until everything kills each other. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got Lava Vision. Since you are most of the time covered in lava, you have been able to adjust to being able to see through it. I mean, practically speaking, screw lava, because lava will literally do nothing to you. Not only will you not burn up in it, nor will fire hurt you, you can now swim through it like normal and see like it's nothing, like it's never there. Aside from the issue that you're always going to be on fire, you always have that thing to deal with, but then there's also vanilla tweaks which you can use to just get rid of that entirely, and hurrah! You literally, lava is not a problem. You can go in it. Aside from when you're mining things underneath lava, that's going to be a bit of a problem because it will immediately burn up, but hey, useful information right there. You'll find some diamonds underneath the lava, make some room to get rid of the lava and get those free diamonds. Anyhow, moving to your next ability, you've got Bedrock and Heal, your secondary ability. You're able to heal yourself when your power bar is full, a very useful ability that you've learned. Practically speaking, this ability allows you to heal around 4 to 5 hearts worth of health in order to get some more health back, because you're unable to eat food from what I'm able to find out so far. Practically speaking, it's got a pretty short cooldown, but essentially speaking, you don't need to use it too often. It's pretty useful in very sticky situations, as it gives you a good boost in health for, let's say, when you're not using your primary ability for some dumb reason in these situations. Moving into the next ability, you've got Bright Sun. The sun is far too bright for your cave adapted eyes, therefore meaning that when you're out in the sun whatsoever, you'll get blindness overall, being that you can barely see a foot in front of you. At nighttime, this isn't exactly a thing to worry about. When you're in lava, you don't have to worry about it. When you're in caving, you don't have to worry about it. But the moment you sit in the sun, you'll be blinded pretty quickly. Anyway, moving into your next ability, you've got No Elytra. Due to your great density, you could not even fly if you even dare try to. Essentially speaking, when you take a jump, you fall far faster than normal. When you jump into water, you fall far faster than normal. So practically speaking, it's almost illogical to even think about the fact that you could even fly because you're far heavier than the normal player, meaning you fall far faster than normal, essentially breaking wings that you might have on. Moving to the next ability, you've got Miner. You're built to mine, so you mine faster. Pretty much we saw this earlier when I was showing off how you can mine your Swiss stone with your bare hands, that you mine far faster with every other pickaxe type as well. Moving into your next ability, you've got Bulky. You're bulky, so you sink underwater and also gain slowness when also underwater. Practically speaking, you have no ability to swim in water, being that you have to treat water like you're on land, except for that you're a bit slower because you've got permanent slowness on while you're underwater, but you don't have to worry about drowning at the same time, so it's not exactly too big of a deal. A weird side effect of this is just you're unable to gain the dolphin effects at all because you're unable to swim, so it's something to keep in mind. But moving into your next ability, and this is a pretty big ability, you've got Earth Familiarity. Due to your familiarity with the Earth allows you to find treasures that others cannot. Practically speaking, this can range from collecting a random gold nugget or iron nugget when digging underground to things like emeralds, iron, diamonds, and even random totems of undying. Now, I'm 90% sure that the totem of undying is an extraordinarily rare thing, as I was mining around for probably a good few hundred blocks and I only got like one of them, but it's also pretty interesting to know that you can gain them in the first place via mining. So good pretty information to keep in mind. You can even do this via your bare hands, so you can essentially build an iron axe or maybe even a diamond pickaxe before you even get your first set of iron ore in the first place, so it's really interesting about that. But hey, pretty good information, a pretty interesting and unique ability. Moving to your next ability, you've got Potion Immunity. Your skin is too hard for potions to get through and actually affect you. I mean, I'm pretty sure this one's pretty self-explanatory towards you guys. Potions do absolutely nothing to you. They do not affect you whatsoever, including any form of debuffs as well. Pretty much nothing affects you whatsoever. Moving on to your next ability, you've got Bedrock Collector. You can collect your own bedrock. Essentially speaking, you now have the ability to collect bedrock in survival Minecraft. Now, how do you do this? I'm guessing you're wondering. Since you are stronger than most, you can break bedrock with a netherite pickaxe. Practically speaking, breaking bedrock with your netherite pickaxe takes roughly an equivalent time frame to what it would take to break a piece of obsidian with your netherite pickaxe without the mining boost. Practically speaking, you can break bedrock. It takes about as much time as breaking obsidian does, and it's about as useful as you might think it is. Absolutely worthless unless you want to be an absolute asshole to your friends. So that's the Bedrockean origin breakdown and explained and reviewed for you guys. So what do you think of this origin? What are your thoughts? Let me know down in the comments down below as always. Of course, the link for this one is downloaded in the description below. Also the membership, there's now a $1 membership or $1 it's an extremely cheap membership and will be useful for when we do start the SMP members only server very soon. But anyway, if you did enjoy this video, smash like, smash subscribe. Massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $10 member Deceptive, and until next time guys, goodbye. Sometimes when playing with dimensional-based origins, there can be some occasions where you're left beyond reach. And that's what the idea of this origin comes from. Created by the user 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 from the Origins Discord server, the Beyond Reach origin is for version 1.17.1. The Beyond Reach origin has an impact level of 3, meaning it has a maximum impact upon the game. You are being connected to a location beneath the bedrock. The stranded gains for you. Let's roll right into the abilities. So the first ability of this origin is called Deep and Lonely. Upon pressing the primary key, you rip the fabric of reality and enter a deep location beneath the bedrock called the Stranded. And hey, if you don't want to be stranded, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button down below right now, or you'll be stranded in the bedrock zine forever. When you press your primary ability, you'll be teleported into this weird dimension that is, well, it's its own thing. It is filled to the brim with bedrock, blackstone, and some splotches of water every now and then in a practically pitch black zone. There is not too much light in this area whatsoever, and due to some of the weird details and effects you get given by this origin as well, which we'll go over later, you practically can't really see too much. Everything's a bit of a haze, everything's a bit of a blur. It's a bit of a... I don't know exactly how to describe this really. Just take a look what's on screen. It is a very weird and enchanting place, but basically from what I can tell from my map, it is all just this dark, either black stone and bedrock materialized stuff. There's nothing more to it aside from that, and it's just, I don't know. Like, there's no good way to describe what this is, to be honest. It's just its own weird, unique ability. And of course, when you press your primary ability, you will be teleported back to the overworld. Another interesting thing that happens when you teleport in between the two dimensions, the overworld and your stranded dimension, you'll be given 15 seconds of maximum resistance and slow falling in order just to counteract whatever may potentially be waiting for you when you go between dimensions. Moving into your next origin, you've got Between the Rift. You can exist between a plane of reality between your connection of the stranded and the overworld. Using this ability causes you to lose your vision, but allows you to have flight like in creative mode. This ability seems to be the most useful, useless ability you can probably get. This is key to your secondary ability, and when you do press it, you'll lose all form of vision entirely. You can still look at your F3 menu, look at your coordinates and stuff along those lines, but you cannot see whatsoever. But you do get given the ability to fly around. I'm not sure how to think about this one. One of the plus sides about this though is this will disable your ability to take fall damage whilst you're in this mode. So let's say you're about to fall to your death and you don't have anything to save, you can just quickly press your secondary ability to stop yourself from taking the fall damage that will kill you. But if you do press your secondary ability whilst you're in the air flying around, you will fall down and die potentially. So it's very, I don't know, it's very up in the air with that one. This ability seems to be the most useful, useless ability you can get, because yeah, you get the ability to fly, but you're entirely blind. So does it really help? Like, does it really help you at all? I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen here, because it's just one of those things where there are more questions than there are answers, and there's a lot less uses for this just because of the fact that you're entirely blind. Moving on, we've got the Banish ability. Hinting an entity will banish them to the stranded forever. This ability is such an interestingly intriguing ability. So pretty much whenever you hit a mob, any mob whatsoever, it will be instantaneously teleported to the stranded dimension, roughly in the current location you're standing at now, so you'll see it next time you go into the stranded dimension. Once you do this once, the ability has roughly a few seconds of a cooldown before you can do it again, but this will happen to pretty much every mob that you hit as long as there's enough time between each one to do it. This can be both a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. This can be a good thing because it can get rid of creepers and things along those lines off your back almost instantaneously, but at the same time it's a bad thing because things like cows, sheep and pig, they can all be instantaneously teleported as well, meaning that if you're trying to kill them for food, they're going to teleport to the other dimension, then you have to find them in that dimension, which is pretty damn dark and very difficult to find the other mobs, so it can be a bit annoying at times. Moving on to the next ability, we've got Curse. Any entity that lays a finger on you in the intention of harm is also instantly banished to the stranded island. Just for a quick side note, I've got resistance 8 in this recording bit here, just because I don't want to reveal a certain other ability that you get a little bit later on, so I'm just hiding that for now. But basically, this is by far, personally to me, it is the funniest effect you can gain. So, if you get swarmed by a bunch of zombies, don't be too afraid, because each time they hit you, they will instantaneously be shot off to another dimension. And the cooldown of that ability is so short that any mob in between every single hit, every single time a mob hits you, it will get teleported. Creepers, on the other hand, will instantly explode and murder you, so beware of that one. They really can't teleport after they're already dead. But the coolest effect about this is when you go to your stranded dimension and you just see all of those mobs that have hit you over the time span of God knows how long float down towards your current position and start chasing after you. That was the funniest thing to me when I went over to the other dimension after spawning 64 husks. After letting them all hit me and be TP'd to the stranded dimension, going into the stranded dimension afterwards gave me the funniest laugh ever, because you just see 64 of them falling down from the sky, then all of a sudden they're all starting to chase you, but it's just beautifully hilarious. This really can give you some brilliant effects if you just want to have a bit of fun with it. Anyhow, moving on from that ability, we've got Comforting Oblivion. The stranded grants you strength, making you deal an additional 5 damage whilst in there. This does not give you the actual strength potion effect, meaning that you can still stack this potion effect on top of the strength boost you get whilst in the Oblivion. This is going to be super good and super handy when it comes to the example that I stated just before with the last ability, when there's just a huge swarm of mobs that have teleported into the stranded dimension because of the fact they keep trying to hit you. So you have the ability to pretty easily kill them off when they start to chase you, because you God know already that they're going to start running after you the moment you get in that dimension. So you got to be careful. So this bonus strength is kind of handy and very, very useful at the same time. Moving into the next ability, you've got Unfortunate State. The stranded has taken a toll on your physical capabilities, causing you to take twice as much damage when elsewhere from the strand Stranded. This is the main reason why I had the maximum resistance on earlier in the video when I was playing around with the ability that causes mobs to go to the strand dimension when they hit you, just to make sure that this doesn't get leaked out too early. But basically, yeah, you take twice the amount of damage than normal. So basically, even though you got this beautiful ability that teleports mobs away from you whenever they try to hit you, they can still hit you at least once, so they can still deal you damage, and because they do twice the amount of damage than normal, it's going to hurt a lot more than normal, especially when it comes down to creepers. Do not mess with creepers. They will pretty much one-shot you 9 times out of 10 unless you've got max Netherite gear with blast protection on. That's probably one of the few ways you can avoid dying to a creeper, because creepers do a lot of damage regardless, let alone when they do twice the amount of damage they normally do towards you, so just be careful, you know? I swear this origin makes you feel like you're trying to play dodging with mobs. You're running around because it's like one of those things, if they do hit you, you will take double damage. Granted, the second they hit you, they get teleported away, so you don't have to worry about that mod anymore, but for something like a skeleton that can sharpshoot you from a mile away and you won't even notice it, he could just come up, take your final bit of health just because he does double damage, and it's like he's gone. You will never know where the hell that skeleton came from or where he is now, because he's gone. He's moved into the next dimension because he hit you. It is the funniest thing with this origin. Like, honestly, if you don't care for how easy or hard it is to play with survival, this is just kind of funny. This entire Origin's ability set is just hilariously stupid to play around with, because it's just all the weird things that can happen with it, the shenanigans you can happen with it. Basically, in the overworld at nighttime, you want to be the one who hits first. You want to make sure you hit first and don't get hit back, because you will take a lot of damage. Granted, again, those mobs will get teleported away, but you still take the damage, so it's pretty funny. Moving into our next origin though, we have dark eyes. Within the Stranded, your eyes struggle to visualize anything. This is the biggest reason why it's pitch black in the Stranded, almost pitch black anyhow. It's just because you can't visualize anything too well. So if you weren't in the actual origin itself and you got put in here by a guy with the Beyond Reach origin, then you'll just see everything as it is. It's just normal, bright, normal world type scenarios and things along those lines. Even maxed out Gamma doesn't get around this ability that well either. Moving on, we've got use of the depths. Your eyes have gotten confused, frequently going to the strand that has caused anywhere with sunlight to blur your vision. This honestly produces such a simple effect that's really cool. All this ability truly does is just pixelate your screen, pixelate all the blocks, pixelate your character, and pretty much pixelize anything around you when you're in the sunlight. The moment you leave the sunlight, there will be a noticeable change as that effect disappears, because it's very noticeable when it does disappear, because all of a sudden everything's no longer as pixelated. I think the pixelated effect is actually really cool overall. I think it's a really well done effect and works really well. But a weird way to get around it, if you do press F1, it kind of disables that effect entirely, as it seems to be an overlay effect, kind of the likes of which is the pumpkin head type thing, where you can disable it by pressing F1, removing your entire HUD details. So I don't know. I don't think you can really do much about that. It's just a really cool effect that kind of gets easily avoided by those little things. But hey, it's really cool nevertheless. Then again, after further testing, the F1 thing only seems to work in creative mode, so I don't know, maybe the effect doesn't exactly work in the exact way I say it is. Practically, the best way to describe it is like every single little pixel was given its own little outline. It's very small of an outline, but it's enough that it's noticeable to give like some form of a grid pattern to a lot of different objects and things along those lines. Moving into the next ability, you've got missing. After spending so long in the Stranded, you feel a part of you missing. That's not exactly obvious on what this thing is that you're missing, as it doesn't exactly describe anything in detail, and from a little bit of experimentation, it doesn't exactly show up too easily. So I guess the important question to ask is, what are you missing? Hello everybody, welcome back to another Origin Showcase. In this Origin Showcase, we're going to be going through an Origin called the Crowfather. Now this Origin was created by the Discord user known as 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, in brackets, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, from the Origin's Discord server. Now of course, some important things, this is of course themed after 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼's little persona on the Origin's SMP, being the Crowfather, and essentially the idea behind this was to build and improve upon what the elytran Origin already had, and make it more suited towards the style and character that 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴 was trying to be with the Crowfather. Some more important information, when you're taking a day break, there's going to be no video tomorrow, sorry about that, I'm kind of caught up and a bit busy, but I'll try to have a video out on the Monday, might stream that day instead, either one of the two will happen, but either way, let's get started with the video. Now first off, this Origin was created for 1.16.5, as it is one of the older ones. You might be able to get slated to work in 1.17, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. It's made for 1.16.5. Either way, moving into the description, you have been fated to wander the lands with only your loyal crows by your side. Moving into the abilities, we've got Winged. You have Elytra wings without needing to ever equip anything from the start. I mean, did you expect anything less? First off, this is meant to be a Crowfather, so essentially speaking, you gotta have some wings of sorts. Secondly speaking, this is being built off of the origin that 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 already picked, which is the Elytran one, so of course it's gonna have wings. Almost the most logical thing you can do. But Elytra wings do about as much as Elytra wings do normally, so I mean, you should understand that by now. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, you've got Gift of the Skies, Emergency Flight Escape. Now you're probably assumed by the description of this is essentially the Elytran's ability as well, but it's not exactly that. It's kind of like it. It takes the same idea, but it changes it up a fair bit. First off, it's a far bigger boost than what the Elytran ability gives you, but to go and coincide with that, you also have a longer cooldown before you can use the boost again. The boost will also act very differently depending on what you're doing at that time. If you just jump to go fly in your Elytra and then use your ability, it can provide a significant boost up into the air, which can last quite a while, but you still need another rocket or two in order to survive long enough to be able to use your ability again before you hit the ground. Otherwise you'll hit the ground because it's got a longer cooldown. But if let's say you're already standing on the ground, you might get flung backwards if you're not doing anything. You get flung in the direction you're moving regardless of which way you're actually facing, which is interesting to say the least, and it's a very weird quirk with this ability. Also, just a quick bit of information, make sure that when you go to use the ability for an Elytra flight reason, make sure that you've either jumped in the air and then use the ability, or you're flying on your Elytra already and then use the ability, because you get a bigger boost out of that than what you would do if you're sitting on the ground. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, we've got Ghostbuster. You deal 3 times damage to phantoms. Now this ability is definitely interesting when you think about it. First off, yeah, you can do extra damage to phantoms. Phantoms are the painless, annoying pieces of absolute garbage in Minecraft that everyone hates, but everyone voted for anyway and absolutely regret voting for them because they're just an annoyance if you fail to sleep for a few nights in a row. But the thing is, most of the time people tend to avoid having to deal with them by just sleeping, and even though you have the ability to deal extra damage, because you've got Elytras that have got infinite vulnerability, don't ever take any form of damage, you've got almost no reason to actually care for Phantom's existence aside from potentially slow falling potions, which can still be useful to an Elytran ability type origin, but overall it's still a bit mediocre to care for nevertheless. But hey, you do 3 times damage to Phantoms. They're going to be a little less annoying in the early game when you're unable to deal with them too well yet. Moving on to your next ability, you've got Sacred Weapon. Leads do as much damage as a diamond axe. Now, first thing I wanted to make clear, I'm not 100% on the lore reasons on why the leads a Sacred Weapon, but going over the actual mechanical bits of it, it is essentially it's been given the quirks and features of a diamond axe. It does as much damage as a diamond axe. It has axe crits like a diamond axe. It disables shields like a diamond axe, but it doesn't have the attack speed of a diamond axe. In fact, it's got a faster attack speed than a diamond sword, which is definitely something interesting to say the least. The fact that it's got a superior attack speed to a diamond sword, because that's the one thing that it can get changed. You see, item attack speed, when you're using an item or your bare hands, it's a little bit faster than an actual sword. I think it's roughly about 1.8 or 2 attacks per second. Essentially speaking, they haven't actually changed the attack speed per second that the axe with the lead will do with the axe based damage. Instead, it's still got its default timings that it needs in order for an attack to be commenced with full power, meaning that it recharges fast enough to be just your overall best weapon, bar none. Even better than a Netherite axe, because, well, the simple fact is, it's got a faster attack speed than a Netherite sword and does as much damage as a diamond axe, which already did more damage than the Netherite sword in the first place. Let alone not acknowledging the Netherite axe has a very, very weak attack speed of a 1, which means that you do about as much, 1 less damage than a Netherite axe, but you have twice the attack speed, practically making the Netherite an equivalent to the lead. Anyway, with that over-explained out of the way, let's move on to the next ability, Hat Skull. You start with an unremovable lime leather cap. So you start off the game with this leather cap that is of course got Curse of Binding on it, but it also has Unbreaking 10 and Mending 10. I have no idea what the hell Mending 10 is, because I never knew Mending could have any form of numbers aside of it, because it's simply just one enchantment, but hey, at least you can have that. But if you do die and keep inventory is not on in your world, you will lose this hat. It will drop onto the ground and you will not respawn with another one, but you're still able to get the hat back because it doesn't vanish when you die. It just falls onto the floor to be picked up by whoever gets those items next. Basically, it's just a cool hat that you can have that you can either choose to keep on yourself all the time, or you can get rid of pretty easily. Or at least that was what I thought, because it did work like the first few times I killed my own character in Minecraft, it got rid of the hat. But then other times since then, when I went to record it now for the gameplay of this video, all of a sudden you respawn and you get given the hat again. It's very weird. I'm not 100% sure if you can actually get rid of it or if it's permanently on you and you just can't get rid of it whatsoever. Maybe you'll understand. I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. It's very weird and I'm not 100% sure on it. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got bad memories, slowness and weakness when approaching sand. Yeah, this ability is about as interesting as it sounds. You just pretty much get weakness and slowness when you're roughly around 5 to 10 blocks toward a piece of sand. This doesn't contain everything from beaches to deserts to anything that contains any form of sand whatsoever, but this does not function with glass, just sand, so have fun having a pain in the ass when trying to get any form of glass for usable reasons. Moving to the next ability, you've got brittle bones. You take more damage from falling and flying into blocks. Essentially speaking, birds have a far weaker bone set than what humans do, so essentially speaking, they're far weaker, more susceptible to fall damage and flying into blocks. In real life, this kind of gets countered by the fact that birds weigh a lot less than humans, so it doesn't exactly damage them as much when they hit something, but hey, we're a Minecraft player who's themed after a bird. You're going to take more damage from flying around, as well as it's kind of a carryover from the elytran origin. Anyway, moving on to the next thing, we've got Arch Nemesis. Baby zombies deal instant death. Yes, you heard that right. A baby zombie will insta-kill you if you get hit by one. It's very interesting to say the least on how this works, but yeah. Interesting thing, I have no idea how this one's meant to work. I spawned a baby zombie at some point by just spam spawning zombies, and one of them eventually spawned as a baby zombie, and it dealt normal damage as a normal zombie would. So I'm not 100% sure on what this ability was meant to do, but hey, you at least know the intention. And moving to the next ability, you've got Old Friend. Cannot kill pigs or eat pork whatsoever. Of course, this ability here is connected with the fact that 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 is a good old friend of Technoblade. They've known each other for eons type nonsense. That's how it goes. That's how the story is with their characters are, blah, blah, blah. You get that by now. That this ability just approaches that in another way, making it so that 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴 is unable to kill pigs when he's using this origin. So hey, let me know, what do you think of this origin? What are your thoughts on it? Let me know in the comments down below. I always like reading through them, as well as what ideas you want to see next done. Also, I might be doing a Let's Play series kind of thing sometime soon. It should be like within the next few weeks. I'll start working on it, as well as the 100 days video that's meant to be on my side channel. I am still working on it. It's just taking time because things get busy. Massive thank you to my channel member 𝓵𝓷𝓴𝓼, as well as all my other channel members, and until next time guys, goodbye. In today's video, I'm going to be going through the Cursed Origins mod for expansion pack for the Origin mod. Essentially speaking, the idea behind this set of origins is a bit of unbalanced and funny mess of origins in order for you to have a bit more fun when playing around with origins in Minecraft. How many times do you think I just said origins in that sentence alone? Let me know in the comments down below. This origin mod adds in 3 new origins, 2 ones that are very easy to get to right from the start, and 1 hidden one that requires you to use a command in-game to actually get access to the origin. Either way, let's get started with the Glass Golem 2 Electric Boogaloo. Just for a quick reference, essentially one of the other mainstream Origin expansion packs used to have a Glass Golem based Origin that got removed in a later update. Essentially speaking, this is just a remake of it, as well as it's slightly weirder than before. Running through the description, constructed from the remains of the first iteration of the Glass Golem, this reincarnation of the Golem packs a lot of power behind its swings. However, the framework of which it was based on remains broken as it was before. Let's run through the abilities. Running through the first ability, we've got Glass. Your transparent self make you die in 1 hit. Yes, there is a bit of profanity in this mod, just a word of warning now. I'm not actually going to say it, I'm going to use another word instead because YouTube doesn't like it, but hey. Essentially speaking, you are transparent and you look like you're a piece of glass, well at least on your head, the rest of you is just transparent with nothing else to it, and you also die in a single hit. A single hit is all it takes for you to be killed. Moving into your next ability, you've got Cannon. Due to your massive amount of strength, all types of damage you deal will kill anything in 1 blow. Did you notice the pun between these 2 abilities? Glass Cannon. Well, it's exactly what you are. You are a literal glass cannon. Practically speaking, mutual one-shots all the way around. You can one-shot anything, anything can one-shot you. You get the point of that. It's essentially speaking 1-hit kill for everyone. Well, at least when in relation to you. And moving into the final ability, you might have already noticed by the death messages I got in the first bit that but this origin also has a bit of comedic with itself. Comedy. You make a satisfying glass breaking noise when you get hurt. Well, you really can't get hurt, you just die and there's no other way about it, but hey, just have a good listen to it, why don't you? If you found that absolutely smashing, make sure to hit the like button down below and smash that subscribe button. Yeah, I'll show myself out the door, don't worry about that. Moving on to the next origin, we've got Minotaur. Forget meat, eat grass. Originating from the Bedrockean cow, you're forced to be reckoned with within the lawn mowing industry. This is so damn stupid, I swear. Anyhow, moving into your abilities, you've got mow hay. You're able to eat grass and variants of grass while not holding anything in your main hand. Do I really need to explain to you on how this stupid ability works? You're practically a sheep, like, you just eat grass, like, you eat grass, you know? You can eat the long bits of grass, you can eat the grass straight off the flipping dirt itself. I mean, go ahead, do what you want, eat that grass. If you can't tell already, I'm taking this a little less seriously than normal because these are already memey origins as it is, but moving on to the next ability, you've got Delicious Dairy. You and other players can milk yourself with a bucket. So in order to milk yourself with this ability, you essentially just use your primary ability to put milk into the bucket. There's not much more to it. You can see it in the clip here where I'm just endlessly doing it. You can just endlessly milk yourself, drink that milk, and then do it again. So, I mean, it's got to be useful in cases where you've got the bad omen on you. You can pretty much get rid of it quick, smart, but it's just stupid. Anyhow, moving into your next ability, you've got axe proficiency. All axe damage is increased depending upon what axe you're using. Okay, to break this down for you a little bit, when it comes down to weaker health mobs, let's say for example I use here a husk. All your axes when you use crit hits will 2-shot them aside from your netherite axe which will 1-shot him. Your wooden, stone and golden axe will 3-shot the husk, while your iron and diamond and netherite will 2-shot the husk when you're not doing crit attacks. Another bit of interesting information is that the wooden axe also does as much damage as the netherite sword, just it has half the swing time it takes to actually go do it. Essentially speaking, you can use your netherite sword twice as often as your wooden axe, but the wooden axe does twice the amount of damage as a netherite sword. Practically speaking, a wooden axe is about as useful as the netherite sword with this proficiency. And moving on to your next ability, you've got Calcium. You're immune to all status effects. Do you realize what that means? It means the ability to milk yourself is entirely useless, to you at least. Because it's not like you're going to get the status effects that are going to want you to milk yourself so you can get rid of them because you can't get them in the first place. Pretty brilliant if you ask me. I'm sorry, I'm just like, can't take it seriously when these are the type of things, but this is a fun video to make, by the way. It's just like, I'm laughing a bit more because it's so stupid. Moving on to the final ability for the Minotaur, you've got the cake is a lie. You cannot digest normal sources of food. I mean, you can eat grass, that's all you need to do in life. Eat grass, nothing else, nothing more. Moving into the items that lead you to the secret origin and lead you to its existence. Again, you're just going to have to put in the command of /origin set and then just find it in there. But there's also a music disc that comes with this mod that also relates to the fact of what you're going to be when you find out the secret origin.
I'm a creeper, Minecraft Grim Reaper, blowing up blocks like 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. I'm not a creature that'll eat you, but I'll leave you petrified. Peace of mind, peace of mind, sweeper. Clicking on a brick and you die in a deep. I'll find your mind and my mind. Reading on the mind is finders, keepers.
Anyway, moving on, we've got the literal creeper origin. I'm a creeper, Minecraft Grim Reaper, blowing up blocks like ALQ. You are so good at blowing up blocks that you spread your influence to other living organisms. And yes, you get a music disc with Dan Bull's Creeper song, you get the gist of it. I mean, I probably play it for a few moments unless it's going to get me copyrighted, then I didn't, but hey, we'll find out, eh? Moving into your next ability, you've got Explosion.gif. You have the ability to explode, infecting any players caught in the explosion. Essentially speaking, you explode, kind of like a creeper, just your radius of your explosion is bigger than a normal creeper's explosion radius, but it's smaller than what a charged creeper's explosion radius is. It's kind of like in the middle ground, but leaning more towards the creeper's normal explosion size. And essentially speaking, with the infection part, any player that gets hit with the explosion now have the ability to explode themselves. But this does replace their main ability until they do choose to explode. Essentially speaking, they won't be forced to explode immediately, but if you do want to use your main ability ever again, you're kind of going to have to explode and sacrifice the explosion in order to use your main ability again if you have one. Moving into the next next ability, you've got allophobia. Being near cats or ocelots weakens you and makes you faster at the same time. Essentially speaking, you're scared of cats. Run away from them or you'll be continuously weak. But also you can take advantage of them to run away faster because you get speed, essentially. Also, another interesting piece of information, if you're near any form of cats as well, you're unable to explode whatsoever. Your main ability of exploding gets completely disabled entirely. If you are near a cat, you cannot explode whatsoever. As well as you get weakness, as well as you get sped up, which you'll realize that it's really good to have that extra speed because you'll realize with this next ability where you have powerful stride, you are unable to sprint whatsoever. Practically speaking, a cat might possibly be helpful for you because you get a speed boost when near them because you're unable to sprint whatsoever, but you also have to think about the downsides where you get weakness as well as the fact that you lose your ability to actually explode as well, meaning that you lose like the main things about this origin, but you also counteract the other con of this origin. It's kind of one of those things where you lose a few things to get a good thing back out of it, but overall, are you going to find it worth to be near a cat just so you can walk a bit faster? Probably not. In fact, you're probably not going to even have a cat near you most of the time because it's just overall annoying to be weakened in general and losing your main ability because you're near a damn cat. Anyhow, some important information I want to talk about before we end this video. I might start covering other origins that other YouTubers have already made videos on, including the ones that they created themselves and made videos on, because I want to make my own spin of these type of videos because I do like talking about origins, but I'm kind of running out of good ones to look through on the actual Origins Discord server itself. So if you have any good ones that you know from the Origins Discord server itself, suggest them to me in the comments down below. I am looking at other ones that I've been asked a lot, and I am going to be making videos on some of those ones soon, but I also might start making videos on other ones that other YouTubers have also made to not only give them an extra push, but also because I want to give my own take on them. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button down below, make sure to smash this subscribe button as well, and a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $10 member Decept, and until next time guys, goodbye. Ice or fire? There's a question I proposed to you at the start of this video. Ice or fire? Because that's your choices when it comes down to the Dimensional Traveler origin. But you don't exactly get to choose which origin you use, so as you start up and use your ability for the first time, it will randomly pick one of the two choices for you. Either the Scorched Dimensional Traveler or the Glacial Dimensional Traveler. Anyhow, the Dimensional Traveler origin is created by the Discord user known as Exotic. This is for version 1.17.1/version 1.17. It can work in both of those. It might work in 1.16, but as always, something might break. So the Dimension Traveler is a 3 impact origin, meaning it has a maximum change upon your game, and when you first pick this origin, it starts off with a very basic thing, basic ability, Rebirth. As a Dimension Traveler, you have a 50-50 chance of being a Scorched Traveler or Glacier Traveler. Press G to rebirth, or your primary origin ability button. So, let's do that and let's see which origin I get first. But before I reveal what I got, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the like button down below, as it really is appreciated and helps the channel out a lot. Okay, let's get started. Is it just me or does this origin seem a bit cold to you? Okay, so the first origin traveler that we got with this one is the Glacier Traveler. Going through the description of this one, the Glacier is an iced, freezing cold world that inhabits there are similar to those in the Scorched world, but a bit different. As you should be able to witness, we're currently in the Glacier dimension that you get as the Glacier Traveler. It's practically just a giant, massive ice spikes biome that has an extreme lack of light in there, aside from the bits of glowstone that I have placed down myself underneath me so you can at least see me. Anyhow, moving into the abilities, you've got the travel ability. Travel between the glacier and the overworld dimensions. This uses your primary origin's ability, which is normally binding G, but you can change it at any time. This takes a split moment to travel in between, but it actually has like a few minute cooldown before you can use it again to travel back to the other dimension that you were in a moment ago. As I mentioned before, this other dimension that you get as the glacier origin is a massive ice spikes biome, which is honestly a really cool biome and is really useful for getting a lot of ice, so it can be beneficial. Plus it's also a colder biome, as well as it allows you to take advantage of the maximum of your origin. Anyhow, moving into your next ability, you've got Frosty Feet. You have a permanent Frostwalker due to your feet being so frozen. Oh, great. This is perfect. When wearing boots, it disables this. Okay, good. Okay, so permanent Frostwalking. Frostwalker is its own thing. Frostwalker is an interesting enchantment that I don't like it too much in most ways. It's it's okay, but it's also annoying a lot of the time. So having the ability to deactivate by simply wearing boots is pretty nice. So I guess you're gonna get some boots on pretty damn early within the game, eh? Some more interesting information about the Frostwalker though is it's not exactly like the normal Frostwalker we all know with the enchantment. Instead, it works a lot differently. First off, it doesn't seem like that it actually goes away over time. I'm not 100% sure on that just yet, because it may potentially just take a lot longer to disappear than what the normal Frostwalker does, but it definitely doesn't disappear as fast as Frostwalker does if it actually disappears whatsoever. Another little bit of an interesting thing, we also have the fact that if you, let's say, fall from a height into water, it won't actually put the Frostwalker on the top layer of the water. It will just put it in the second layer of the water, or maybe even the third one, depending from how high you fall. It works very, very weirdly. It's a lot different to what the normal Frostwalker does. So I guess it's like, be very aware of that one, but that's about it to it. You can just remove it by wearing any form of boots on your armor slots, and that's about it. Moving to the next ability, you've got the Ice Summon. You have learned to open a sudden rift to the glacier, which lets out a freezing effect to nearby entities. This ability is where a possible issue might come up if you're playing with this origin in an older version of Minecraft, as this ability does make use of the freezing effect that you now gain in 1.17. As this effect is only present in 1.17, it was never present in any earlier version of Minecraft, so potentially this ability will not function correctly for you. Anyhow, how this ability works, it's your secondary ability binded to your secondary origin power key, which isn't actually put to any key whatsoever. You have to set the key of preference yourself with that one. When you use this ability, most mobs within like a 3 to 4 block range around you will be given this freezing effect for a few seconds. That'll take roughly 2-3 ticks of damage from the effect before the effect wears off of them. Then you have a short cooldown of around 30 seconds. As I've mentioned already, this ability has a range of around 3 to 4 blocks. Anything outside of that range will most likely not get affected by this ability unless it's the only mob around. That is in a case where it potentially might. Again, it doesn't always. That's one big caveat to it. Unless they're like right next to you, they won't always get hit by it. So it's one thing to always keep in mind with this ability, but that's about it for it. Moving into the next ability, you've got Snowman-ish. You look a bit like a snowman. Villagers feel safe when they're around you, so they give you better offers in return, aka permanent hero of the village 24/7. For those who don't know what the hero of the village buff does, all it does is it makes it so that villagers give you a discount on a lot of items, but they also tend to throw you some free items as well. Now, the items that they throw don't tend to be too much of a thing to worry about. It tends to be like common things like potatoes, carrots, redstone bits, some fish, and other bits and pieces along those lines that they tend to have a good amount from, and they tend to be super cheap to get from a villager in the first place. Now, to some people, the gift mechanic that comes with the hero of the village effect may be a cause of concern, as it does lead to villagers giving you free gifts, but like the biggest thing that they ever give you is arrows of potion tipped things. Because going through the list here, there is really nothing that is too overpowered. Like what? You can get chainmail armor for free, lapis, redstone, empty maps, some free food, free arrows that are tipped, leather, books, clay, wool, some stone tools, an iron axe, gold axe, and some wheat seeds. There is nothing too major that they can actually throw at you as a gift, which it's just one of its own things. And the other thing that comes along with this is you, let's say, turn the villages into zombie villages and then convert them back a few different times to get them to the point where they're only like worth one item for the trade. The hero of the village ability is ultimately useless after that point because it can't be decreased any further than just one item for the trade. So the ability is good in its own way, at least for the early game, but after a while it just becomes an ability that's useless. Moving to the next ability, you've got Frozen Body. Your body has been weakened by the frost that occurs within it. 2 less hearts than the normal Minecraft player. That ability is pretty self-explanatory. You just have 2 less hearts. You have 8 hearts instead of 10. You can pretty much understand from there. Moving to the next one, we've got Melt. You melt into hot biomes and in the Nether. Slowness 2 and a small damage effect over time while in these hot biomes. So the small damage effect over time takes 1 heart each and every time it actually ticks over, but it ticks over at a bit of a random pace. Sometimes it can take like good 10-15 seconds before you take damage, and sometimes it can happen twice in a quick succession of each other. Honestly, you take damage slow enough that you can counter it with food. You're just going to be consuming your food a lot quicker than what you would normally because you do take that damage very occasionally. Moving to your next ability, you've got Hydrophobia. You receive damage over time while in contact with water. Yeah, kind of understandable to be honest, because water is a melted form of ice and you're meant to be a glacial ice type origin, so it kind of makes sense that you take damage when you're in water because water's warm enough to cause you to start melting because, well, well, it's already melted water. Also at the same time, since we're back at the same spot that I made over with Frostwalker about like an hour-ish ago from recording, yeah, I can pretty much say that Frostwalker is kind of permanent with this version of it, so be wary of that. But now it's time to move on to the next variant of the Traveler. Welcome to the Scorched Dimension, the dimension that is home to the Scorched Traveler. Travelers of the Scorched World are humanoid beings living in another dimension called the Scorched World. There is no greenery, everything is entirely scorched. Moving to the first ability, you've got the travel ability, traveling between the Scorched and Overworld dimensions. Of course, this is key to your primary ability, just like it is for the Glacier Traveler. But the Scorched dimension is a lot more different. Instead of taking after a biome that you might find familiar within normal Minecraft, this takes after a biome that is more themed after a form of wasteland, with all form of greenery being entirely removed, with all form of greenery being replaced with the color purple. The purple grass, the purple long grass, as well as other bits and pieces like that, as well as being scattered and populated throughout by a massive collection of grayed out husks that will become your best friend in your time and stay inside of the Scorched dimension. Moving into the next ability, you've got the Scorched Monster Summon. After living for so long in the Scorched dimension, you've learned how to summon a portal to bring the beasts from your dimension to whenever you need them. This is a secondary ability for this origin. This summons 2 husks wearing a set of leather pants and boots towards your current location. This ability has a 1-minute cooldown and it can be used in all dimensions as well. These mobs follow the same looting tables as normal husks do, except for the fact that they also have the potential to drop the arms that they're wearing, so I guess in a technical way you could use this as an XP farm, but at the same time you have to wait up an entire minute before you can spawn another 2, so I guess it's like one of those things. I always like to check this because some people do get concerned about these things, but these are perfectly normal husks. They do drop their XP, they do drop the normal rotten flesh on the occasion, and they also have the ability to drop the armor that they're wearing as well. Moving to the next ability, you've got the Horrifying ability. Your look changed dramatically in the Scorched dimension. You now look horrifying. Not actually in IRL Minecraft, you don't look any different than normal. Hostile mobs don't attack you except for creepers, pillagers mobs, as well as boss. So really all the key common denominator mobs like the zombies, your skeletons, your spiders, they all won't hurt you. Creepers will still go after you because, you know, creepers, they just like to explode anyone anyhow. Endermen might go after you if you go and look at them for too long, but overall it does overall help you because most mobs don't tend to attack you, allowing you to avoid any form of mob interaction altogether except for creepers. Just look out for creepers, they can still sneak up behind you and implode. Also, if you do so happen to hit some of these hostile mobs, they will go after you as well, which one of the biggest things to keep an eye on is if you're in a Scorched dimension, just don't hit any of the husks, because that's all it spawns in the Scorched dimension. The moment you hit one of them, your best option is just to swap dimensions back to the overworld because they will all start chasing you. Moving to your next ability, you've got Scorch. Your body mutates to survive the Scorched world surroundings, aka fire does not hurt you, and same goes for the magma cubes as well as lava. These type of abilities don't really seem to be too much of a thing to really care about. Oh, you're immune to lava. It just means you can swim throughout in the Nether pretty easily. You don't have to worry about fire or anything along those lines too drastically. I mean, it null and voids a majority of what blaze damage can actually do to you. They can only do any damage to you if they come into close contact with you, as well as this completely avoids all forms of lava damage whatsoever, including swimming in it. So I hope you enjoy having a nice hot tub. Also, a mini side note, just so you guys know, the texture that I'm using to have the fire bring about a lot more than what it normally does, so it doesn't take up your entire screen, comes from vanilla tweaks. Moving to your next ability, you've got the Withered ability. The Scorched world wither your body away, meaning you can no longer take any form of damage from the wither effect. I don't know about you, but it sounds like to me that this origin is pretty Nether friendly to go into. You can go into the Nether because you can swim into the lava with no regards of the lava whatsoever. Everything's fine. Swim through that lava, no one's gonna care. Withers don't do any form of wither damage to you. Withers can still damage you, of course, because they do still do hit damage as well as the wither effect. Just they no longer can apply the wither effect on you, so you're entirely immune to wither effects. Moving into your next ability, you've got Weak Body. The Scorched world has weakened your skin and bones, meaning you have 2 less hearts. You have 8 hearts in total. It's exactly the same as the other version of the Traveler. You've also got Hydrophobia. Your withered and scorched body cannot survive anymore in water, so again, exactly the same as the other origin, and it has water difficulties and things along those lines. It's pretty self-explanatory. But moving on to the next new difference, you've got Monster. Villagers are afraid of you and will not trade with you. So instead of being given Hero of the Village indefinitely, I only have it still because I swapped from the other origin and haven't like lost it. It's a bit of a weird thing along those lines, but villagers do not trade with you whatsoever. Honestly, I love the way that this guy goes about this whole issue though. Instead of making it so that the villagers just outright don't trade with you whatsoever, instead if you go near any villagers, they become automatically invisible to you and you cannot see them whatsoever. This can lead to some pretty interestingly funny things that can occur when you enter a village at night time, because they're all invisible, they're all trying to get to their beds, they're all opening and closing doors, but you have no idea where they are. All you do is see doors opening and closing. If you do successfully right click on an actual villager, they do trade with you at the normal regular prices. But you have to find the villager first, because they're going to be completely invisible to you regardless of anything. Another bit of a side note, because villagers are afraid of you, iron golems will also kill you on sight. So that's another big important thing to keep an eye out on for. So any villagers that summon any form of iron golems, they will kill you. Normal iron golems are created by players won't, because they're completely different entirely. But summon golems, they will go after you and they will kill you, no hesitation asked. Moving into the next ability, you've got the freezing ability. You get weakness 1 and slowness 2 whilst in a cold biome. This is essentially the complete and utter opposite to what the other Traveler origin gets, except for the fact that you don't take damage over time, which, I don't know, we'll move on from this one because you'll understand for the next one. With homesickness, being out of your home dimension for too long starts to weaken your body as your world's not used to the world's natural coldness. So instead of having the natural deterioration of your own health over time in a cold biome, after 20 minutes of being in the overworld and not being in your normal dimension of the Scorcher world, you will start to take some damage. You'll start to slow down faster, you'll start to take a bunch of debuffs and multiple different things along those lines. Also, I'm not willing to wait like 20 minutes to figure this one out, considering I'm already behind with this video, but it's, from what I can tell, it's like roughly the same. Either way, let me know down in the comments down below, what do you think of these sets of origins? Do you think they're overpowered, underpowered? Do you think they need some balancing? What do you think could be changed? Let me know in the comments as always. And as always, a massive thank you to everyone who watched all the way to the end here, as it's a longer video than normal, and I highly appreciate the people that make it all the way to the end. Make sure you hit the like button if you did, and if you made it all the way to the end, comment pie, whatever, comment something along those lines, whatever. And as always, a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 channel members, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and Saturn, as well as my $10 member, 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. And until next time, guys, goodbye. Everyone likes a good origin that is able to warp between different dimensions, whether it be the normal dimensions of the actual Minecraft game itself, or whether it be some new custom dimensions. And today's origin is no different to that, an origin by the name of 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, created by Mr. Plague, the same guy who created the Filcher origin that I showcased around a month ago. Moving into it, the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 is a 2-impact origin, meaning it has about a medium impact upon the game, changing a few things but not a drastic amount. Moving through the description, hailing from a distant world, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 naturally draw and focus dimensional energy around themselves. But before we begin, I'm going to be live on Twitch tomorrow, starting the next 100-day series live, so if you want to know about the next 100-day series and what I'll be using, go there to make sure you get to know a lot sooner than everyone else. Either way, into the actual abilities themselves. Moving into your first ability, you got Dimension Jumper. You can travel between the Nether and the Overworld. If you have been to the end, it also gets added upon to your dimensional cycle. Upon activation, there is a delay of 10 seconds before you are teleported. During this short time, you are immobilized, infected with blindness, and take increased damage. Press your secondary ability key to change the direction of the cycle, which has a 1-minute cooldown. Now, the overall effect of this ability is really cool. Just everything about it, how it's actually created, is really well made. The sound effects and everything to it is really cool. When you go into the Nether, from what I can tell, maybe it's just my shaders doing it, you don't exactly get to have a proper blindness ability while in the Nether, but when in the Overworld, you're completely and entirely blind. I guess it might potentially be due to the shaders and how they act in the Nether, but moving on beyond that point, there is another big issue that there is to come with this origin ability here. There are occasions when you go into the Nether where you'll be dropped high up in the air and you'll fall to your death, or you'll fall into a pool of lava and die that way. This isn't exactly too good, to be honest. It can definitely screw you over very easily if you're not careful. As well, just by pressing a button, you go into the other dimension, you fall to your death and lose all your stuff, or fall into lava and lose all your stuff, and it's overall just not a fun thing to run through. Overall, the ability can be a bit annoying in that way. Now, of course, the next section of this ability is where you have the ability to also teleport to the end once you've gone to the end yourself. Meaning that you need to be able to go to the end and go back out of the end so meaning you need to beat the Ender Dragon, and this ability will add the end dimension as another dimension you warp to. This is when your secondary ability comes into use. So let's say you go from Overworld Never to the end, you can press your secondary ability key to go from Overworld Never to the end to end Never in the Overworld, so you go backwards in the normal progression that you've been doing the entire time, which can overall be something cool, but also weird at the same time. But as I said, there is one little issue with this. It spawns you at roughly the equivalent coordinates in the other dimension, meaning that there's always a potentiality that you'll just fall to your death. And it's as simple as that. In the end, it's not the same though, as it only puts you at the main spawn point in the end, because there is only one way you go into the end, but hey, that's pretty useful in that mind. But if you go to the Nether, you could fall to your death or fall into lava, so keep that in mind when using this ability. It could kill you. Well, at least that was a thought until it didn't do that, and it put me in the middle of nowhere where it dropped me into the void and killed me. So beware when using this ability, as you may potentially die, but it's a funny as hell ability to use in the first place. Moving into your next ability, you've got the Fluctuation. After a successful dimension jump, you are inflicted with a chance to teleport to a random dimension at a random time, increasing in likelihood each subsequent time you use dimension job with a cap of 5 times. Upon randomly teleporting, you take damage and cannot use dimensional jump for 5 minutes. Damage is dependent on how many times you use that dimensional jump. Chances can go back down over time. Now, I'll just say it here, it's pretty unlikely that you'll ever get a chance to actually use this other weird quirk of the abilities where it randomly teleports you to a random dimension at a random point in time. Mainly because of the fact that you're more likely to die throughout one of your early dimensional warps before you can actually get up to a point where this can potentially happen. As I showcased in a couple of different footages, it took me 2-3 different teleports to actually die. In fact, half the time when I teleported to the Nether dimension, I would immediately die, no questions asked, because I'd be dropped into a pit of lava. So hey, it's a cool ability that is there, but it's not exactly going to find a way to get pretty good use out of it, you know? It's just one of those things where it's like one of those out of control things. Disorientated. After teleporting through dimensions, you're inflicted with blindness, weakness, and glowing for 15 seconds. The damage you take during this period is drastically increased. This is what can lead to those deaths that don't seem fair at first, but then once you realize that you do take a crap ton extra damage whenever you finish teleporting a dimension, it kind of makes sense. For example, when you fall to your death, you may have only fallen like 4, 5, 6 blocks, but because you've got a drastically increased damage, it just insta-kills you because, well, of course it does. I mean, why wouldn't it? Why would it make sense for it to do that, you know? Moving to your next ability, you've got the Pull ability. When teleporting through dimensions, 3 nearby entities are brought with you. The homunculus and properties of 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, Ender Dragons, and sleeping entities conflict with your abilities, preventing them from being teleportable. Practically, you can teleport any mobs that are near you into another dimension, but it disables certain mobs that shouldn't really be transferred out of their current dimension from being that, such as end crystals, shulkers, withers, ender dragons, and sleeping entities, which I assume to be villagers, are just unable to be teleported via dimensions, which is fair enough, like completely fair, understandable, have a good day, but everything else is fair game. So have fun taking Endermen to the overworld, or taking zombie hoglins to the end dimension, or stuff along those lines. Some crazy shenanigans you can perform with this type of ability. And of course, when I was trying to record the section for this ability, I actually get the fluctuation thing from earlier, so there it is, I guess. Moving into the next ability, you got Interdimensional. The positions of all nearby players in all 3 dimensions are displayed around you as particle trails. Does not work when you're inflicted with blindness or invisibility. Yes, I'm a lonely man, so I don't exactly have access to this ability and show it properly because I don't have my other computer set up right now because I moved. So yeah. Yeah. Just imagine collection of particles floating in the air. That's roughly how the ability works. Moving on, we've got the Warping Form. Your body distorts and bends under stress, inflicting you with the glowing effect when you deal or take over 4 hearts of damage. The damage you take is additionally increased at the same time as well. So, yes, this is not good in PvP because the more damage you take, the more damage you'll increase. The more damage you take, the more damage you'll take over time. That made no sense. I apologize. Let's try that again. Basically, not good for PvP because as you take more damage, so when you get to a certain point, take a certain amount of damage, each damage you take takes a lot more damage than the last one. It's very weird how it works. Basically, the more damage you take, the more it stacks, the more it hurts. I'm making this more complicated than what it actually is, and you also start glowing, so it makes it harder and more difficult for you to actually run away from the enemy player. Overall, this origin seems to be a bit of a weird, has a lot of weird buggy issues with it. Maybe that's potentially because of the fact that this is actually meant to be a 1.16.5 origin, and I was playing around with it in 1.17. So maybe it's just not friendly to being used in 1.17, which kind of sucks because that's where I want to do these abilities and show them off a little more often, because it does work a lot better in those things, slightly more optimized and etc, other beautiful things on those lines. So that may potentially be the issue of this origin, why it's so many things are broken, mainly because of the fact that I'm playing it in 1.16.5, no, since I'm playing it in 1.17 instead of 1.16.5, which is what the update looks to be up. So I recommend that you test it out in 1.16.5 when you go to play around with it, because it seems to have a lot less issues when you're playing around with it in there. But either way, did you enjoy the video from yesterday, the 100-day video? I do intend to make some more of them since that one did fine. As I said, I'm going to be streaming the next one over on Twitch very, very soon, so go check out over there. There's going to be some things coming over there very, very soon. But either way, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit the like button down below, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and until next time, guys, massive thank you to my channel members, my $25 member 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼, and my $10 member Deception. Until next time, guys, goodbye. Today's Monday, right? Just want to quickly address something from yesterday's video. If you don't care, look at the timestamp on screen, skip to that. I'm just going to briefly go over it. Essentially speaking, I'm going to keep daily uploading till the end of July. Once July ends, I'll move to that new schedule, going to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, with an extra video on the weekend being probably the SCP server once it starts. Either way, let's get into the video. In today's Origins mod showcase video, I'm going to be covering the Doctor Strange based origin created by the user known as Spectre from the Origins Discord server. Of course, this is based off of Doctor Strange from the Marvel universe and the movies, the comics, and everywhere else that he's been seen. So most of these abilities are kind of based off of what he's been shown off in the movies, and that's where it's mostly based upon, but there are some little bits and pieces that come from everything else too. This data pack is for 1.17, and it might work on 1.16, but it might also break a lot of things, and maybe certain things that are exclusive to 1.17. You kind of know the gist of this by now. Practically speaking, it's made for 1.17. You might get it to work in 1.16, but things might break. This does work for 1.17.1, don't worry about that either. But before we get started, I'd just like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below, as well as hit the like button, as there's over 100,000 of you guys who actively watch more than a couple of my videos, and it'd be appreciated if just a few of you guys hit the subscribe button down below. Either way, let's get started. Let's roll into the description of this origin. Doctor Strange, formerly renowned surgeon Dr. Stephen Strange, now serves as the Sorcerer Supreme, Earth's foremost protector against magical and mystical threats. Moving into the abilities, you've got Master Sorcerer. You're able to shape and manipulate eldritch magic, which is your primary ability. So there are two variants when it comes down to this primary ability. First off, you've got the Shield of Sauron, which will create a magic shield that will protect you from all types of damages when you use your right click button whilst you press your primary button. And your secondary ability with your primary ability, you've got the Seven Sons of Sinnebus. This deadly spell is able to generate an enormous blast of fiery energy. Essentially speaking, pressing your G button, your primary ability key, and then hitting left click. So let's go through and how this actually functions. When you press your primary ability button, you'll have the ability to use one of the two abilities. What happens is that the Doctor Strange magic circle appears around your right hand on your Minecraft character, and then you either press left or right click in order to use one of your two abilities. This will keep you in magic mode still, so in order to get out of it, you just have to press your primary key button again, and then you'll be put back to a normal Minecraft character instead of being in the magic mode. So starting off with your primary attack ability, with this ability, when you use your left click button, you'll shoot a few fireballs towards whatever you're facing towards. Quick bit of warning here, if you have fire tick on, be careful on what direction you shoot it at, because if you shoot at anything wooden or anything that can burn, this will spread and light up whatever's around it. This ability does a fair amount of damage in comparison to what most things do. Can one-shot a cow, didn't try it with other mobs just yet, but his ability at the same time, once you use your attack ability, you will be blind and given nausea for a few seconds, and you'll also be given max slowness, pretty much disabling your ability to move for a short amount of time. Practically speaking, this ability will make it so it's a bit more painful for you. When you use your attack ability, you'll be slowed and your movement will be stopped overall. This ability has a very short cooldown of roughly 10 to 15 seconds. Another quick piece of information, this ability is also ineffective if your target is in water. It will pretty much make most of the effects of this ability null and void. Moving into your defensive ability, this one is also pretty interesting purchasing itself, this will make you completely immune to damage for around 15 seconds before the ability wears out. The cooldown for your primary defensive ability is around 30 seconds as a cooldown, whereas it'll be around halfway through the cooldown charger when you get to the end of the actual resistance itself. It gets roughly the same effects at the start of it with a bit of noise, and blindness and mega slowness as like a flashing thing as you using the ability, but then you get given max resistance and a fair amount of slowness. You're pretty damn slow, but you've also got an extreme amount of resistance, making so you don't take any damage whatsoever for the time frame that you're in that ability. Moving into your secondary ability, you have time manipulation. Using the Eye of Agamotto, which housed the time stone, you had the ability to control the flow of time. As with most other abilities similar to in nature of this one, it practically slows down the game, kind of. It slows down the movement of mobs and everything around you in that nature, but doesn't slow down the ticking of damage, as you will notice in this clip. But the zombies take the same amount of pace of damage as they would have with the time being normal, but their movement is noticeably slower on land than what it normally is, so it's a bit of a weird thing. You won't exactly know that the game's been slowed down until you see mobs moving at like a tenth of the speed of their normal thing. Moving into the Clock of Levitation, there's two abilities that work and function with this one. First off, you've got Flight Assistance. Sneak and jump at the same time, you'll be given the levitation effect for a handful of seconds, and Combat Assistance, when you get hurt, your cloak will pull you back, which is your passive ability. So first off, going through your levitation ability, as said already, when you hold the shift and space button at the same time, you'll be given 10 seconds of levitation, you'll float up into the air. Some of the beauties behind this is it's going to be a really good way to escape situations in mixture with the next ability we'll go over in just a brief moment. But another beautiful thing that this does is it also counters the whole slowness and blindness thing you gain when you use your primary attack ability, as you're floating throughout the sky, meaning that even when you use your primary attack ability, you'll get the normal effects, but you won't be slowed at all. You'll still be moving at roughly the same pace as you was beforehand. Moving into your combat assistance, when you get hit by any form of mob or anything, take any form of damage whatsoever, you'll be pretty much shot back in what is kind of like a very powerful knockback. A knockback of which that you have kind of some amount of control over, not too much precisely, but enough to at least have a bit of potential to move in a direction of your own choice. Also, when you're up against like even a one block wall, this might completely negate what the ability does, but still burn the cooldown anyhow. But one of the more interesting things with this ability, it will knock you up into the air a few blocks as well, so you'll be able to use it in conjunction with your levitation ability to escape any form of situation you might have gotten yourself into. Moving into your next ability, you've got the Bill Comes Due. You have a bar that will fill up whenever you use your powers, and when it reaches max level, you'll get blindness, nausea, and slowness. Now, this is the ability that I was talking about just a moment ago with how we have the ability whenever you use your primary attack ability, you'll get slowness and nausea and blindness and all this mixed into one. Now, that actually is a separate thing with its own separate bar, which is the top bar that's always on your screen at all times. It's a yellow one with a bit of a flame on the side of it. Practically speaking, the closer that is to full, the closer you will be to activating this ability on accident. Now, what happens is roughly your primary ability will do more than half the bar, so you've got to be very careful of that. As you use maybe your primary attack and your primary defense, you'll be given these effects. And the other thing about it is the bar won't automatically reset when you get given these effects. They'll slowly cool back down regardless if you get the effects or not, meaning you can get it twice in a row or 3 times in a row depending on how often you tend to use your abilities. Moving into your next ability, you've got Magic User. You are unable to use normal weapons, but a little bit of a thing that you come aside with that is the fact that you also have Strength 4, so it kind of counteracts the fact it allows you to use your bare hands and still do a fair amount of damage, but you just can't use normal weapons anymore. Moving into the next thing, you've got 9 lives. You have 1 less heart of health than what normal Minecraft players do, and again, this one's self-explanatory. You have 9 hearts instead of 10, so, you know, pretty normal for Minecraft standards. And then going to the next thing, you've got Large Appetite. You exhaust much quicker than others, thus requiring you to eat far more than the average Minecraft player. So, let me know, what do you like about this origin? What are your thoughts on it? It's a very complicated magic-wise one. Once you get to understand, it's actually quite a bit of fun. It's a bit on the overpowered side, I do have to admit. But let me know, what are your thoughts on it? What do you think about it? You think it's a good one? Do you think it's a bad one? What are your thoughts? Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to slap that like button down below. Also, big bit of news, the members SMP server is coming very, very soon. I'm like setting it up right now. And also, massive thank you to my channel members, my $10 member, especially Decept. And until next time, guys, goodbye. In today's video, we're going to be going over our dragon-based origins for the Origins mod made by the Discord user 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. But before we get started, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below because we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers for the end of 2021 and we do this almost every single day. Either way, let's get into it. This origin is an almost dragon-based origin. Essentially speaking, after a long line of dragonborns beating with dragons, you have become the closest thing to a dragon while still maintaining the standard dragonborn physique that has become extremely common among the humanoid-based dragon. Practically mean, the idea behind this is it's meant to be as close to a dragon-based origin you possibly can while still keeping it to the confines of the human Minecraft figure that you are. But unlike most other dragon-born origins, it actually has the ability to have wings, so you can technically fly, but there's a bit of a caveat to that, and we'll get over that in the abilities right about now. Either way, running through the pros and cons, we've got Dragon Breath. The fire and magic in your belly can be summoned to rage upon others. Be aware you can still get harmed from these effects yourself. Practically speaking, it's the dragon breath that the ender dragon throws on you in the end battle fight. Essentially speaking, it's kind of like that. It's slightly smaller around that, but moving on to the next thing, you've got dragon wings. Much like any of your ancestors, you actually have the ability to fly. Unlike the pure dragons though, you cannot hover yet. Practically just an elytra, essentially speaking. Dragon strength. Born in the skies, your legs are stronger and allow you to jump far higher. You can gather all of your strength to launch yourself higher and take flight. Again, the whole launching yourself and taking flight has the ability. It's basically one of those mostly done a lot by a lot of different origins. It was started by the Elytran origin. It's been done in many other origins that have wings from the get-go. It's basically just a really cool thing to have at the start because what's the point in having Elytra wings when you can barely use them because you don't have any rockets yet? And then of course just a better jump overall. Like that's pretty good. Going on to Dragon's Resilience, surpassing the Dragonborn ancestors, you have come closer to anything to being a dragon, making your scales and hide stronger than any others before you. Full extra bar of both armor and health. Intent was to survive the earlier stages of fighting dragons. Essentially speaking, you get a massive boost in not only armor, but in health as well. And then last out of the pros, you've got Dragon's Vision. I wonder what those eyes can see. Essentially speaking, you've got night vision by default as a dragon, meaning you don't need those potions and you don't need actual torches in order to see things. So hey, that just makes it a little bit easier for you in your life. Either way, moving on into the cons, there's only actually two of them, which you might think is a bad thing considering all the good pros and stuff along those lines, but let's roll through them. First off, you're a carnivore. Nearly a dragon, your body cannot sustain any food except for meat, which is kind of just an understandable thing. It happens a lot with a lot of these origins that are based off of real life things or things that have been in fantasy and stuff along those lines. Only being able to eat meat as a dragon is understandable, and thick hands. Almost attaining the full dragon form means it's difficult to use a shield, so you tend not to use one. Essentially speaking, you can't use a shield whatsoever. An added piece of information that the creator added into this origin is a lot of this stuff is basic to being a dragonborn. The intent behind this was to make a playing dragonborn a bit more safe while playing the medieval Minecraft mod pack. I tend to avoid adding cons, but if there's any that are needed, let me know with some suggestions if any. Again, this is intended for usage inside of the medieval Minecraft mod pack. One of the weirder things to be aware of when playing around with this origin is it's definitely, it's got its own little weird quirks and bits and pieces to go with it. First off, when you're playing around with your Dragon's Breath, there are very often occasions where when you throw the Dragon's Breath, if it doesn't hit something immediately after you throw it, the Dragon Breath effect will actually spawn right on top of you, dealing damage to you. And I'm not 100% sure about this one because it doesn't say so in any form of cons list, but there seems to be that fall damage has been turned up by a good notch, as well as the magic damage you get from the Dragon's Breath also hurts a lot more than what it normally would, considering you're meant to have near full armor from the very get-go. So I feel like from just playing around with this, it definitely does seem like it's on the level of maybe it's a bit overpowered when you consider the fact that there's only two actual known cons in there. But when you go through all the other bits and pieces around it, and being the fact that it really doesn't have too many good things about it in the overall grand scheme of things, it may seem like that those abilities and those pros are really, really good. They need to have something overkill to balance it out in the con section, but from just playing around with it, I feel like it'd just be another average playthrough like an Elytran, because you have the ability to shoot fireballs and you have armor immediately. Yeah, you have a bit few more abilities in comparison to normal, but overall I feel like that there's definitely a heightened increase on fall damage because that fall damage hurt in the many different times where I accidentally disabled my Elytra or hit the ground wrong when flying around with the Elytra and many other different things along those lines. I'd definitely say this is definitely one to go check out for yourselves. As always, I'll leave a download link for the data pack in the description down below. This one should work in 1.17. I was playing around with it in 1.17, but I'm not 100% sure if it was working correctly or not. But until next time, guys, make sure to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Goodbye. In today's video, we're going to be taking a look at an evolving penguin origin known as the Penguino, made by the Discord user Look, aka 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. Essentially, the idea behind this origin is it's meant to be inspired by other penguin origins, but has a lot of its own differences to make it somewhat unique to it. And of course, there's also the evolving aspect of it, which we'll get to later on in the video. Now, this is a 1.17 base origin. It does not exactly work too well in 1.16. You also require the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 mod, which honestly, in most situations, you're best off also making sure you have the extra origins mod, as that most of the time is what these mods rely on to actually get the small part to function. So you're with me so far with this information? Cool, make sure to slam that like button if you are. Anyway, let's move into the description of this origin. Born with blood of a penguin, you share some similarities with their skills and properties as the Emperors of the Sea. This is a 3 impact based origin, meaning it's got the maximum impact on your average Minecraft playthrough that origins can have. Either way, let's go into the abilities. First up, we have water superiority. You're better equipped to deal with the water and its many threats. You can naturally swim faster, and you can also see better in the water and can deal extra damage to mobs whilst you're in the water or in the rain. So first things first, you still can't breathe underwater like penguins can't either, but you are way faster when swimming, like I think roughly twice if not 3 times faster than the average swim speed, as well as you can 2-shot squid instead of like 3-shot with your fist, as well as many other beautiful benefits that this water superiority ability gives you when you're in the water. Moving into the next ability, you've got rock hopping. Take a leaf out of Rockhopper's book and you're able to jump far higher than normal. Essentially speaking, with this ability you can jump up to 1.5 blocks high, and you're not actually given any form of jump ability effect, meaning that you can drink the potion of leaping and actually get even higher jumps of up to 2.5 blocks high. Anyhow, moving on to your next ability, you've got an ability known as belly slide. You're able to enter a swimming state on land as belly slide. Press the primary key in order to toggle this state. Yes, this ability looks as bad as ridiculous as it sounds. You are essentially swimming on land, but honestly this ability is really cool, and honestly I haven't seen it on any other origins as of yet. One of the more interesting parts about this is actually far faster than just walking regularly, well, because of course it is. But your jump boost is ultimately removed, and you can only jump up to 1 block high when you're in your sliding state. Also, another thing to note is that when you're in your sliding state, because of how much faster you are, it's actually quite difficult to jump up blocks in general. It's all about like very niche timing, which is very difficult and very easy to actually miss and disable the sliding when you hit a wall. Either way, very cool primary ability. Moving on to the next ability, you've got small stature. Due to being part penguin, you're smaller than the average Minecraft player size. So for size specifics, you're roughly around about slightly bigger than 1 block tall, but you're less than 1.5 blocks tall. You're roughly about 1.25 blocks tall when it comes down to the Minecraft player, but this does mean that you're able to breathe air when sitting in a 1 block deep set of water. Moving into your next ability, you've got Cold Home. The player spawns in an ice spikes biome. Now this is both a really cool ability and a bad one at the same time. First off, it's a really good ability because you spawn in a very rare biome by default, which is ultimately really cool, saves you from having to look for this biome. But it's really bad by default because again, it's a really rare biome, and sometimes this could mean that you're thousands of blocks away from spawn. For example, in this world used in this video, I'm at an x-axis of -1300 and a z-axis of 800 blocks. Essentially speaking, I'm way over 1,000 blocks away from the actual spawn of the world. Moving on to your next ability, you've got Carnivore. You're only able to eat meat due to your penguin nature. No veggies for you. I'm 99.9% sure most of you already understand what this means by now. You can only eat meat forms of foods. This means that you cannot touch golden apples whatsoever, meaning that you miss out on those beautiful abilities that food gives you. Either way, moving into the next ability, we've got the 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼 ability. After staying out of contact with water for a while, you'll become slower and weaker overall. This does not apply though if you're in a snowy biome of any sort. This ability should be pretty self-explanatory. You just get slowness and weakness in biomes that are not cold / when you're not in water. Moving into your next ability, you've got Penguin Health. Due to your size and blood, you only have 7 hearts in total, making you overall weaker in comparison to the average Minecraft player. Moving into your next ability, you've got Polar Nemesis. Due to being part penguin, polar bears will always go aggro on you. It literally just means that they're just not going to be neutral towards you. They're just going to be on the attack immediately, so be wary of polar bears when you're in this origin. Moving into your next ability, you've got Heat Vulnerability. You take increased fire damage overall, and you also start to burn when you're in hot biomes. Pretty much the moment that you walk into the boundaries of a hot biome, you'll be set alight almost immediately, but the moment you walk out of the boundaries, you'll also be cooled off immediately as well. So essentially speaking, you don't have to worry too much if you step into a fire biome very briefly, because you'll immediately be off fire the moment that you step out of the biome, regardless of how long you were on fire for. Moving to your next ability, you've got Intruding Feathers. Due to your large amount of feathers, you are unable to wear armor better than chainmail whatsoever. You get the drill by this by now. You can't just wear any form of heavy armor except for gold, because gold's one of those weird exceptions because of how weak it is overall. Despite the fact it's super heavy, it should not be allowed either way, but you get the point with that one anyhow. Now we've run through the main abilities for the normal variant of the Penguino. How about we evolve it? Now, how do you evolve the Penguino? Essentially speaking, once you've defeated the Ender Dragon, your origin evolves and becomes the evolved Penguino. Let's go do that now. Did you enjoy that little edit there? Make sure to subscribe if you did, as well as if you like more content like this. Either way, let's move on to the now evolved Penguino origin. Starting off with your new description, after eliminating the evil Ender Dragon, the spirits of your young lost ancestors speak to you and pass their ancient knowledge for your disposal, making you an evolved Penguino. So let's go through your new abilities. First off, we've got Large Breaths. The knowledge of your ancestors' breaths allow you to actually breathe underwater. Overall, really cool boost for an origin that is already really good underwater. Moving into your next ability, you've got Flightless No More. Your ancestors have passed down their knowledge on you how to use wings for both land and sea. You are now able to glide. Essentially speaking, after you beat the Ender Dragon, you get gifted a free set of Elytra wings that are permanently attached to your body and don't have any form of durability. I mean, practically most people will pretty much get Elytras not long after they beat the Ender Dragon. This just saves the process of doing that, plus removes durability as a factor. Moving into your next ability, you've got Rockhopper Leap. The knowledge of an ancient master Rockhopper allows you to launch high up in the air. Use your secondary button to activate this ability. Essentially speaking, it's practically a rocket replacement, except for the fact that it has a slightly longer cooldown than what you would probably like when it comes to a rocket replacement. Of course, if you're good enough with flying around with an Elytra, you should be able to stay in the air for a long enough time period of time in order for the rocket to be able to recharge and use it again and continue to move you. But overall, it's kind of like a rocket powered, but it's slightly slower than a cooldown than what you would like if it wants to be a full-on replacement / supplement to rockets. Anyway, moving on to the next ability, you've got Aqua Affinity. Essentially speaking, it's exactly what it does in the armor. You have the ability to break blocks on the water at the same speed as what you would on land. There is really no need to beat around the bush with this one, because it's basically exactly how it says it is. You can just break blocks just as fast on the water as you can on land, with the ability to also breathe underwater, as well as mixing with your abilities to move faster and see better underwater. Essentially speaking, the evolved penguin is a slightly better Merling when you get to evolve it, but before you evolve it, it's a slightly worse off Merling overall, because you still can't breathe underwater. Honestly, I feel like this isn't exactly a replacement for the Merling. This is a really good origin in its own right, with its own special abilities that I think are really cool, especially the concept of belly sliding in the game as your main ability, which is just really cool, and I've actually not seen it used on other origins before. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure you hit the like button down below, make sure you hit the subscribe button if you're new around here, and a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $10 member, 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼, and until next time guys, goodbye. Hello everybody, welcome back to another Origins Showcase video. In this Origins Showcase, I'm going to be showcasing the Extra Origins expansion mod for the Origin mod. Essentially speaking, Extra Origins adds 3 new Origins to the Origins mod that require the use of the Baku mod that allows you to have shrink different sized mods. And because I don't want to clutter up my community tab too much with polls, go follow my Twitter if you want to help influence what video gets made next. I've got a poll up right now asking you what expanded pack do you want to see next on this channel. Either way, before we get started, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button God now, boys, trying to get to 100,000 subscribers for the end of 2021 and help you any help towards that goal would be absolutely amazing. Either way, timestamps will be in the description for all 3 origins. Let's get started. Starting off with the Floran origin, a species of plant people that obtain their nutrients from the sun and gain strength from water, a 2 impact based origin. Running through the abilities, running through your pros, green thumb. You can grow plants at the cost of some of your hunger. Essentially speaking, this ability allows you to bone meal crops, plants, trees, and as well as the grass bits and pieces to get some random flowers and things along those lines at a very high amount of rate. If you do it around the daytime, it will actually affect your health bar overall less due to one of the abilities we'll cover in a moment, but overall this is a pretty useful ability and it roughly stinks out your hunger bar in around 5 to 6 tries. The next pro is an ability called photosynthesis. You are saturated by being exposed to the sunlight. Essentially speaking, your hunger bar will actually fill up over time when you're within the sunlight. This ability takes around 20 seconds to go from absolutely no hunger to max, so keep that in consideration when it comes down to it. It's not going to be instantaneous type hunger fill up, it's going to be a bit of a slow process. It'll take roughly around the same amount of time it does to take an equal amount of most food times in order to get back up to the max hunger. Either way, moving on to the next pro, you've got absorbing. You deal 2 more damage when wet. Essentially speaking, you only do an extra 2 bit of damage when you're sitting in water, whether you're in the rain or other bits and pieces along those lines, and it does not change depending on what type of weapon you're using. It will only ever add 2 damage on top of whatever you deal by default. Moving into the cons now, we've got a con known as delicate. Biomes that are too hot or too cold will actually give you slowness when you enter them. Now, one key thing to always keep in mind is this will not actually give you the slowness effect itself, it will just slow down your character as a whole, meaning that you can still be given the slowness potion effect and still be drastically harmed by that. There is a noticeable slowdown that comes with that, but it's not exactly too drastic either. It's just one that will be just like, oh okay, I'm a little bit slower now when you're running through deserts or cold biomes. And moving on to the last con, we've got Nectarvore. You can only consume honey bottles in order to regain hunger. It does exactly what it says on the tin. You can only eat honey bottles. Go figure. Anyhow, moving on to the Inchling origin, a subspecies of humans that are incredibly small. They utilize their size to hide from enemies and navigate small spaces. Moving into the abilities, bite size, you are 4 times smaller than a regular person, you also have 5 less hearts, 0.5% more attack speed, 0.25 less attack range, as well as 1 less build range. Essentially speaking, you become a little speedy boy. Mainly because of you being far smaller, you are obviously a little bit faster. You're also far more annoying to hit when it comes down to it, so it kind of counteracts your 5 less hearts. But of course you can't exactly get as far of a range as what you would when you're the normal sized Minecraft player, just so it's not exactly too overkill. Like, you're still going to be the annoying ankle hitter that you are because you're like so tiny, but you're still going to be easy to get if people are smart enough. Moving to the next ability, you've got Nimble. You are immune to thorns as well as velocity based damage types. Essentially speaking, because you were shrunk, you are far more mobile, meaning you're far more susceptible to taking any form of thorn damage, any form of falling damage. So what the guys have done here, they've pretty much made it so you're immune to that because you're so damn fast. Moving into the next ability, you've got Small Appetite. You require less food to keep going. Essentially speaking, it takes far longer to burn down your hunger bar, which really is just going to be overall helpful considering you're going to be moving a lot more faster than normal as well. Moving to your next ability, you've got the ability known as climbing. You're able to climb any kind of wall, not just ladders. Essentially speaking, this one also says what it does in the tin. You can just climb up anything. Absolutely anything. As long as you can touch it, you can climb up it, no problems asked. Climbing up a cactus, you can do that. Climb up a tree, you can do that as well. Many other different bits and pieces. This just allows you to move so much better around the area, mainly because of the fact that due to you being smaller, your jumps are also a lot smaller. Overall, the Inchling doesn't exactly have that many actual cons, the biggest one being just the sheer fact that you're shrunk in size and therefore everything else about your Minecraft play has been shrunk at the same time. Either way, moving to the final origin of this mod pack, we have the Piglin origin. This one is by far the most detailed one out of the lot. Running through the description, natures of the Nether, Piglins are very fond of gold and are experts at utilizing it. Moving on to the abilities, we've got All That Glitters. Golden tools deal extra damage and golden armor has additional protection. Golden equipment also lasts much longer than normal, but non-gold and non-netherite equipment will also break far faster. Netherite armor gives a small speed boost when wearing a full set. Essentially speaking, for just a very brief breakdown, each tool will take roughly 2 bits of durability damage for every single use when it's not the golden or the netherite tools instead of a single durability of use. Golden tools will also take around 20 blocks of breaking before they actually start taking any form of durability damage whatsoever. Essentially 20 blocks on a golden tool or around that equals 1 durability, and 1 block on any other tool aside from Netherite will equal 2 durability, and Netherite is the default where it only takes a single durability. In order to get the speed effect with the Netherite armor, you need to be wearing a full set of Netherite armor, and it will not actually give you a proper speed effect, it will just increase the amount of movement that you have, meaning that you can still drink speed potions and have even more of an increase in speed. Roughly speaking, golden tools will have around 5 to 10 times more durability than normal, and ore tools aside from Netherite tools will have half the durability than normal. Moving on to the next ability, you've got Piglin Neutrality. Piglins will not attack you on sight unless provoked. Brutes will still attack on sight though. Essentially speaking, this is kind of like the situation where you're already wearing gold armor, except for the fact that you're not actually wearing gold armor anymore, they're just defaulted to being passive towards you. But of course, if you attack them, they will attack you back, and brutes being brutes, they will still go after you. Moving into your next ability, you've got Crossbow Master. You deal 75% more damage with crossbows. Essentially speaking, you deal 1.75 damage when you hit someone with a crossbow. It's a little bit more of a complication to understand, and I can't exactly show it off either because it doesn't exactly show too well, because it's very inconsistent on how it looks, because it doesn't exactly deal twice the amount of damage, and it means that you don't exactly kill things twice as quickly, but you do kill things slightly quicker than before with your crossbow. Hope that's a bit understandable there. This damage increase also allows you to one-shot a few more mobs than what you were able to before, some of them including the piglins themselves you can now one-shot directly, but overall doesn't it provide too significant of a difference. Anyway, moving to your next ability, you have Nether Inhabitant. Your natural spawn will be in the Nether, so whenever you die or get killed, unless you've already slept in a bed, you will respawn in the Nether. Moving into your cons, you've got Homesick. When outside of the Nether, you zombify, becoming undead and immune to fire, but you will also become slower. Essentially speaking, to break it down, poison potions will do no effect to you, regeneration potions will also not affect you, instant damage potions will heal you, and instant health potions will damage you. As well as another little bit of a noticeable side effect is that your character is going to be overall very jittery when it comes down to it when it's out in the overworld, which you can see on screen now. Also, unlike the slowness from the previous origins, this one will actually give you a slowness debuff on your character instead of it just affecting your character overall. Moving to the next ability, Carnivore. Your diet is restricted into meat and you are unable to eat vegetables whatsoever. This also includes golden apples, meaning that you're unable to use golden apples whatsoever. Essentially speaking, this ability is pretty self-explanatory. Moving to the next con, you've got Flabby. You have 2 less hearts than the health of most Minecraft players. This one is quite self-explanatory, you just have less health. Moving to the next ability, you've got Soul Spoot. You are afraid of soul fire, becoming weak whenever near it. This applies to all forms of soul fire, not only normal soul fire, but also soul torches, soul lanterns, and soul campfires. Before you leave this video, I'd like to ask you guys to go check out the Twitter, go vote on the poll. At this current point in time, Mob Origins is reading for the chances to be the next video, but until next time guys, if you did enjoy, make sure to slap that like button, slap the subscribe button, and as always, a massive shout out to my channel members, my $10 member Deceptor, my $5 member Just Dino, and Alina Zoo. If you want to help the channel and help support me do what I love to do here, make sure to hit the join button down below. It's highly appreciated, but you don't have to. Either way, until next time guys, goodbye, and I'll see you again tomorrow. There are a huge collection of origins that I did not correctly cover back when I originally did make anything on them. Mainly a lot of the ones from ages ago, I didn't actually give any proper reviews or any proper content around them, so I thought that I would start to revisit some of the older ones and actually make a video that serves them justice. So in today's video, we're going to be going through the Fallen Angel Remastered origin created by the Discord user known as Snail from the Origins Discord server. This origin was originally made for version 1.16.5. According to the creator themselves, it doesn't actually quite function in 1.17.1, but I am attempting to use it in that version anyhow to see what exactly happens. So word of warning, if there's any weird bugs or issues when it comes to the abilities or things along those lines, it's most likely because I'm not in the original version intended for this origin. So let's get started and move into the actual origin itself. The Fallen Angel is a 3 impact origin, meaning it has a maximum impact upon the game. After spending an eternity in hell, you finally escaped and are craving some revenge. So let's move into the abilities. Moving into the first ability, we got Hydrophobia. You receive damage over time while in contact with water. Okay, we're getting the boring abilities out of the way first, which I quite like. We're going to have the more interesting ones, the back end of the ability list, which I think is pretty nice, but yeah, everyone knows what this ability does by now. You die from water, and if you don't want to die from water, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below, as we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers for the end of 2021, and help towards that goal would be absolutely amazing. Self-plug aside, let's move into the next ability. Moving into the next ability, we've got Sturdy Skin. Even without wearing armor, your skin will provide you natural protection. This ability ability increases your natural protection by 8 armor points, meaning that you have 4 bars filled up on your armor bar immediately. This also means that at iron armor you have a maximum armor points, and pretty much diamond armor will only be useful for armor toughness, as normal Minecraft doesn't exactly allow you to go any higher than the normal diamond toughness without any form of modding. Moving to the next ability, you've got Carnivore. You can only eat meat. You know what this does already, you've seen it in many origins, you can only eat meat. Simple as that. Ironically, this is the first ability that doesn't quite function correctly in 1.17, because instead of just being only able to eat meat, you can't eat anything whatsoever, which I find it quite funny that this is one of the first abilities that's entirely broken, so just be aware of that. I'm going to point out the ones that don't work as intended in this video. Anyhow, now we've gone over the boring ones, let's get into the more interesting origins abilities that comes with this one. Moving into our next ability, you've got Deadshot. You can shoot a Wither Skull. This is your secondary ability. Again, you have to key this yourself to whatever key of your preference, because the secondary key is not binded by default, so yeah, you can shoot a Wither Skull. This Wither Skull can do ground damage. It will cause you damage if you're not careful with it. It does not give the wither effect though, so that's something interesting about it. And also a weird quirk that I've seen with it, I'm not sure if this is how it is in 1.17 or whether this is just a normal thing to it. Instead of using the default sounds that the Wither Skull uses when it gets shot by the wither, it actually uses phantom noises, which you can see in the subtitles in the bottom right hand corner. So pretty interesting thing about that one, but yeah, Wither Skeleton, you can use that, which could be pretty useful. If you're good enough, you can actually use it to fly with an elytra instead of using rockets. Again, you do take damage, but you know, it's pretty cool. It also has a certain range and how far it can go before it doesn't actually hit anything, and it'll disappear before it hits anything, but hey, it's pretty useful nevertheless. On further testing, a quick correction, it does give the wither effect to mobs that you hit with it, and also it does have a little bit of a longer range than what I initially thought, but it just unloads the actual head itself far closer to you than what it could actually reach. Like, it can reach potentially hundreds of blocks, but it will disappear from view within a few blocks of it leaving you, so be aware of that one. Moving into your next ability, you've got Dragonic Flight. After you died, you lost your wings, but you'll soon find out that you won't need them whatsoever. You basically have an invincible elytra by default. This is why I kind of made reference to the whole Wither Skull thing being able to be useful as a boost when you have an elytra, because you have an elytra by default, but it's also invisible. Another little funny thing, if you do right click when you have an elytra in your hand, it will actually put it on and you can actually see a visible elytra, so it's a bit of a weird one like that, because at most origins when they give you an elytra by default, it stops you from being able to put an elytra into your inventory slot, but you can do that with this one here. So it's just a funny thing, you can have an elytra without having an elytra, and then also add an elytra on top of your elytra. It doesn't do anything, and by what I can tell, it doesn't exactly do much to the durability as the normal elytra either, but I don't think it's really good information to know about that, because you're going to want to use that armor slot for a chest plate anyhow. A very weird quirk that comes with this is you can't actually use a firework rocket to actually boost you in the air. Now, I'm not 100% sure if this is actually something that comes with the origin itself, or is it just a bit of a bug for it being in 1.17, so it may work better in 1.16.5, but again, we're playing around with it in 1.17 because it's also fun to see what breaks about it too. Moving into the next ability, you've got Fall Immunity. You're immune to all forms of fall damage. Okay, boring ability time, you don't take fall damage. Done. Moving into the next ability, you've got Trauma. To feel the fire brings back you supposed to be torture in hell, so you take more damage from fire by default. I think it's safe to say that the damage that is increased is not precisely 2 times. I think it's around slightly less than 2 times the amount of damage you take by default when fire, but it is still enough that if you stand fire for a little bit too long or hit lava, you will most likely die from the fire if you don't have any form of water nearby. Yes, you'll take water from damage from water by using it, but hey, if you do it quick enough, it will overall save your life rather than kill you, so beware of that one. But yeah, beware of fire, it's going to do a little bit more damage than you. Just a little bit less than double time though. Moving into your next ability, you've got Light Skin. You're translucent due to you being a demon. Simple one again, but it's pretty easy to understand. You're just slightly translucent, blah blah blah. Moving on. Moving to another simple ability, you have Fragile. You only have 8 hearts from all the torture in hell. I know the comments that are going to be like, oh my god, why do every single origin has the ability of, oh, you only have 8 hearts? I don't know. It seems to be a thing that everyone just does. 8 hearts, you have 8 hearts, Dunskies. Moving into the next ability, you got Presence. You're glowing due to your immense demonic energy. So not only are you translucent, you will also be glowing. So the translucent makes you hide easier, but then you're also glowing, so I guess it kind of hides it. I just find it funny that you're both invisible, you're translucent as a skin, so basically people are more likely to see through you, so it's much easier to camouflage in amongst a bunch of other objects, but then you also have the glowing effect on you, so that translucent kind of becomes absolutely useless because you glow, so you stand out regardless of whether you're transparent or not, so, I don't know. That's just a funny thing, to be honest. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got Strong Fists. Your fists are very, very strong, giving you the ability to have haste at all times. This is only haste level 1, so it's not exactly too overpowered. In fact, it'd just be a bit of a benefit to you that you have a slightly better, stronger speed as normal, but it's not exactly overpowered like you would if you had haste 2 by default all the damn time. This also still means you need to have a maximum size beacon in order to get haste 2 because it doesn't stack, effects don't stack like you think it does, like enchantments do. If you get an effect 1 from a beacon, it won't do much because you already have haste 1 by default, so the effect kind of cancels each other out essentially. You just have a haste 1, that's it type thing. Moving into the next ability, you've got Neglect. There was no food in hell, and being by default, you have a much larger appetite, meaning that you exhaust far faster in normal Minecraft than what the average Minecraft player does, so be very aware that you're going to be consuming a lot more food, so definitely don't play this in 1.17 considering that you're unable to eat food whatsoever in 1.17. Moving into the next ability, you got Effect Immunity. You're immune to wither, poison, and instant damage due to enduring so much pain whilst in hell, so basically this gets rid of some of the more common debuffs that you will gain throughout your Minecraft playthrough, but you will still be able to be affected by levitation, slowness, weakness, as well as mining fatigue. Those ones will still affect you, but wither, poison, and instant damage, which are also pretty common, will not affect you whatsoever. This is a good thing because it seems like your wither skull shot does affect you with wither if you didn't have this immunity. Another weird bug with this origin that I discovered with this thing here is the fact that you can't actually throw splash potions with this origin whilst in 1.17. Now, but considering the fact that this isn't on the origin's ability list, I'm thinking it's safe to assume that this is something that is only something that's a bug in 1.17 and should work perfectly fine in 1.16. Moving into your next ability, you have your primary ability known as the Deadly Expulsion. You can launch extremely far due to your force conditioning and health, forming a withering dust cloud as you launch. So the wither effects that are meant to come with this expulsion thing with your ability don't actually function in 1.17, so again, 1.16 will probably work perfectly fine, but this ability does allow you to have instant, like infinite flight, because the ability does a massive boost, which is lasts long enough that you can just easily sustain it and be able to use your ability again without even coming anywhere close to touching the ground. You can even do a full-on turn and still be in the air for long enough for the ability to recharge and use it again. So ultimately, this does allow you for infinite flight, which I think most people have mixed opinions on whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Some people consider it to be something extremely overpowered, some people consider it not to be. One thing that is good with this origin though, it does mean that you still take kinetic damage. Even though you don't take fall damage as such, you can still take kinetic damage. So one little side effect of having infinite flight is you might go extremely fast and run into a mountain that isn't there, it isn't loaded for you to actually avoid, and you will kill yourself by running into a mountain going at supersonic speed. So be wary of that. You still take kinetic damage, but it is pretty much near infinite flight. So what are your thoughts on this origin? Do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's underpowered? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. As always, you guys have some pretty good ideas when it comes down to this. Also, do you want to see me re-review some of the older origins that I covered in the slightly worse form of my content before I actually started properly showcasing each ability and properly like explaining how they work and things on those lines? Would you like to see that? Also, let me know that one in the comments down below. And anyway, until next time guys, massive thank you to my channel members as always, especially my $25 channel member 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼, my $10 channel member 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼, and until next time guys, goodbye! Hello and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this Origin Showcase video, I'm going to be showcasing the Fallen Celestial Origin created by the Discord user known as 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 from the Origins Discord server. As what is par for the course at this point, this Origin of course was made for 1.17. Now you might be able to get it to work in 1.16 by slightly doing some tweaks to the actual data pack itself, but some things may potentially break as always, so be warned about that one. Either way, moving into the actual Origin, this Origin is a 3 impact Origin, meaning it has the most amount of impact upon the game. Going through the description, once a mighty protector of the Lord, now got banished down to hell and earth. Either way, we're less than 500 subscribers away from being able to get the YouTube rank in the Hypixel server, so I'd highly appreciate that out of the 120,000 of you guys who are active returning viewers of this channel, a few of you would hit the subscribe button down below on this video. Either way, let's get into the actual video. So let's start off with the texture pack that you get given with this Origin. Now, as of course this is its own thing that you will have to download for yourself, it's not a necessity, but it does help give your weapon as well as your elytra the theme to the actual origin itself. This texture pack will change the looks of the elytra to be a more darkened black variant of the wings, and will change your Netherite sword into a more angelic type of sword. Of course, if you're in a multiplayer world, everyone else will need to install this texture pack in order to see the textures in the way that you do, but also at the same time it will change the texture of their own Netherite swords and elytras as well to the same texture. So it's entirely up to you on whether you choose to take this texture pack or not, but I'll leave it linked down below anyhow. Moving into your first ability, you've got feathery wings. Your kinds have been created with wings. I'm kind of glad this origin gets this out of the way immediately, because it's kind of obvious that this origin has some form of wings. Kind of got to start off with the important stuff first, you know, tell the player that this origin has wings. You immediately hook them in, because everyone likes to start off with elytra wings apparently. But yeah, you start off with elytra wings. Moving into the next ability, you've got more food. You, an angel, has never needed to eat. Since you got banished from heaven to hell and now to earth, you've got the ability to feel hunger. AKA, you pretty much burn through your hunger a lot faster than the average Minecraft player, needing you to require a little bit more substance in your body to go on forward. Moving to the next ability, you've got It's Too Heavy. You've been made a little weaker, thus you can only use armor under iron. This means no netherite nor no diamond. Incorrect terminology aside, this is every armor underneath iron, as well as iron itself, is usable to you, but netherite and diamond are completely unusable whatsoever. Moving to the next ability, you've got SLEEP ? Being an angel unknown to this new world of humans, you don't know what sleeping is. Cough cough, this just means that you can't sleep whatsoever, meaning that phantoms are going to be an absolute pain in your backside. And trust me, when I say this is actually a really big debuff to any origin when you have no ability to sleep, because my friend's currently playing as the Ashen origin inside of one of my SMP servers, and whilst he likes the awesomeness of the actual origin itself, he pretty much cannot go outside at nighttime because he will be swarmed by phantoms, because after a few days of not being sleeping, phantoms start to spawn and they continue to increase as you don't sleep for nights. Moving to the next ability, you've got Ultimate Rage. It unleashes the ultimate power of angels. By pressing your primary key, you get Resistance 3, Strength 3 and Speed 3 for 15 seconds. What with the origin description sometimes doing my job for me? This is not fair. Okay, fair enough, moving on. This ability also has a 30-second cooldown. The cooldown starts the moment that you actually press the ability button anyhow, meaning that you have 15 seconds of the abilities being effective, then you got another 15 seconds of it having no ability before you can actually use it again and get all the powers again. Moving to your next ability, you've got Boost Charge. You build up momentum to boost your flight/charge. By pressing your secondary key, you can dash forward 15 blocks. This is of course attached to your secondary ability key. So this ability is very weird in how it actually functions. You might think by reading this ability itself, it seems like something similar to how the Elytra's ability goes, where you get given a boost up into some form of flight, but that's not exactly how it goes. In fact, it's a little bit different to how you think it would work. First off, if you look directly up when you try to use this ability, you'll get next to no momentum whatsoever. If you're moving forward, you'll get a lot of momentum to shove you forward, but the best way to make use of this ability is to start flying from a height. So let's say you go 2 blocks up, then you activate your elytra and start flying, then you use this ability. You can use it to go up into the air and actually use it for some pretty competent momentum. Now, the good thing about this is the ability recharges quick enough that you do get a chance to use it again before you hit the ground. But the big problem that comes with these type of abilities is when you're able to use it again without hitting the ground, is that these type of abilities don't work quite like rockets do. Rockets tend to only give you momentum and it will never actually stack that momentum. But with these abilities here, they tend to always stack whatever momentum you already have with this new momentum that this ability is meant to give you. So when you use this ability, the first time around when you're using your elytra, you get a small boost. The second time around when you use it, you get a ginormous boost to allow you to fly up to an extraordinary high, meaning that you won't even need to use it for twice, if not 3 times as long as what you need to use it for the last time round. Overall, these type of abilities have their own issues, and it does work once you get to know how to use it, and I do think it personally is a bit overpowered because it does defeat the purpose of ever needing rockets. Moving into the next ability, you've got the Blade. Upon being an angel, you are forged with a blade called the Angel Blade. Now, going into detail about this blade, from what I can gather, as the actual enchantments on it are kind of hidden by how it gets spawned, but the sword has max sharpness on it, as it's a Netherite sword and does 11 damage, and a Netherite sword that does 11 damage has sharpness 5 on it. It also seems like it has knockback 2 on it, as well as looting 2, 3, it wants some form of looting upon the sword, as well as I've been getting a noticeable higher amount of drops from the mobs that I was killing with this sword. There might potentially be other enchantments on this, such as the sweeping edge thing, but I can't exactly exactly tell if that's the case or not, because those things are much more harder and more difficult to stand out from. The fire aspect is not on this sword though, so not to worry about that one too much, but that's the sword in a nutshell. Moving into the next ability, you've got lava vision. You can see through lava. Now, I don't know why this origin had the bright idea to tell you that you can see through lava before telling you the fact that you've also got fire immunity, because you're probably looking at that first ability that I mentioned just a moment ago, what's the point of being able to see through lava when you can't actually go in it? Well, you have fire immunity. You've been trapped in the underworld for so long, you've built up an immunity to fire. But just wait, it gets a little bit better because you're also dangerously athletic. You're actually able to swim in lava just like it would be if it was water, which is pretty useful to say the least. Not only can you swim in lava, you can see in the lava, and you can also just be in the lava in general without dying. So you can treat the lava like water essentially in the Nether, except for potentially fall damage, because you might still take it, except for the fact that guess what? You don't take fall damage. Oh wait, that's right at the end of this origin, but we won't worry about that just yet, hey. Moving on, you've got getting used to pain. You've been to hell, so it felt worse than earth, meaning that you have 2.5 armor slots on top of the normal amount, as well as a little bit of an extra health boost of 2 extra hearts on top of the normal amount that you have as a Minecraft player. Moving into the next ability, you have heavy wings. Your wings will be wet in water, so you'll gain slowness when you're in water. I mean, there's not too much to say about this. You gain slowness when you're sitting in water, so don't go in water, otherwise you get slowed way down. So yeah, not too helpful, not too helpful. Moving into the next ability, you got claustrophobia. Since you're an angel, you like to be free and high in the sky, so you don't like small, tight spaces. If you're in small, tight spaces, you'll get given weakness and slowness for the time frame that you're within those spaces, but the ability will last around 15 seconds after you leave these spaces. Then we have power purgatory, no fall damage. The description wasn't put in properly for this one, but this is where you have no fall damage. Okay, cool. So what do you think of this origin? Let me know in the comments down below. As always, do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's good? What could be changed to make this better? What are your opinions? Let me down in the comments down below. As always, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button down below, and as always, a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 members, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, as well as the Assassin guy, as well as Decept, my $10 channel member as well as all other 79 of you channel members out there, which just want to say an absolute massive thank you for all the support to have 79 of you guys being paying channel members. Either way, until next time guys, goodbye. Hello, welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this Origin Showcase video, I'm going to be showcasing the Filcher origin created by the user known as Mr. Plague. Now, this guy's done a little bit differently to get to my attention by joining my Discord server, link in the description down below, by the way, and sending me a DM asking to take a look at this origin. Now, normally I don't intend to respond to these type of things, but this is actually such a high enough quality origin that it's actually been added in the members SMP, which in order to join that, you can become a channel member, join the Discord down below. Doing a lot of self-promo at the start here, aren't I? Either way, this is for version 1.17, and it works in multiplayer servers as long as the world border is set at the normal maximum of 35 million. Anyhow, moving to the origin itself, the Filcher is a 3 impact origin, meaning it has a maximum amount of impact upon your game. Running through the description, despite being capable of bending space with enough precision to perform a personal pocket dimension, Filchers are quite timid. But before we get started, there are over 100,000 of you guys who watch many of my videos, and I just ask you to check to see if you subscribe, because a lot of people binge watch channels and don't even subscribe because, well, YouTube doesn't exactly display that feature that much anymore. But it does a lot for the YouTube, but not much for the viewer anymore. Either way, let's get into the video. Stop dilly-dallying around. Let's get into the abilities, eh? Moving into the first ability, we've got the Pocket Dimension ability. You can access a personal room where blocks and entities can be stored. There's a 3-second charge up time during this ability. Punching entities during the charge up will teleport them into the Pocket Dimension with you. You have a limit of 10 non-player entities inside the Pocket Dimension. Damage taken from enemies during the charge up is increased. So this is your primary ability. When you use your primary ability, it takes a few seconds and you use teleport into this bedrock dimension. It's a 9x9 area that is the floor is made of bedrock. You cannot fall off to the side of it as it's blocked up completely, and this is the main reason why this does not work in a multiplayer world with like a limited world border. If it has a maximum world border, then that's fine, but that's because the Pocket Dimension gets put at a random cohort in a random dimension. I forget the exact precise knowledge that I was told by the actual creator, but practically it doesn't exactly work so well when you have a restricted world border. It's super easy to get any form of mobs in there. You just need to give them a love tap while you're in the middle of charging up a teleportation, but be very careful when it comes to hostile mobs, as you do take far more damage when you're in the middle of charging up your ability, mainly so you can't just use the charge up and the Pocket Dimension to escape a battle that you may have potentially been at the time. Probably my favorite use of this little dimension is either have some form of mini village or trading hall, or just it's your main massive storage area. Maybe a mixture of both. Have a few villages in there, have a giant amount assortment of chests and stuff along those lines you can have and keep items in temporarily whilst you're on the move and out and about, and then store everything from it into your actual main base, and many different uses along those lines that ultimately can help you in your survival and ultimately become really useful in not having to go back to your home base too often, as you can carry so much on you without it being in your actual inventory, crowding up space. Moving into your next ability, you've got Vacuum. You can vacuum all items in a 15 block radius into your inventory. This has a 2.5 second charge up time. Damage taken from enemies during this charge up is also increased, quite like how it is in your charge up time to go to your pocket dimension. Now with this ability here, this is kind of more of a specific use case scenario, as there's not going to be very many opportunities where you're actually going to need something along these lines, but this ability does exist for the case that you might need it. Off the top of my head, I can't exactly think of a good reason to have it. Maybe potentially to clear out items that are clogged up in your farm, like in your system and stuff like that. Let's say using water streams and there's a lot of items clogged up somewhere. Maybe it can be used to clear out that or something along those lines, but I'm not exactly too sure on what use case scenario this would have, because unless you've got a million items around you in a circle-like formation, it's going to be quicker just to walk over to the items and pick them up before it would charge up and actually summon those items towards you. See what I mean there? It's got a very specific use case scenario, but it'll be really good in that specific use case scenario. It's just only got that scenario. And again, because it's the same kind of thing as the main ability where you charge up to use the ability, charging is when you're your most vulnerable point, so you can take more damage. Moving to the next ability, you've got non-combative. Fighting is not your strong suit. You cannot use shields, you take increased damage from enemies overall, and also have a decreased attack range, and you get temporarily stunned when attacked by an opponent. Yes, I already know what most of you guys are probably going to say in the comments down below. This is a very heavy nerf when it comes to combat abilities in Minecraft. Now, taking away your shields is quite common within Origins. It's very common, it's very normal, it's kind of something that most people who play a lot of Origin mods have gotten used to at this point because it just happens. But to add in addition the fact that you not only will take increased damage from enemies, but you also have decreased attack range, it ultimately will lead to you just never wanting to get involved in any form of close quarters combat. Now, using your bows and crossbows from a distance, it will still be fine, but you don't want to get up close because there's so many disadvantages for you to do so. The increased amount of damage you take isn't exactly going to be too drastic of an increase. It ultimately will become extremely bad of an increase when you actually get in your charging mode, but it's still there. It's like probably an extra half a heart on damage you take normally. But the more important thing is the fact that you are very likely to get stunned when attacked by an opponent. Now, this stun isn't exactly a freeze, but it just massively gives you like a very, very strong dose of slowness that slows you down for a brief few moments. Moving to the next ability, you've got Gremlin. You are small enough to fit into 1 block spaces when you're sneaking, however, you're also limited to 7 hearts instead of the normal 10. Now, you're about 1.5 blocks to 1.25 blocks tall in total. As I said, in the actual ability itself, you can crouch enough to actually hit in a 1 block spacing, which is really, really useful, but you are still slightly bigger than a block overall when you're not crouching. And then again, you also have the fact that you have 7 hearts instead of the 10, so really, this Origin is not meant for combat whatsoever. Not only do you take more damage, not only can you get stunned, you also have a lot less health than a normal Minecraft player. It is literally your worst idea to go into combat with this abilities. Now, moving to the next ability, you've got Pocket Spacing Compatibility. Your space beam properties interfere with the workings of Ender chests and shulker boxes, preventing you from using either of them. Now, I'm 90% sure that a lot of you guys probably would have seen something like this coming, considering the fact that the whole pocket dimension thing kind of gives you a massive expanded Ender chest / movable shulker storage that you can have on you at all times, and it kind of makes it a bit overpowered if you have the access to Ender chests and shulker boxes still. So what the Origin creator has done here is removed all access to that and pretty much makes it so that you kind of have to use your pocket dimension as some form of storage area and nothing else much more, mainly because of the fact that you lose access to Ender chests and shulker boxes, both of which are super duper helpful when it comes to transporting large amounts of items and keeping good valuable items hidden away in a chest so you don't lose them when you die, but there just in case you need them at a moment's notice. Moving to the next ability, you've got got Wandering Soul. You are nomadic by nature and have adapted to exhaust slower than the normal Minecraft player. Your spirit is restless, relocating you in a 100 block radius around your spawn point when you respawn. Slow moving hunger, yay, you don't have to eat as often. Ultimately, it's one of those abilities you don't really have to acknowledge too much, but the other half of it where you will spawn randomly within 100 blocks of where you're meant to spawn is going to lead to some very interesting spawning spots. From my testing around, you can potentially spawn underneath in a cave somewhere. You can spawn just like 100 blocks away from your house. You can spawn pretty randomly in a random location within 100 blocks of whatever bed you'll put your spawn at. But if you do it at an actual spawn point, the world spawn, you're going to be further away from the actual main spawn area, which is just funny to me. Like, the ability is just interesting overall. Another thing that isn't exactly mentioned by the actual origin itself is that this origin also contains a lot of weird and added sounds that it makes very occasionally, as well as new death sounds, as well as a collection of other things like that, which I'll leave to you to experience for yourself. Now, this origin is in my members SMP server, and the housing area that I was in amongst when I was showcasing this is from the members SMP itself. So hey, if you want to do that, become a channel member down below, join the Discord server. Just join the Discord server anyhow. I'm in there, I talk a bit, I respond to people, all things along those lines. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure you hit the like button down below, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 channel members, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and Mr. 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, as well as my $10 member, 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. And until next time, guys, goodbye. Sometimes when it comes down to origins, it's less about making some complicated, very well detailed origins, and more about making some origins that are very overpowered to the point where you question the reality on whether it actually would be fun to play or not. And a lot of origins tend to cross this line, where it becomes more of just an overpowered origin for the sake of being overpowered without actually having any farm towards it. But today's origin, the Godborne origin, you can actually enjoy in a basic survival Minecraft world if you want to. Yes, it is overpowered, but it's definitely one of the ones that you can have fun with. Created by the user known as 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 from the Origins Discord server, the Godborne is a 3 impact origin, meaning it has a maximum impact upon the game itself. Being born of the wind, you can fly around, dash around like wind, and being a warrior of Olympus, you are stronger, but you are a special one because the gods gave you a gift that no other being has had in centuries. This origin was originally made for version 1.16.5, but I am playing with it on 1.17.1, so some things may potentially be broken. Anyway, moving to the first ability, we've got Warrior's Wrath. By pressing the primary key, you activate the power where you're gifted by the god of combat. So when you hit the primary ability, you'll be gifted with extreme speed, as well as super strength, and potentially many other abilities as well, but they don't exactly show up as proper spell effects, so I'm not 100% sure of all the things that you gain, but the things that become most obvious is the fact that you've got extreme strength, being able to one-shot a lot of things, as well as extreme exorbitant speed. And also, yes, I do listen to you guys in the comments down below. A lot of you guys have been suggesting maybe I play around with some skins and models a bit more in the actual videos. So yeah, we're playing with a god-based skin. But hey, if you want to get gifted by the god of combat these special abilities, make sure you hit the subscribe button down below and leave a like on the video. Anyway, moving on. The ability will last roughly around 50-ish seconds before it actually fades off of you, and you no longer have the super boost in any form of way, shape, or form. The origin ability takes around 10 to 20 seconds for it to fully recharge as well. I mean, you can use it pretty often at very good bursts at a time and do a lot of damage and have a lot of speed and all the other beautiful things. Either way, moving on, we have the Super Leap ability. Whilst Warrior's Wrath is active, by pressing the secondary key, you can dash forward while increasing your strength to land a heavy hitting blow. Now, whilst using this ability, you have the ability to beat a 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 in 10 hits with your bare fist. That is very powerful, and I do personally that is like overpowered in a lot of different ways. You can understand why. This ability is also on a very short cooldown, also meaning that it is possible to fly with this ability here. Now again, it's not as easy or simple as flying with an Elytra with infinite rocket boost, or flying with just swim flights, or you're just even having creative flights in normal Origins Minecraft. No, this is using the jump ability, and you can continuously jump higher and higher in the air if you look in certain directions. If you look like slightly up when you use your ability, you can go indefinitely up with this ability. So it does give you the ability to fly, and because you don't take full damage, it's not too much of a worry. But again, this relies on the first primary ability, which is actually toggleable, I just realized. It also deactivates if you press the button, but you may not even realize that at any point in time. But the ability is very interesting to say the least, just how powerful everything is about it. I like this type of flight though, how it's not just an extremely easy thing. You don't have to just swim in the air or use creative mode flight or easy elytra flight. No, you have to physically fly by continuously using one of your abilities over and over again in quick succession to keep yourself in the air. Moving into the next ability, we've got Titan Smash. While Warrior's Wrath is active, you can hit harder with anything that's in your hand. This ability was named Titan Smash by the previous user of the Warrior's Wrath. Okay. You know how I told you the fact that you get bonus strength whenever you use your secondary ability, you get a lot of strength when you're in your Warrior's Wrath? Well, here's another beautiful part of it. It also adds bonus damage upon the weapons that you're using as well, meaning that swords do more damage, axes do more damage, bows do more damage, crossbows do more damage, tridents do more damage. Everything does a bit more damage than what it normally would do, on top of the strength boost that you get, on top of the other strength boost that you can also get by using your secondary ability. Let's just say any mobs going up against you are in for one hell of a time. For example, a 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 with crit hits on a default Netherite sword will only take 5. Yeah, you heard me right. 5 crit hits with a Netherite sword will kill a 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 when you're in your god mode. 7 hits when not crits, 5 when are crits. That is pretty powerful to say the least. 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼s are very annoying to kill when in the middle of raids, and now you can just pretty much 5-shot them with a basic Netherite sword, let alone a maxed out sword or maxed out any other forms of weapons. Also, a bit of a side note, your secondary ability is only good when you're not using a thing like a sword, whenever you're using your bare hands, something along those lines, because crit hits do a little bit more damage and equivalent to less hits to said mob than what your secondary ability does. Moving into your next ability, you've got Warrior's Enhancement. While Warrior's Wrath is active, you move faster because it enhances your physical attributes. I just realized that these past two abilities have just been explaining what happens when you press your primary ability. God damn it. Thanks, Origin, for doing my job for me. Moving on, we have the anti-fall ability. You take no fall damage no matter how high you fell from. I mentioned this beforehand when talking about the secondary ability and how you have the literal ability to use your secondary ability to fly because you can indefinitely dash higher and higher, but if you look in the right direction, you know, it's pretty simple. Moving into your next ability, you've got more hunger. Due to how much energy Warrior's Wrath uses, you are hungrier more. Basic way to explain this is the fact that you just get hungrier faster when you're using this ability. You exhaust far quicker when you're using your primary ability. This is the reason why it's a toggle, because when you're actively using it, your hunger bar will go down lightning times faster, as you can see within the handful of clips I've recorded, which, by the way, it's been like not even 5 minutes of recording clips and I've just been moving around doing very simple things. My hunger's gone down to less than halfway already. Moving into the next ability, you have buff. Having Warrior's Wrath made you a lot stronger, so your muscle mass made you a little taller. You are quite literally only like a quarter of a block taller than the normal Minecraft player. This is only in effect when you're using your primary ability and when that's active, and this will only actually function correctly if you do have the Parkour mod installed, as always with most size shifting origins. Moving into your next ability, you've got Aftershock. While Warrior's Wrath is active, when you hit something, the aftershock of which, when they try to block your attack, will come back and hit them, making them take extra damage. This is a very overcomplicated way of saying that they basically have a very short moment of poison / wither effect. I'm not 100% sure which one it is because it's not exactly obvious, as I can't exactly get anything to die to the effect itself, because anything that with least enough health to actually possibly die from it will die instantly, and it's a bit of a funny thing. Practically, it's roughly about like some form of poison or wither effect, one of the two, but it basically just gives a bit of an after effect damage, and it's being claimed as an aftershock. Moving into your next ability, you've got Warrior's Training. Because of your training, you have extra hearts, more hearts than the normal Minecraft player. This only really gives you 4 equivalent hearts on top of the more normal Minecraft player amount of hearts, but 4 more hearts are still very useful nevertheless. Moving into your next ability, you've got Warrior's Punch. Due to having Warrior's Wrath, you do more damage on top of your fist, on top of your extra strength. Can this origin please stop explaining its own abilities to me, even though I've already done it way earlier when they first bring up the Warrior's Wrath ability? Moving into your next ability, you've got Electric Immunity. You're immune to lightning damage. I don't know, you're God. You're just immune to lightning. Just don't ask questions about these type of things. Jeez, man, what do you think I am? The Origins reviewer and explainer? Oh, wait, that's exactly who I am. Yeah, you're God. You don't take lightning damage. It's as simple as that. No God should take lightning damage, really. Most gods are too busy living that thug life to worry too much about taking that damage from no lightning. But apparently his thug life isn't high enough for the fact that he still takes damage from the fire that the lightning may leave behind upon impact, so bit counterproductive that one is. But hey, moving on. Moving to your next ability, you've got Godborne's Rage. You can strike entities with lightning if you hit them while crushed, but has a 30-second cooldown. Yeah, this is why you can be immune to lightning, because you can summon it because you're God. Do I really need to explain why you can summon it? You can just summon it and just murder whoever dares touches you. It's like having the lightning tritoned, but you can do it at any point in time and day. It doesn't have to be a thunderstorm for it to work correctly. Just be careful, because charge creepers are still going to be a bitch to deal with, so yeah, be wary of that one. So funny. Moving on to your next ability, you've got Warrior's Guard. Due to how you have to train to use Warrior's Wrath, your resolve is higher, making you more resistant to attacks because you have some natural armor. Basically, you have 4 like bonus armor points, which when you have a full set of iron, you have maximum amount of iron armor points, but that ain't gonna help you against that charge creeper you just created and killed yourself with. Yes, I'm referencing back to that beautiful clip of my maniacal laughing after I merged myself and showed off one of the abilities a bit too early, but you'll be fine with that. Moving to your next ability, you've got Lightning Particles. Due to having Warrior's Wrath, your energy level are highly increased to a level that your body cannot contain, so in order to contain it all, it turns into lightning that courses around your bodies and through your veins. Now, this is the thing that doesn't exactly work in 1.17.1, as I never noticed any form of particle effects coming off of my player whatsoever throughout this entire recording session. I do remember noticing them back in my original recording session when I was playing around with this origin back in May in 1.16.5, but they definitely don't seem to exist anymore in the 1.17 version. But that's literally the only thing that's actually not functioning properly in this new version of Minecraft. Other than that, it's all functioning pretty much fine. But moving into the last ability, you've got Energy Overload. Due to Harrow's Warrior's Wrath raising your energy levels when you die, all that energy is unleashed, causing an explosion. This is nothing like any of the other origins that cause a massive explosion upon death, aside from the 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. That does a bigger one. We won't worry about that one though. This does a massive explosion that is far bigger in scale in comparison to what the Starborne does when it dies. The massive perks of this, you're making sure that whatever killed you will die with you. The disadvantages of it, you're losing all of your stuff. There is no doubts about it because there are multiple explosions at once, and from what I can guess, it is summoning charge creepers upon your body as they all explode, pretty much causing the massive wealth of damage it does. Either way, that is the Godborne origin. Do you like this revisit and remastering of an original video that I created months and months ago back when I was way worse at doing these videos? What origin do you like to see me recover next? I am looking into making a better version of the Sands origin. There are actually, I've got a few bug fixes coming in for that one from the person who is helping me clean up the original creation, so we will see a revisit of that one very, very soon. But either way, until next time guys, massive thank you to my channel members as always, and goodbye. Today, we're going to be taking a look at a Grim Reaper based origin for the Origins mod. And before we get into this video, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below, as it's always appreciated. We're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers for the end of 2021. Either way, let's actually get started. Now, this is the Grim Reaper version 2 origin made by Just Huang here, the resource bar guy dude who's also actually making a custom origin for me, particularly like an idea that I've sent to his way he's making, so we'll be having a good video to come up in the next like week or so. Either way, this is for version 1.17 of Minecraft. You can change it to 1.16.5 if you change the pack format to pack MC meta to 6. This is a 3 impact on the game, and the description of this one is a spectral entity that is said to be the segment manifestation of death itself. You represent death itself in the most feared thing in human mind. Today's showcase is going to be a little bit different, as you can already tell, because I'm actually going to show off the abilities. Yeah, I don't know why I haven't been doing it from the start. I just play it in the background and then just go, oh yeah, this is good enough. But no, I'm actually going to show off the abilities as I go over them, so let's actually get started. Running through the pros, we've first got Soul Reaper. You manifest your health by stealing others people's souls. You gain health by punching any mob / people/players. And Reaping Scythe. Your scythe itself represents death. You come with a scythe to do all of your soul collecting, as hoes do a lot of more damage than what they averagely would. AKA you spawn with a 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰 hoe, as you would see in this clip here where we do the Soul Reaper as well, where we're collecting new health by killing mobs and sheep and all these other things with our 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰 hoe. The next ability is Soul Force. Those souls trying to escape death itself will suffer the Soul Force and will have a suffering death. Now, I'm not 100% sure what one this one was. I'm going to go off on an assumption based upon the fact that there is nothing else that fulfills this one as well. That your secondary ability, which pulls a nice collection of potions over you that are lingering, is probably that. I'm not 100% sure though. But the creator of this origin will most likely clarify in the comments down below, so just check the pinned comment for this one. We got Primordial Bones. You have existed since the beginning of time, and your bones are old, making you weaker, making so you have overall 8 hearts. And then speedrun through the next one, you got Peculiar Hands. You cannot wield a shield due to your peculiar boned hands overall. Basic things around the origins essentially. Most of the time this is one of the most common forms of a negative ability that you get. As you can see from the gameplay here, you can actually equip the shield into your offhand, but you're just unable to actually use it to block anything. As you can see, I'm holding down right click, but whenever I look down to the ground, I'm immediately holding the ground again, but whenever I look up, my shield never comes up to block any damage. So yeah, shields are certified useless. And Corrupted Soul. Those souls that you've taken upon death will actually attack you. Skeleton strays with the skeletons do 2 times more damage than normal. As you can see in that gameplay there, skeletons can 2-shot you. When I was wearing 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰 pants and boots, I was wearing those armor just for the sake of just so I don't die immediately to certain things when I'm trying to take damage from mobs. But yeah, skeletons are a bit more of a pain in the ass, so just be wary of that one. So running through the new features that come in the version 2 of this mod. First off, the Scythe of Death. As I've already gone over, you spawn with a 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰 scythe that has a collection of enchantments. One immediate gripe I have about this is the extreme lack of Curse of Vanishing. You see, the one problem you're going to have with this is the more times you die, the more of these scythes are actually created into this world, meaning that if you're playing in a multiplayer world, you can actually give it to your friends. Now, of course, this is already going to be a thing that you can probably do by giving it to your friends in the first place and then killing yourself to get a new one, but I feel like there needs to be Curse of Vanishing and then maybe code in a way so there's only going to be ever one scythe in the world at any given time. So it's got Curse of Vanishing, so when you die, it disappears when you die, so you get one when you respawn, and also so the fact that your friends can't just take it for themselves and you can just kill yourself and get a new one. Upon death, you take the souls of the deaf, giving those souls blindness and slowness 5 with a 30 seconds cooldown. Your secondary ability key. Yeah, this is the secondary ability that I got confused with earlier. It gives the enemy slowness 5 with a 30-second cooldown, as well as a blindness on them as well. And it lingers there for a couple of seconds as well, so it's pretty useful in the middle of a fight overall. Devil of the Night. You gain buffs at nighttime since you're the Devil's Servant, stealing people's souls at night. Essentially at nighttime you get both night speed, jump boost, and speed as your bonus abilities throughout the nighttime. It's part of the reason why half of this gameplay has been done at nighttime already, and the other reason you'll find out in a few abilities time where I go over why it's bad to be in the daytime of this origin. You've also got a really cool passive ability that just has these blue fire particles spawn around you just at all times. It's just a really cool effect overall. Moving on to the cons that come with update version 2, you've got Deaf Soul's Curse. You have the Deaf Soul's Curse since you're a Deaf Soul, and now you're cursed to take damage from water. Kind of just a normal thing in Origins at this point. Like a majority of Origins have a con of you take damage from something you don't normally take damage to. It's like a common trope, you get it by now. And then last but not least, Fear of the Day. The Reaper moves during the night, and being his descendant, you are afraid of the sun. You become weaker and nauseac under it. You only get nausea if you're exposed to the sun. You won't get it if there's a block above you, but you will always have weakness on regardless of the other fact. Honestly, this is one of those origins where I just recommend that when you start off the world, you immediately turn it to night, because there's going to be a situation like I had here where you spawn in an area where there is no trees whatsoever, so you have to deal with the full abrupt force of that nausea all the goddamn time. And mind you, as nausea is, it's always goddamn annoying. It's just one of those things that it's just a personal gripe on. It's like, yeah, I understand it as a way to disencourage you to go out during that set time of day, but it's just annoying overall. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure you hit the like button down below. Did you enjoy this new style of actually showcasing the bloody origin for once in my goddamn life? Because I sure did enjoy recording it like this and figuring out what ability does what, especially like that third one. I still have no clue what that is. Either way, thank you for watching this video. Until next time, guys, I've been 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. Goodbye. Hey everybody, welcome back to another Origins mod review. In this Origins video, I'm going to be showcasing an Origin called 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, created by 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 from the Origins Discord server. Now straight off the bat, this one's more of a fun / overkill Origin. It's more about taking the piss out of a certain idea, or giving you a concept into Origins that you probably won't use in a normal Minecraft survival world, but you might use it for a bit of fun on the odd occasion. I'm stumbling all over my words, don't worry about it. So yeah, this one's going to be a bit more of a laid back type Origin video. It's a bit more of a fun one because there's not too many abilities. The abilities are a bit chaotic, by the way, but there's not too much to it. It's just a hacker-based Origin. Anyhow, this Origin is made for Minecraft version 1.17.1. It may potentially work on 1.16. It definitely will work on 1.17 if you still want to use that version. I recommend 1.17.1 though, as that's the version it's made for, but it may potentially work on 1.16 as well. Anyhow, run into the actual Origin's description. The hacker is a 3 impact Origin because of course it is. This Origin is overpowered by all means, but it's a funny type of overpowered. Running through the description, you are an unfair piece of vest that hacks and probably isn't even good at the game called a hacker. But before, there are over 116,000 of you guys who consistently watch more than just a single one of my videos. And I just like to ask you guys to make sure to see that you're subscribed if you've watched every single video, or most videos that I put out, as a lot of people do that but don't actually subscribe. So it'd be highly appreciated if you do that, especially considering we're so damn close to getting the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 YouTuber rank, which would be pretty epic. Anyway, I've made this intro long enough. Let's actually get into the Origins abilities itself. Let's go. Moving into the first ability, you've got aimbot. Hacker, you use aimbot. Yeah, none of these Origins abilities are going to get properly explained by the Origin itself. Let's run through this one. Okay, so this isn't completely an aimbot. It's a bit of a weird one on how it's best to be explained. It's kind of like one of those abilities from the Origins classes where it just makes it so your arrows are more likely to land when it's like close enough. Because you can see in the clip here, I don't aim directly at the husk or the mob that I'm shooting at. I kind of aim slightly off to the side, or slightly above, or slightly just slightly off range, like slightly inaccurate, and it still hits. But you can't be too inaccurate, so you've pretty much got given an extra little bit of room of error to make when it comes to using your bows and all that. But not really that much that it's going to make too much of a difference. It's kind of like just a slight balance, a slight help you aim thing like you have on consoles where it slightly helps you aim, but it's not exactly an aim bot per se. Moving into the next ability, you've got fly hacks. Hacks! My dad is the owner of Minecraft. He's going to delete your account. God, these are the type of Origin descriptions I live for. These overkill, beautifully exaggerated ones. This Origin ability is much more simple and easier to explain than the last one. You just essentially get creative flight in survival mode. That's it. You just get given creative flight. That's all. Yeah, this Origin could have done something a bit more creative like a lot of the other Origins have done with their flight implementation by giving you like levitation that you can turn on and off, or swimming in the air. But no, this Origin just straight up gives you basic creative flight. You just fly yourself. That's about it. That's kind of boring, to be honest. You just get normal creative flight. Like, yes, that's the best flight form you can get, but at the end of the day, that's a very easy option to default towards. But hey, you're a hacker. You give yourself anything anyhow. Moving to the next ability, you've got no clip. You're a dirty hacker. You have no clip. Yeah, I had to do it in that voice because it's like how I hear it half the time whenever I see that type of meme and things along those lines, but you have no clip. I'm pretty sure we all understand what this actually is. You can tell by the border around the screen without even me needing to tell you. It's basically the Phantom's main ability, but permanently without giving you the side effects of it. You could just phase through blocks like it's nobody's business permanently. This does have that little bit cutback that, oh, it's permanently. You can't turn it off. There's no way to turn it off. You permanently will be phasing through blocks, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Of course, it requires you to press shift to fall through the floor, but at the same time, if you go into the side of a wall and you're trying to climb up, you're going to accidentally go into it, but it makes it easier for you to climb anyhow. But you're going to have this annoying green vignette over your screen all the damn time, which I feel like is just an annoyance in of it itself. But hey, you can no clip because you're a dirty hacker. Funny thing, there is like one effect that is still actually in effect here with this ability here, is that you still have like that drastic hunger loss, but instead of it being something you can turn on and off, as I said already, you permanently have that drastic hunger loss, so your hunger is going to burn down really quickly in this ability mode. Moving to the next ability, you've got the DDoS attack. I'm gonna call the police. This is illegal. I have no idea what this one's referencing. there's like a lot of things around here that isn't being referenced properly, considering the actual Origin itself. There's a lot of things missing in the actual Origins itself. There's some random shenanigans up here, but yeah. I mean, the last ability that actually gets shown is called Fat Go Touch Grass. So let's actually go go through the abilities that aren't exactly written down in the origin itself. Starting off with, you have less overall health in comparison to the normal Minecraft player. So instead of the normal 10 hearts that you have in as a Minecraft player, you have only 8 instead. Going through your main ability, your primary ability, you have the ability to give a very heavy slowness for 40 seconds to every entity around you within a certain block range. I'm not 100% sure of the actual block ranges as there's no actual specifics about this, but this slowness is very crippling as you're unable to actually move unless you're jumping around to move. This ability will last 40 seconds on whomever you hit it with, but you can use it every 5 seconds, meaning that on a technicality, you can use this to permanently slow whomever you feel like it, just to cripple their gameplay. Your secondary ability gives you the ability to shoot a barrage of shulker bullets. Now, this is a very peculiar ability to say the least, as it does a weird amount of things where I honestly don't know how to understand properly. Because you can't shoot directly at another player because it'll just explode in your face. If you look straight up, it will throw a spray around of shulker bullets around your character, but it won't exactly go after anything. The only way I was able to actually hit my other player was by spam clicking the secondary ability until randomly a single bullet out of probably 100 of them that were shot by the ability hit and finally landed, and causing the player to float up in the air and fall back down like a normal shulker bullet is. I don't exactly know what the purpose of this ability is because it doesn't seem to make any sense whatsoever. It looks cool, but that's about it to it. Like, I don't know what this ability was meant to be there for. Like, what is it attempting to do and things on those lines? It just seems to be a barrage of shulker bullets that do almost nothing unless you get super lucky and land a lucky shot on another player. Another interesting quirk to do with your abilities, you still take majority of forms of damage. You still take normal damage from mobs, you still take normal damage from bows, tridents, as well as crossbows, but you don't take any form of damage from fall damage or cactus damage or spike damage such as the berry plant as well, mainly because of your phase through ability will phase through the cactus so you don't take damage from it. Your creative fly mode also negates all forms of fall damage. Honestly, I wish this origin explained what you could take and what actually happens with your character a lot more than what it did. All it did was just give you a brief explanation on, hey, these are a few memes to do with hackers. We don't know how to put the other abilities that we gave you into any form of jokes or memes, but they're there anyway, so yeah. Either let me know, what are your thoughts of this origin? Do you think it's a good meme one? Do you think it's a bad meme one? What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments down below, as always, as well as the fact, like, do you think it's a bit overpowered? Of course it's overpowered. Why am I even asking that question? You know it's overpowered, you know it is. Either way, make sure to hit the like button down below if you haven't already, and make sure to subscribe if you're new around here, as it's always highly appreciated. We're so close to getting the Hypixel YouTuber rank to 30,000 subscribers, so it'd be highly appreciated if you help get us to that. Also making a 100 days video for the 𝓵𝓱𝓷𝓴𝓼 origin, which should be coming out within the next week or so. Don't hold me to that. I'm an idiot in saying these promises and don't actually get the video done. Either way, massive thank you to my channel members, my $25 members, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and Satin, as well as my $10 member Decept, and until next time, guys, goodbye. In today's video, I'm going to be showcasing a haunted armor origin. Now, quick bit of clarification, I have covered a cursed armor origin a few weeks back, but this is different. Whilst it may sound the same by name, this origin is more about each different armor piece / mob hab / whatever you can actually wear on your Minecraft character will give you special effects / curses / all these other bits and pieces instead of you just being permanently stuck with a set of armor. But before we get into this video, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below as we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers for the year 2021. Anyway, let's move on into the video. This origin is made by a guy called 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 in the Origins Discord server. Now, the original version of this was released roughly in the same day as the Cursed Armor origin was dropped, so again, as I said, they're not exactly trying to rip ideas from each other, it just so happened to be a coincidence that they both had super similar naming conventions. Moving into the description of this origin, haunted armor incorporeal souls who are possessed suits of armor. Let's go through the abilities. Buff when not filled, and 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 does not count as filling the chest slot. Full armor sets also have a unique buff to themselves. We'll go over every single little effect you get from each set of armor at the end of the video, because that's where it's all compiled in on the actual list. But to quickly run through it, if you remove your chest plate, you'll be given weakness. If you remove your leggings, you'll get slowness. And if you remove your helmet, you'll be given blindness. And you'll only start with a set of leather boots. There is no debuff for removing these boots, aside from losing the armor. Bodiless, your health is 2 times your armor durability durability. With no armor on, you will actually die, hence the reason why you spawn with leather boots. Now you're starting to get the idea on why this is called haunted armor, because you are literally only the armor. There is nothing more to you. Crafted body. You cannot heal. You must consume ingots or resources to heal. Leather, iron, gold, diamond, or netherite, depending on what armor you're using. Briefly going over what you would have seen there, leather gives around 2.5 hearts, gold give around 3.5 hearts, netherite gives around a full 2 health bars worth, iron gives around half a health bar, and diamond gives 1 health bar in total. Essentially speaking, netherite armor is going to be the best way to actually heal yourself up when you're wearing full netherite set of armor, because you don't get given that second health bar worth of health immediately. You actually start off with half a heart when you respawn, so you're going to need to immediately use some resources to heal you. Because you're haunted armor, you don't need to eat or breathe, and you are unable to swim. Essentially speaking, if you hop into water, you're just going to sink to the bottom of the ocean, but because you don't need to breathe, you won't actually drown, so yeah, have fun with that one. I honestly like this overall because you can just traverse through an ocean like you would on land. You just walk down the hills, you'd walk across the ground, and you'd climb back up the hills. It's like really just funny in its own way that you just walk into water and nothing actually changes aside from how far you can actually see in the water. Haunting, when you die, the armor that you're currently wearing is destroyed, so no armor that you actually have in your inventory will be destroyed, only the stuff that is you're wearing. Anyhow, now to run through all the effects that armor will give you overall. Starting off with the ones that I've already talked about in this list, we got the helmet. Missing a helmet, you get blindness. If you have no chest plate, you've got weakness. If you're missing your leggings, you have slowness. If you're missing your boots, you also have slowness. So essentially speaking, if you're missing both, you just have slowness 2 times over. If you're wearing full leather, you'll get speed 2. If you're wearing full chainmail, you'll be given night vision. If you're wearing full gold, you'll get haste 2. If you're wearing full iron, you'll have strength. If you're wearing full diamond, you have resistance. If you're wearing full netherite, you have resistance, fire resistance, and lava vision. Essentially speaking, being able to actually see in lava a lot better than normal. Skeleton skull will give you entities that will allow you to see glowing entities. Wither skull, you're immune to wither effects, and also your attacks will also inflict wither. Zombie head, zombies are naturally neutral towards you. Creeper head, you're immune to explosion damage. Dragon head provides elytra flight. Wearing an elytra, you will actually get fall and collision damage immunity. Turtle helmet will have equal no slowness underwater, and the pumpkin, well, that one is just for you to find out, because, well, the origin says question mark, so I'm just going to leave it up to you guys to figure that one out. Just a quick side note, you are unable to wear an elytra as well as the dragon head, because, well, the dragon head gives you that elytra flight in the first place, so you can't have the elytra on at the same time, but the elytra gives you fall damage resistance as well as damage from kinetic damage resistance as well, which is also really useful. Either way, it's all upon you on whether you, or how you decide to do this, because it's up to you on what type of armor combinations you want to make. Do you want to start collecting heads and get those beautiful bonus buffs, or do you want to go full sets of armors and things along those lines? Overall, this origin has a lot of cool possibilities towards it, considering the fact that each set of armor gives you a different set of buffs and debuffs and other bits and pieces along those lines. So I highly recommend that you check out this origin for yourself. I'll leave a link in the description down below for it. Again, thank you to my channel member 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼. If you want to get your name shouted at the end of the video, make sure to hit the member button down below, join as a member. It's really helpful. It helps me continue doing what I love to do and make these beautiful videos for you guys to watch every single day. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button down below. Until next time, guys, thank you very much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, it's 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this Origin Showcase video, I'm going to be showcasing the Ice Golem based Origin created by the user known as Archangel from the Origin's Discord server. This mod is for version 1.17.1/1.17 and only requires the normal Origins base mod, so you don't need any of the extra mods that you might need for most other data pack, as this only relies on the mechanics that comes from the original Origins mod. The Ice Golem is an Impact 3 based Origin, meaning it has a maximum amount of impact on your game. The description of this Origin is the Iron Golem made of ice. But before we get into it, there's over 115,000 of you guys who consistently watch a majority of my videos, and I highly appreciate it if you guys just check to see if you subscribe. A lot of people just watch YouTube videos and don't actually ever subscribe to people, and I'd highly appreciate it if you do so, as it means a lot to me. As well as go check out my Twitch account. I've been streaming fairly consistently over there, and don't worry, there's going to be a members SMP stream later on, like this week. It's coming, don't worry about it, I'm not abandoning streaming here. Either way, let's get into the abilities of this Origin. Moving into the first thing, which is obviously the most obvious thing, your blue transparent skin. Since you're made made of ice, you're blue, and you're also transparent. You already know what this looks like because you just saw it in the intro. We don't need to spend too much time waddling over it. Moving to the next one, you got Snowball Throw. Your primary origin key, which is your primary ability, you can throw snowballs. This ability just throws like normal, ordinary snowballs you all know and love, like the same old things that are almost completely useless aside from getting rid of the end crystals in the end dimension, annoying blazes because, you know, it's snow, it hurts them because they're made of fire, as well as other little bits and pieces along those lines, but at the end of the day, snowballs are almost entirely useless aside from those few things there. But some weird quirks about this ability is that it spawns the snowballs around a block or two in front of you, so it can go through doors. Like if you're in the door directly, you can actually shoot through said door to whatever's on the other side with admitted ease. Go a little bit too far back though, it doesn't exactly work like that. If you're too close to something, it won't exactly do that either. It's very weird on how this ability works. It goes through walls because it's just like there's a small distance between where it actually comes off of you and where it actually is when you actually spawn it into existence. But the other weird oddity of it is it doesn't have any noise. Because you know how what happens when you throw a snowball? You normally get a nice throwing noise. When you throw these snowballs, no noise whatsoever. It's very, very weird to say the least. Moving to the next ability, you've got Aqua Affinity. You may break blocks underwater as others do on land. Yeah, you pretty much understand what this is now. This pretty much bypasses the need for the enchantment Aqua Affinity on your helmets. But this does give me a weird question though. Why can this ice golem be normal underwater as well as upon land? We'll probably understand a little bit more as we go through the abilities, but this is a weird thing to put on very early on in the ability list. But yeah, it does exactly as I said on the tin. You break blocks faster underwater than what you normally would. Moving into your next ability, you've got Wet Eyes. Your vision underwater is perfect. Yeah, this is just night vision underwater. It's what the, the beautiful conduit gives you normally underwater as well. So yeah, I guess this is getting interesting already. Moving into your next ability, you've got Slender Body. You can reach blocks and entities that are further away than you from normal. This ability change allows you to reach up to 7 blocks away from you with either hitting mobs or breaking blocks, and this kind of works in a diagonal pattern where you can go to 4 blocks in a diagonal direction. But if you look at the perfect area of a block in a diagonal direction, you can actually break the block at the top, but you can't break the bottom one. Pretty much you can break anything 7 blocks away from you at an even eye height, but if you have to look down, it's only when it's straight ahead you can break 7 blocks of that away from you. It's very weird how that works, but I hope you understand it there. You've got a 7 block range. Moving to the next ability, you've got Strong Arms. You are strong enough to break natural stones without using a pickaxe whatsoever. These type of abilities always seem to sound cool whenever you read them on paper, but when you actually use them, they're overall just forgettable and not really have a good use to it. First off, you still can't break cobblestone and get the cobblestone from it. You can only do it with stone, which is a very weird quirk. To say the least, you can mine stone and get the cobblestone from it, but you're just unable to mine the cobblestone. Like if you mine the cobblestone and break it, you won't get the item from it, which is interesting to say the least. And even forgetting that issue there, you still mine at the very slow normal speed that you do when mining with your bare hands normally. I feel like that's always a massive issue when it comes down to it. Like people think like, oh my god, let's add the ability to mine your stone with hands, but the only ever origin I've seen actually execute this in a way that actually makes sense was the Bedrock origin, the Bedrockean origin, because it speeds up your ability to mine with your bare hands, but this doesn't. So ultimately you're still not going to ever use your hands to mine up stone, because what's the point in doing so when you still mine at the exact same speed as you would have before? Moving into your next ability, you've got Sturdy Skin. Even without wearing armor, your skin provides a natural protection layer that normally isn't there. This is around 4 armor points in the actual bar, which is enough that if you wear iron armor, you can actually have full strength armor. As with Java Edition, it doesn't actually go any higher than the maximum it normally goes with Diamond, so you don't need to worry about going to 100% armor resistance or anything like that, because that's not exactly a thing that can be done within the normal Java code unless coded otherwise by another mod. This does make diamond armor ultimately useless aside for potentially having extra durability than iron, but it still makes Netherite useful as it's got its own special perk that comes with only Netherite, like knockback resistance and armor toughness. So overall this ability is pretty useful one to have. It also gives you max armor points when you have a full set of chainmail armor, but the likelihood of you getting a full set of chainmail armor, unless with villagers, is pretty low, so we pretty much ignore that. Moving into your next ability, you've got Snow Spawn. Since you're made of ice, you spawn naturally in a snow biome, which ultimately is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. It's really up to you on what you prefer and what biome you like to build in. In this instance here, I spawned in a snow biome that was roughly around 1,000 blocks away from spawn, but it spawned right next to a village, so it isn't exactly too drastic of a deal to worry worry about, but you might end up in a situation where you spawn several thousands of blocks away from spawn because that's where the closest snow biome is. It is practically really up to how the actual seed generation is in order to whether this is actually going to be a good ability for you or not a good ability. Because you could be like 100, 200 blocks away from spawn, or you could be several thousand blocks away from spawn depending on how the seed generates. Moving into your next ability, you've got the Frostwalker ability. This is your secondary active ability requiring the use of your secondary ability key in order to use it. You're able to turn water into ice without Frostwalker boots. This has a little bit of an extra credit to the Discord user known as @visual_7372, so I'll make sure to mention that as well. This is the type of Frostwalker ability that I wish we had in normal Minecraft, where you can turn it on and off and not have it on all the time. But besides that point, there's actually a slightly better version of Frostwalker as well. So instead of like around 4 or 5 blocks around you, it actually goes to around like 8 blocks in total around you, going a lot further than the normal Frostwalker does as well. And it seems to last a bit notably longer than what normal Frostwalker does as well. And of course the added bonus that you can easily disable it and not have to remove your armor at all to get rid of it. I wish this was just normal Frostwalker, where you have the ability to disable the effect of it without needing to take / remove your boots. Moving into your next ability, you have Frosty Touch. You're able to collect snow and ice with your bare hands. This ability is very weird. When it comes to snow, it acts somewhat normal, like what it would normally do if you're using a shovel. It would just drop snowballs. So when you break ice blocks, it's interesting on how it works. Instead of like dropping water there or dropping an ice block after you break it, the ice block completely vanishes, no water occurs there, and you suddenly get gifted an ice block in your inventory. There's no visible commands for this one at all, but you can be like as far away from the ice block as you possibly can, and it'll still somehow end up in your inventory despite not being close enough to be able to actually pick it up. Moving to your next ability, you've got Heat Exhaustion. Your body doesn't like warm environments, making you lose hunger faster when in warm biomes like the deserts or the Nether. Practically whenever you enter the Nether, you get given the Weakness ability, you get given Slowness 2 and Hunger 2 debuffs when you enter the Nether for however long you're in the Nether for, same with hotter biomes, and there's so many other things along those lines. Moving to the next ability, you take Pyrophobia. You take 2 times more damage from fire. Pretty self-explanatory, you take 2 times more damage from fire. Moving into your next ability, you've got Cold Buff. You're buffed in cold biomes. This buff giving you speed 3 and strength 2 as well, permanently however long you're in these snow biomes for. And you've got water breath. You get water breathing. So what you're hearing here is the fact that you can both be on land and water. You don't actually have any debuffs when you're on land unless you're in a hot biome. So I think there may be something to work on there, and maybe giving you a debuff when you're outside of water if you have the ability to breathe underwater, or just don't give you the ability to breathe underwater in the first place. Either, they'll come up with a better solution. If you did enjoy this video, make sure to like button down below, hit the subscribe button below, give us opinions on what you think of this origin. Is it OP, underpowered? What do you think about the abilities? And a massive shout out to my channel members as always, especially to my $25 channel members 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and Saturn, as well as my $10 member Decept. And until next time guys, goodbye. In today's video I'm going to be covering an origin called the Godslayer, basically themed after Kratos from the God of War series. Now before we get into this video, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below, as we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers before the end of 2021, and any help towards that goal would be highly appreciated. Also, thanks for 15,000 subscribers, you guys. You're pretty epic for that one. Either way, moving on to the origin now. This is the Godslayer origin made by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, or YouTuber / Happy in the Discord server. AK speaking, he's made his own video covering this, but he's such a smaller channel that I wanted to give it a bit of a good showcase over here as well. So make sure after this video, you go check out his video in the description down below. Go give him some love, because I know you guys want to see more people who do this type of thing. Either way, let's actually get into the abilities of this origin. Godslayer, you hate the gods, and you must kill them as they are the true threat to humanity. Raging punches. Your punches are filled with rage, doing a lot more attack damage than normal, whilst also setting your enemies on fire. Can't get defeated. Being defeated by the gods is a fate worse than death. Your will to live allows you more health and natural armor overall to defend against this damage more. Durable. After killing many gods and acquiring their powers, you have small buffs that include faster mining, reduced fall damage, faster swim speed, and water. Memory. Your remembrance of killing Hades are the flames that surround you. Spartan Heal. Your primary ability. You are able to heal when your rage bar is full, a useful ability that you've now learned. Spartan Heal. Secondary. You unleash your energy, releasing a powerful blast along with getting more powerful. This can be done when the rage bar is full. I'm going to assume that was the wrong word they put in for the secondary ability and it means something else. Only the weak need help. Armor, weapons, shields, potions are for weaklings. You can't be bothered to use them, meaning you're got no armor. You have to use your fist to fight people, and I mean with the bonus damage that you get get with your feast, as well as the fact that you do fire damage to them, I honestly don't see why you would be using a sword or any other bits and pieces like that in the first place. But moving on. Fuel. Your body needs to eat a lot more as you use up to many energy more. I'm going to assume that this is going, if we go into actual proper English, I'm sorry to the creator, you kind of misworded quite a few things. I'm assuming that it just means that your hunger bar gets consumed far faster than average. Sleepless. You cannot rest as there is no time to waste. Banish. You are banished by the gods for your disobedience. I'm not 100% sure that means. Not a healer. Your body cannot regenerate health naturally. The only way to regain health is to use your primary ability as well as health potions in the background. So the first thing I find out when coming into play with this one, I find out that the banishment ability is just you being sent to the Nether, and this gameplay is the perfect example on why I have a heavy disdain against those origins that start you in the Nether, because in a lot of occasions you're going to get an absolutely horrible spawning area, meaning that you can't do anything in that world. Now of course in a multiplayer world it doesn't matter so much because someone from the overworld can get you out of the Nether and then that's that problem solved, but it still is an annoyance nevertheless, and it's why I've always don't like those Nether spawns, because well, this gameplay shows you exactly my issues with it. Either way, aside from that one gripe, I found out that the secondary ability is actually you blowing up kind of like a creeper, and you just blow up and actually shoot yourself a distance kind of thing, and blow up like TNT around you, do damage to blocks as well as move yourself, but you don't take damage yourself. You do take fall damage in this origin. I don't know if that's meant to be how it is or not, but it's a lot less than normal fall damage amounts, so maybe that was purposeful or not, I don't know. And the rage bar is basically just a cooldown bar. It's just got a complicated name for it for the sake of it can. I believe overall it's a pretty decent origin. I do recommend you go check it out, and as I said beforehand at the beginning of the video, I do have the guy's original video. He linked in the description down below. He's only got like 200 subs. Go give him some love, you know, after this video. And either way, until next time guys, goodbye. Hey, welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this video, we're going to be showcasing an Origin based upon Loki called the 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. This Origin is created by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 here with help from an idea that I found in amongst the Origin's Discord server, which was created by the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 on the Discord server. 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 also got the help of 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 and Tax as well with the help of this Origin, because it was a bit of a complicated one to do. So essentially, summarizing up the information from the start of this video, this idea was taken from the Origin's Discord version from the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓼𝓰, remade slightly to work better, and then this is the actual Origin results that we got here, coded by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 and friends. So that brief information dump aside, let's get into another information dump. Yeah, I know, I'm overfilling you guys with information. This is a 1.17 based mod. You can use the data pack in 1.16 if you want to, but some things might work, it might be broken, as well as many other issues that may arise because of the version swap. This is best used on 1.17. This also does not have any other mod dependencies aside from the Origin mod itself, so you don't need to worry about having any other Origin expansion mods or anything along those lines installed in order for this to work, just the main Origins mod itself. Now, running through the description, the 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 is a 3 impact based Origin. Running through the description, as a descendant of Loki, you have the strength of a demigod and have a few tricks up your sleeve. Anyhow, let's get started in the abilities. Going into the first ability, you've got illusion casting, which is your primary ability. Being able to cast illusions, you can cast 8 illusions of yourself surrounding you while you turn invisible and able to phase through things for around 15 seconds, after which you'll be teleported back to your illusions. This ability has a 45-second cooldown. Bear with me here, this Origin is going to be a little bit confusing at first, but this is what the point of my videos are here to do. They're here to give a good explanation so you can help understand this. Don't worry, it was a bit confusing to properly showcase because I had to work with my 2 accounts again on the one computer, so let's run down it. So, what essentially happens is that, practically speaking, when you press your primary ability, you will disappear. But, for first, you will glow for a few seconds and then you will go invisible completely, and 8 armor stands with armor will spawn around you. Now, people can hit these armor stands once and they'll disappear. You hit all of these armor stands, the person who uses ability, regardless if it's been 15 seconds or not yet, will teleport back to the middle of wherever they use their ability at, and also become visible again. But in those 15 seconds, or however long it takes for the other player or the other person to remove all the armor stands, they can go anywhere or anyhow in that 15-second time frame, as well as phase through blocks and hit other people at the same time as well. But you always got to remember that you'll always be teleported right back to where you started every single time, no matter where you go. You with me so far? Because we've got a little bit more to go through. Again, this ability will immediately start the cooldown process the moment you press the button, meaning that you'll spend 15 seconds of the cooldown in the actual ability itself, and then the final 30 seconds left before you can actually use the ability again. Now, moving into the next ability, you've got Escape Art, your secondary secondary ability. While holding a piece of gunpowder in your hand and or your offhand, you can create a smoke bomb, blinding all nearby mobs and players for 10 seconds, as well as giving you speed 2 for 5 seconds. This ability has a 20-second cooldown, but you always require at least one piece of gunpowder used in every single time. Now, the main beauty of this ability is that you don't lose the gunpowder that you use when activating this ability. Instead, you just get a cooldown, and then gunpowder can be used again to cause another smoke bomb. Now, this smoke tool bomb, god damn it. Now, this smoke bomb can be used as a really useful ability to run away from people with, but if you use it in combination with your primary ability, it can be a really good way to just completely disappear from your enemy, because not only are they going to be blind, they won't see that you've gone illusion mode, so they're going to start chasing in whatever direction they saw you head for the brief moment. And if they don't see those armor stands in their peripheral vision when they're blind, they don't even know that you've used your other ability, and then you can suddenly teleport back after running a very long distance, and then all of a sudden you've lost them. They can't find you, you can't find them, or you might be able to find them, but they've lost you because you used both the smoke bomb and your illusion ability in combination with each other. Of course, use the smoke bomb first so they can't see you use the illusion ability when you're running away. Ultimately is a really beautiful combo with these two beautiful abilities, and we're already 4 minutes into this video, so if you haven't already and you like the detail of this origin, hit the subscribe button down below, hit the like button, it's always appreciated, it's always loved, and let's actually get into the more abilities. The next ability is Daggers of Tricks. Blades are worthless in the face of Loki's sorcery. They stunt our magic potential. All swords deal 2 times damage to Loki. So going back to simplicity for an ability for a moment, practically speaking, swords and axes do double damage towards your origin. So this can mean by any other origin, even if the origin already does double damage with those weapons in particular, their damage does double towards you in particular, which is not going to be too helpful when you're up against a certain other origins that do double damage with blades by default. Practically meaning with this ability also that people using wooden swords can crit one-shot you without any other damage bonuses on that wooden sword. A default wooden sword will one-shot you with a critical hit because of your also low health and the double damage from blades. So keep that in mind. But hey, there is kind of a beautiful counter towards this ability as well. The ability known as I'm Not Done Yet. Once every 10 minutes, you'll gain a passive Totem of Undying. This does not stack though, so you can only have one there at a time, and the cooldown can be reduced by eating enchanted golden apples. The cooldown is reduced by 1 minute per enchanted golden apple. Now first off, I do know that this ability seems way overpowered, considering you get a free Totem of Undying every 10 minutes for use. But the problem is, when you go a little further into this ability, which we'll get there in a moment, you do have a lot less health as well, but considering your Loki origin. So this Totem of Undying can just save you in very sticky situations. For example, what I just mentioned before, where you can get one shot by a wooden sword crit from origins that don't even have blade damage boost. Just by a simple other Loki origin that does that hit to you, you're screwed, you're dead. So this kind of allows you to survive those first hits and get away using your abilities. Now yes, this does have a 10-minute cooldown, you have one every 10 minutes, but it doesn't exactly stack. So let's say if you don't use one for several hours, it doesn't mean you have many of them backed up. You'll still only have a single one there. You'll have to wait 10 minutes for your next one to come in. And now you can use enchanted golden apples to also shorten the cooldown on that, but at the same time, they will only ever shorten it by 1 minute of the 10 minutes. For an enchanted golden apple, there is no way that you're going to be willing to burn 10 enchanted golden apples just to get a totem far faster. Like, let's be real here. Overall, it's just going to be something that's super useful in those situations when you get stuck in a fight and you didn't get the ability to escape because of the fact that, well, blades do enough damage to practically one-shot you with a wooden sword. Moving to the next ability, you've got Escapist. Because of your reputation for getting into trouble a lot, you are able to run slightly faster due to being consistently on the run. Therefore, you've just got a natural ability to just be fast. Now, the beauty behind this origin ability here is it doesn't actually give you a speed effect at all. It's literally you just move faster by default without any form of potion effects on you, meaning whenever you do get potion effects on you, they are actually far more activatable. I don't understand what I was meaning by that. They're far more useful and actually impactful in comparison to normal, meaning that max speed potions will actually get you a lot faster movement than what they would as a normal Minecraft player. Anyhow, running through the cons, you've got wrong strong god. Unfortunately, since you're a descendant of Loki, you are also weaker than normal, having 4 less hearts than the average Minecraft player. This is the main reason why you can be one-shot by wooden sword crits, as well as the blade damage bonus done against you. Ultimately, this ability is really harmful for you, but it makes you need to use your actual abilities of escapism to actually not die a lot more. The next con you have is disliked. You can still trade with villagers, but you're also less popular, making the trades far more pricey than normal. This just means that you have the first price increase you get from villagers when you accidentally hit them or do something villagers don't like, aka kill other villagers, or many different pieces like those along those lines. But you're still popular enough that you won't get automatically targeted and killed by iron golems, so I guess that's a bonus within it of itself that you won't get killed by them even though you're not popular amongst the villagers. You are filled with pure legacy for your brother, Thor, the god of thunder. He was always loved more by your parents than you, and you went in a fight against him on several different occasions, meaning lightning will just insta-kill you. Of course, this ability doesn't exactly quite fit to the description of the rest of the origin where you're meant to be a descendant of Loki, but I'm having a going to get it reworded kind of in a way to make it make a little more sense into a way that it says that, hey, you have always been jealous of the god of thunder, who has always been more appreciated and more loved by the upbringing of people, whilst you have always been dismissed by a majority of people. Either way, those are just semantics, and again, these ideas came from people in the Origins Discord server, which I then also got the help from a few coders who also put this together for me. So if you did enjoy this one in particular, make sure to hit the like button down below and hit the subscribe button down below. So a lot of effort goes into these type of things as well. And if you make sure to, massive thank you to my members, my $10 member Decept. If you want to join to become a member, there's a membership button down below. There's also now super chats available for videos, so if you have money to spend, you want to do something like that, you also have the ability to do that now and highlight your comment in the comment down below. But until next time guys, I've been 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, and goodbye. Hello everybody and welcome back to another Origin Showcase. In this Origin Showcase video, I'm going to be showcasing the Molten Spirit version 2 Origin created by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 here. 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 here is one of those more common denominator Origin creators that I've showcased a lot of them, so there's also a playlist that will be linked in the card above if you want to see more Origins coded and created by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 here. Now this Origin is for version 1.17, but a very key note to keep in mind here, if you do attempt to run on a 1.16, a lot of things about this Origin will break, as it does require a lot of the things present in 1.17. So of course keep that in mind. Moving into the Origin itself, it is a 3 impact Origin, meaning that it has the most impact upon the game itself. Running through the description, forge with the spirit of lava, engage with a burning raft, your powers are the fiery spirit born from the fire element. And hey, if you've been watching a lot of my content recently, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below, or at least check that you are, because a lot of people watch a lot of videos on YouTube from certain YouTubers and never actually subscribe because YouTube doesn't exactly push that. Either way, leave a like and let's get into the actual abilities themselves. The first ability we have here is Fiery Strike. You possess the power to set people on fire when you hit them, and it has a 2-minute cooldown. This ability is guaranteed Fire Aspect 2 every 2 minutes upon hit. Now this does not make it so that Fire Aspect itself is a default enchantment that you don't need to worry about getting anymore, as this ability will only ever function for every 2 minutes. But this means that you can also have it on a Trident or an Axe or any of your other mobs, or you've just punched them and then give them fire damage regardless of the fact that you just use your fist to punch them. Ultimately, it's not exactly too changing, it's something useful to have in your kit, and that's about it. Moving into your next ability, you've got Fire Spirit. Your flesh cannot be scalded or burnt by any heat source whose level is below the output of his maximum output. Basically, you can't be touched by fire. You're pretty much indefinitely fire resistant. You cannot burn in normal fire, lava will not hurt you, and blazes will do absolutely no damage to you because their fire will do nothing towards you. Anyway, moving to the next ability, you've got Lost Spirit. You are a lost fire spirit in the Hell Realm. Now this of course is abbreviation for the fact that you spawn the Nether. Now I have expressed my distaste for these type of things where you get forced to spawn in the Nether because it's always annoying to do that. Yes, it provides a cool and fun challenge, but sometimes you'll get a super duper unlucky spawn where you spawn in a very tiny pocket of air surrounded by layers upon layers of netherite, meaning it will take you hours upon hours to get out to any form of air before you can actually start playing Minecraft. There are many different problems with the Nether Netherite spawn, but it fits this origin, so I guess I have to leave it at that. Moving to the next ability, you've got Fiery Nature. You are able to merge together into a pool of fire, giving you the ability to swim and have the sight in fire. You know, these are the type of origins that I like, where they explain the abilities in such a way that you do kind of understand what they mean by the ability, but it's also explained in such a way that you find it intriguing nevertheless. Like, this is simply just the fact that you can actually see and swim in lava far better than what the normal Minecraft player is able to do. In fact, you can see in general, but this does give you like extreme night vision, so if you like half pop your head out for a split moment while you're in lava before you actually get out of the lava proper, everything around you will be ultra bright for no reason for a moment, then it goes back to normal. It's just funny in that nature, but you get the understanding of this ability. You can actually swim in lava, you can see in lava, meaning netherite mining in the nether is going to be a little bit easier because you won't have to worry about those stupid lava pockets that appear everywhere, and you can explode everywhere, look in the lava itself in order to see if there's any netherite that the lava covered, and so many other good things along those lines. Moving to the next ability, you've got Energy Depletion. Your burning metabolism causes you to exhaust faster than the average Minecraft player. Now, one thing I did notice with this is it doesn't actually really do much when it comes down to swimming around in lava, because you don't exactly lose too much hunger when you're swimming around at lava no matter what speed is. I mean, I did for several minutes and my hunger did not move at all, despite the fact that we're in hard mode on difficulty wise, but maybe that's just what happens in lava. But it does have a noticeable and quicker decrease when it comes to healing, as well as other different ideas and things that come with Minecraft and other ways that your hunger will deplete and things along those lines. Moving into your next ability, you've got Fiery Soul. Those souls that you have taken will forever be around you as small fire souls. So after playing around for a little while and trying to see what this ability really means and killing a very huge handful of mobs, I noticed that probably this is in reference towards those fire particles that are continuously spawning around you, and that all this ability actually does is just a cool visual effect that will probably get annoying at times when it comes to it, because it's going to continuously appear on your screen all the damn time without any of your choice being added. But hey, I guess it's something interesting to say the least. Moving to the next ability, we've got a Spirit. As a fire spirit, you have less health than what you used to before you become a spirit. Yes, you have less health. Well, yeah, we pretty much all know at this point, like, you get less health in a majority of origins at this point. Some of them might give you more, but most of the time you just get less health from the origins. This one takes around 4 of your hearts off, and you have a fair bit less than all, but because of the fact that fire no longer damages you, nor lava will, so it kind of balances out there just on those own two regards there. Moving into your next ability, you've got Fire Spirit Unleash. You unleash your fiery spirit, gain you strength, speed, and regeneration for 20 seconds with a cooldown of a single minute. So this ability is pretty useful when it comes down to it, as you get a bit of regeneration, speed, and strength when it comes to battle, but a little bit of a side effect that will occur when you use this ability: you will be given a glowing effect on your character at the same time as well. Meaning at whatever point that you are actually using this ability, if you're close enough to any other players, you can easily be seen and spotted, therefore makes you either an easier target or an easier target to avoid. This glowing effect lasts about just as long as the rest of the abilities do themselves, so you have strength, speed, regeneration, as well as glowing all together for 20 seconds, which is ultimately a really good useful boost. But as I said, you're also glowing, so you're also an easier target to hit as well, so it really just comes down to what you feel like is good about that part. But moving to the next ability, you've got Nova Flame. The Human Torch has the ability to mentally control the ambient heat energy within his immediate environment, making him able to melt everything in his way, toggleable, phantomized with a fire to show if you're not phantomized or not. Again, this is a super similar thing when it comes to the other ability that I just showed off a moment ago, as this one will make you actually go red with your skin, as well as giving you a red glowing effect, meaning that it is clear to see that you're actually in your phantomizing mode, because when you're using your strength ability, you'll be having a white glowing effect around you, and when you're using your phantomizing ability, you have a red glowing effect around you, so it becomes distinctively obvious to anyone looking at you on what ability that you're currently in use, as well as you can't use the phantomizing ability to disappear into the walls so you can disappear and prank people again. Instead, you'll be painstakingly obvious where in the walls you are because you're glowing. But yeah, this is pretty much just a phantomizing effect. That's all it is. You can go through walls like it's nobody's business, just like a lot of other abilities in similar nature. Moving into your next ability, you've got Overcharge. Your body releases a high temperature blast which will explode your surroundings when you die. One thing important about this is it doesn't always happen every time you die, but it happens most of the time. Pretty much if you die within a quick succession of your last death, you won't explode explode again. I think roughly the time is around like 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes, and then after that you might start to explode again, but it has a bit of a cooldown before you can do it again. It's essentially just a charged creeper explosion. Actually, it pretty much is, because it spawns a charged creeper on you when you die, immediately exploding. So if you kill a skeleton, zombie, or creeper near you when you do that, you'll get their heads drop as well. So hey, you could farm some heads with this method. Moving to the next ability, you have Undying Fire. You're unable to actually light up in fire within cold places, making you have slowness and weakness when in cold places. Being in cold biomes such as the cold mountains, frozen oceans, the cold tangas, and all the other cold biomes in the similar nature as that one. Moving into your next ability, you've got Honored Spirit. You're honored for your ability to combat and never using your shield, making you unable to use your shield in regular combat, or at all for that matter. Do I need to explain this ability to you? I'm 90% sure we all understand how this one will work. Doesn't stop you from using the shield as a weapon against other mobs though, so yeah. Moving to your next ability, you've got the Heat Blast. You're able to channel your heat into an edge you can shoot at other people. Now at first, I had no idea what this was, mainly because of the fact that we're not using extra keybinds with this origin, so I was confused on, wait, this is the third ability that you have to use a button for. And after about a bunch of random button pressing, I figured out this is automatically keybinded to your X key. So press your X key to activate this ability. But really what ends up happening is it shoots a thing kind of similar to what the Starborne shoots and what many other mobs do. It's like more of a magical particle effect that does a little bit of damage, just the particles are red in theming for the Molten Spirit. Side note, the particles are really big, so you're not exactly going to be able to see if you hit the target or not, but the best way to know if you hear a firework goes off or not, because a firework will never go off when the ability doesn't hit anyone, but if it does hit anyone, it will go off and you'll hear some firework noises, and you might potentially see the mob get hurt. Moving into your next ability, you've got Burning Soul. Your Burning Soul is able to feed with the burning flames. Really, this is the reason why I wasn't losing any hunger earlier, because I was sitting in lava, but this means that if you're just sitting in lava, you won't lose any hunger no matter how long you swim for, because the flames as well as the fire will actually fuel your hunger. But to go in pair with this one here, your flaming hunger means you're only able to get saturation from flames, and you're also unable to eat anything whatsoever. Anyhow, let me know, what are your thoughts on this origin? Do you think Jaswang here did a really good job on this one? Do you think it's an okay one? Or do you think it's overpowered, underpowered? What do you think? Give me your thoughts in the comments down below. I do tend to read through a lot of them. I definitely do try and respond as well as hard as many of them in the first hour as I possibly can. And as always, a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 channel members, Holly the Void and Mr. Fletcher, as well as my $10 member, Decept, as well as every other channel member there are. There are over 60 of you guys currently, and I highly appreciate all of your support. Go check out the video released yesterday, the start of the SMP series that I'm starting. But either way, till next time guys, see you Wednesday, goodbye. Most regular viewers of the channel will understand my massive distaste for most origins that make you spawn in the Nether, mainly because the majority of the time the origin doesn't exactly give you the tools that are necessary to actually do anything proper in the Nether, as well as with the many different ways that you might get screwed over by being spawned in an area where you're pretty much away from any form of actual open land, or you're floating above lava, or many other weird little scenarios that origins can do. So it takes a bit to actually get me to make a video discussing an origin that is solely based on a Nether themed origin. Let's go through it. The Nether Heir is an origin created by the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 from the Origins Discord server. This is a Nether mob human hybrid who has lived in the Nether since the ancient days. This is a 3 impact origin made originally for 1.16, but from what I can tell so far, it does work perfectly fine in 1.17. I guess we'll find out if anything breaks throughout this video or any ability comes out skewed. Moving right into the first ability, we've got Adaptation. After your ancestors have been trapped in the Nether for generations, your skin is naturally burnt and has fire resistance. You can also swim faster in lava. This ability right here immediately gets rid of my first biggest gripe that comes with these type of origins. 9 times out of 10 with a lot of the origins that make you spawn in the Nether, for some reason they make it so that you still take damage from lava. Now some of them have their own solution. For example, there's one that I forgot the exact name to, but it gave you the Phantom ability so you can shift phase through walls, but you can't go through lava because that will still burn you. But sometimes they don't give you anything to cope with the fact, like the God of War origin I reviewed a little while back that made you spawn in the Nether. But if you get stuck in this place where I got screwed in that spawn for that world, you pretty much can't get out without dying a few times before you can successfully start to do anything, because well, you're floating above lava in a little pocket of air. Ultimately, Nether spawns aren't too great, but I guess this gives you something to get out of that pickle if you're, let's say, in an area where you have to hit the lava at least a little bit in order to get out of your sticky situation. And hey, if you want the ability to be able to swim in lava, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below, as there's a few 100,000 of you guys who watch my content actively but don't actually subscribe, so it'd be highly appreciated if even a few of you guys would. Anyway, self-promo aside, let's continue on. Can we just appreciate for a moment how beautiful the SEUS shaders are? Like, this is actually really cool just to look at. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, we've got Known Aura. You are blessed with the Wizard's Grace. All Nether mobs, disincluding hoglins, piglin brutes, and ghast, are passive towards you. Hoglins are just angry at everyone, especially the zombified ones. They'll just attack anything that gets in their way, so it's fair enough that they won't be passive towards you. Piglin brutes, they're piglin brutes. They don't give a damn. They just want to kill you if you're not a piglin type mood. That's what they are. And ghast, the painful, annoying, floating things they are, you know what ghasts are by now. They've been around for long enough. You should understand ghasts. Come on. But this means that with the skeletons, zombified pigmen, I think, unless you hit them, maybe they'll be won't be so passive towards you. Piglins, skeletons possibly, since they do spawn in the Nether technically, but I'm assuming no. And also blazes are all going to be passive towards you, which is pretty beautiful, especially when exploring the Nether, which gets rid of another beautiful gripe about being a spawn origin in the Nether because of these darn mobs. You know, one thing I realized when doing this, that piglins do kill withers skeletons. Did you know that? I didn't know that before this. Sorry, I'm just learning things here. Moving to the next ability, you've got Experienced Rage. By pressing the G button, which is your primary origin ability button, you can access your fiery temper, which gives you 15 seconds of resistance, speed, and strength. So the first note of this ability is this ability does not work when you're not in the Nether. So you can only use this ability when you're in the Nether. If you're in the overworld, this ability just simply won't function for you. It won't activate. When you press your ability button, nothing is going to happen. You have to be in the Nether for this ability to actually function, but you're going to be in the Nether most of the time considering your buffs in the Nether. So yeah, that's a pretty good thing to know anyhow. Moving to the next ability, you've got Battle Plates. Your skin is very tough from being burnt away in the Nether. It gives you natural protection. Probably be a better way to reword this description to the ability is probably say that due to being underneath the intense heat of the Nether 24/7, your skin and body has grown naturally to defend against it, to harden up and be able to give you some extra natural protection when it comes to the heat. Hence why, you know, you can swim in lava and that doesn't affect you because your skin's grown tougher. So you don't need to be all from being burnt away it got tough. No, by being just underneath that severe heat, your skin grew tougher. But this ability gives you 4 bonus armor points on top of the normal nothing that you have by default. Then, of course, as always, as I've made sure to make sure it's clear, unless you have certain mons that remove this limit, you can only go up to the maximum the diamond armor can give you by default. Meaning that if you do wear diamond armor and normal, and as well as your normal armor protection, it doesn't exactly go further than what the diamond armor gives you by default. You see what I mean there? It doesn't go any higher than what diamond armor gives you. Diamond armor will just give you the extra toughness, and Netherite will give you more toughness. But moving on to an ability that actually fits the description of having some form of damaged skin, you have Frail Flesh. Explosions do twice more damage against your burnt, worn away skin. I just had the connotations behind this, the fact that, oh yeah, lava doesn't penetrate through your skin, but you know explosions, they hurt like 2 times more. Even though lava is immune to explosion, apparently lava can't penetrate through your skin, but explosions can. Doesn't make sense, but you know, you gotta balance an origin somehow. That is actually quite funny though, the fact that that's like literally, like the connotations of explosions are worth more damage than what lava is, and lava can't get through your skin, but explosions can. Basically, the long and short of this is the fact that, well, you really don't want to mess around with creepers because one simple TNT explosion will one-shot kill you even when you're wearing a full set of Netherite armor. A full set of Netherite armor and TNT will one-shot you. Creepers are not going to be friendly. Creepers are going to hurt. Make sure you keep an eye on your back so you don't get messed up by a creeper. Moving into the next ability, you've got Ungodly Aurora. You reek of death. Iron golems will automatically attack you on sight. As always, this will only work with iron golems that are summoned by villagers. Any iron golems created by the player themselves will not actually get affected by this type of debuff, as iron golems created by the players are made to never attack the players that created them whatsoever, regardless of what happens. But villager iron golems will go after you, as well as one summoned in by the summon command, so be careful of that one, they're gonna hurt, you know. Moving to your next ability with the Deteriorate ability. The overworld's oxygen, sunlight, just about everything about it has the amount of life it has that gives you negative side effects. These negative side effects will vary depending on what items are around. For example, when you're out in the sun, you'll be given weakness and slowness when you're out in the sun, but when it's nighttime, those abilities will disappear. But another bit of the side effect is you will also lose your ability to use your primary ability. In fact, it will be completely disabled, as I've already mentioned today. Basically, you get a good collection of debuffs in the overworld. You don't exactly want to be messing with too much, as it's kind of just a bit of a pain to deal with overall, but hey, you might be fine with it, you might not be. I guess it's up to you on what you think about it. Just overworld isn't exactly your best friend. Moving into your next ability, you've got Nether Inhabitant. Your natural spawn will be in the Nether. Well, you probably knew this already considering we've done a majority of this video in the Nether, so it was probably understandable already, but hey, here's that extra confirmation if you did actually need it. But yeah, you will spawn naturally in the Nether. Nether is your main home. You get buffs in the Nether. Well, you don't get any buffs. You won't get any debuffs though if you're in the Nether, but you will in the overworld. It's kind of one of those things where Nether's your best friend. You're best off to stay in the Nether, you know? Moving into your next ability, you've got Hydrophobia. You receive damage over time while in contact with water. Again, this is probably a self-explanatory thing. You're going to take damage from water. I mean, you get some pretty nice buffs. You can swim through lava at a faster speed. You can even be in lava, for example. You also don't get hurt by fire, so no duh, water's going to hurt you instead. You kind of got to have something to outweigh the other side of the coin. But hey, what do you think of this origin? Do you think it's a good one? Do you think it's a bad one? Is it overpowered, underbalanced? What's your opinions on it? Let me know in the comment section down below as always. Honestly, I think this is actually one of the first fairly decent origins that get you to spawn in the Nether, as it gives you some abilities to actually deal with and work with while you're in the Nether. But either way, a massive thank you to my channel members, my $25 channel member 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, and my $10 member 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. And until next time guys, goodbye! With the right inspiration, you can create some pretty cool and funky origins. Sometimes people will go to the lengths of making massive origins that will change everything about the game and evolve it into something brand new. And sometimes they'll do something small, something little, but something enough that you can get a bit of an enjoyment out of the idea and already understand the theme behind it. In today's video, we're going to be going through the One Punch Man origin created by the Discord user known as Stinky from the Origins Discord server. This origin is for 1.17.1, also 1.17, so make sure to use it in either one of those versions of Minecraft. If you want to play around with this origin, it may or may not work in 1.16.5. I haven't tested it. I played this mainly on the 1.17 version of it. But going into it, this is a 3 impact origin, meaning it has a maximum amount of impact upon the game itself. Running through the description, half human, half robot, being a disciple of 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 as mage, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼 as a fighter, and as a helper. But either way, let's roll right into the abilities. Moving into the first ability, we have the ability called Overheat. You will overheat if you use your abilities too much. There isn't too much when it comes down to this ability. Basically speaking, the more often you use your actual abilities, the more you'll heat up. When you reach your maximum heat, you'll just be unable to use your abilities whatsoever. There are no other consequences that comes with overheating yourself. Nothing at all. You just simply can't use your ability for a split second, then you can use it again, but then you'll be back at max heat, and then you can just use it a few seconds later. It's a bit of a weird one. I personally think the overheating feature should have affected you a lot more, aside from just disabling your ability for a split second before it cools back down enough that you can use it again. It should maybe temporarily disable your abilities, or maybe something else potentially as well, but I guess this is how it goes sometimes. Moving into your next ability though, you've got the machine gun. By holding your primary key, you will shoot a flurry of bullets. This pretty much just means you shoot a good collection of arrows. You can shoot it at a pretty fast rate, a lot faster than what you can ever shoot with a bow and arrow, or even a crossbow when you have a million crossbows in your hotbar. But they're still very basic arrows. They don't have any form of power behind them. They're just basic arrows shot by, let's say, a basic bow or basic crossbow, an unenchanted one at that. So it really doesn't provide any bonus damage of any sort. It's just a flurry of arrows, I guess. You can use it at excessive speed and excessive rate in order to, I don't know, hurt mobs that get too close to you and you've got nothing else to go. I don't know. Taking a rough guess by counting roughly how many arrows were taken out in a single bar of this, basically I think it's roughly around 45 arrows that you can shoot in a quick succession with this ability, but that's as best as I guess I can get because some of the arrows disappear pretty quickly and I branched it off of a small segment of the actual bar itself. So moving on to the next ability, you've got Heavy. You sink when in water. Pretty sure you can understand this one. I don't think it takes a genius to understand what this means. You literally just sink in water. It turns Minecraft into an ability where you swim in the water, so it just basically acts like you're in the overworld when you're outside of water. You're just walking along land like it normally is, which does mean that you will need to make some staircases when you're in the ocean in order to actually get back out if you fall in. It could also be a massive detriment because you may actually drown while you're down there. So hey, it could be a bit of a double-sided sword maybe? I don't know. It makes it easier to traverse water, but at the same time it could kill you quicker. Moving into the next ability, we've got Iron Body. You have as much armor points as you would have when you have iron armor on. In turn with that though, it does mean that you cannot put any other armor on whatsoever. So basically you've got basic iron protection without any form of enchants possible whatsoever. You can't even put any armor on. You can't put leather, can't put chainmail, can't put gold, can't put diamond, can't put iron, can't put netherite. It's all unavailable to you and you just simply have to deal with the fact that you've only got the protection provided by an iron set of armor without without any form of the actual enchantment buffs whatsoever. But don't worry, you can still put an elytra on, so don't worry too much about that one. So you can still use your chest slot for an elytra, but you just can't wear any armor whatsoever. It is completely and entirely disabled to you. But moving to the next ability, you got the Awakening ability. Calls some matter in when you're in a dire situation. This is your secondary ability, and I also definitely possibly butchered the name that I said there just beforehand, so apologies for that one. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite figure out how in the world this ability actually functions, so I can't really tell you what it does. I don't exactly know what the dire situation is. All I can tell you is that it's an ability that would be keyed to your secondary ability key, but it doesn't seem to function whatsoever. And yes, to the creator of it, I do have 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 installed, so I don't know what's wrong here. Moving on to the next ability, you got Hydrophobia. You receive damage over time while in contact with water. Now, of course, as I said earlier, the other ability where you sink in water does help you travel a little bit faster or move a little bit quicker whilst going through long perms of water, but of course, according to this ability here, you take damage from water, so you'll possibly die while you're in there. Ultimately, I feel like that ability from earlier where you're heavier and actually sinked in water actually allows you to travel through the water a lot quicker than what you would normally when swimming, as well as taking damage, as well as this damage could boost you up blocks in order to help you to traverse and climb up the little hills and mountains and oceans a lot quicker, helping you getting out of the water far faster than what you would normally. So ultimately, I feel like whilst this is a disadvantage, that sinking in water ultimately becomes a nice advantage to help deal with the fact that you have hydrophobia. So overall, this is definitely a much smaller origin than what I would normally cover, which is kind of like just one of those things. Very occasionally I do find these cool themed origins I just want to cover for the sake of I want to cover it, and this one was a lot smaller than what most of my normal origins I cover are, so sorry about that if you want the longer videos, but hey, sometimes this is how it's going to go. Anyway, if you're watching this video right after it release, I will be live over on Twitch, so if you want to come join me, ask me some questions, or maybe some things along those lines, make sure to check me out. If I'm not live at the point in time, or as many hours after the video drops, just go drop me a follow so you know next time that I'm live, because I'm doing a few nighttime streams for me, meaning that there'll be times that you might possibly be able to watch. Either way, as always, a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 member 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and my $10 member 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, and a massive update considering that coming up very later today as well. So hey, look forward for a second video of me talking endlessly again. Either way, until next time guys, goodbye! Hi, welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this Showcase video, we're showcasing the Parasite Origin created by the Discord user known as 𝓵 from the Origins Discord server. Anyhow, going through the information given to us by 𝓵 in the Discord message, it's a 1.16.5 base Origin, meaning that it is for an earlier version of Minecraft. Now this might possibly work on Minecraft version 1.17/version 1.17.1, but some things may potentially break. But anyway, going through the description that he gives us here, basically you're a Parasite boy. You can become a big boy if you have lots of parasites, and small boy if not. Also, fire hates you and you're the opposite of a vegan. Oh, and you're basically blind. But wait, there's more. Yeah, there's more. Yes, you can evolve. There are 3 types. The tank parasite, very big boy. The hunter parasite, a speedy boy. And the infection parasite, speedy boy but eats others. You can evolve into any of these parasites with these easy steps. Step 1, kill tons of things for 0.3% of a chance to get a drop of an evolution, and do the specific challenge to get the thing. So tank takes lots of damage, attack, kill a villager and an iron golem, and infection, you just need a brew a thick potion. But there's more. If you kill a dragon, you get an even thicker. Tank boy turns into a wall, he's very slow but very thick. Hunter turns into a warrior, very fast and strong. Infection turns into a hive, very small boy, but you can become extremely thick and steal the lives of others. Anyhow, now as you have the information on what you need to know in order to evolve this origin to the many different variants that it has, let's start off with the basic Parasite boy origin and go through its abilities before we roll into the evolved variants. So before then, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below, especially if you watch this far into the video and you're one of the people who've been watching many of my videos, as we're slowly climbing up. We're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers for the end of 2021, so any help towards that goal is highly appreciated. Also, make sure to go follow me on Twitch, as I do stream often there, and let's get into the actual abilities themselves. Running through the description of the base Parasite origin, you're a human infected with an advanced parasite. Your only goal now is to survive and grow. Moving into your first ability, you've got Parasitic Flesh. The Parasitic Flesh all over you gives you a very dark purple color, depending on how many parasites you have. Now, for a majority of the parasite levels, you don't tend to have too much of a noticeable tinge on your skin, but as you kill more and more mobs, you'll start to grow in size, and when you start to grow in size, the purple tinge starts to become a little bit more noticeable until you reach the 3 blocks of height, which is where the purple becomes extremely noticeable upon your skin. Of course, this will be more noticeable depending on what type of skin you use, as a more brighter skin will have a far more noticeable purple sooner than what a mostly pink and purple skin like my own is going to have a noticeable purple haze on it as well. But the purple haze on it becomes very noticeable at the 3rd stage of growth when you're killing mobs. Also, a brief side note, within that 80 Vindicators that I killed in order to get this effect, I managed to successfully get one of the evolution items. Now, I do remember seeing and reading the actual notes that it's a 0.3% chance to get the item, but you know, you might get it pretty early on if you're lucky too. Moving into the next ability, you have Flammable Parasites. Due to primarily being made out of parasitic flesh, fire does a lot more damage towards you than normal. When the description says much more damage, I truly mean much more damage, as this does not 2 times, not 3 times, maybe not even 4 times damage. If you jump into lava, it will take only 3 ticks of lava to kill you from full health, as you take roughly 4 to 5 hearts per hit when you are in lava. Now, this is kind of countered by the fact that as you upgrade your parasites, you do get some form of strengths, and one of them is a very high potent fire resistance, so you can counteract this by killing a lot of mobs, but this is still a really potent fire damage increase that is going to be very annoying to deal with. So just don't touch lava. Lava doesn't like you at all. Moving to your next ability, you have the Devour ability. Occasionally when hitting something, you will heal, feed yourself, and restore some of your parasites. Now, the best way to explain this ability is whenever you hit a mob, you will be essentially rolling a dice. So if it lands on the number 6, every time it lands on the number 6, you'll be given not only some extra health if you don't have a full health bar, you'll also be given some extra hunger if you don't have a full hunger bar, and you'll also gain some parasites if you don't have a full parasite bar. Practically, that's how it works in like the best way to explain it. This can sometimes means that twice in a row, 2 hits in a row, you'll get the ability bonus, and sometimes if you could kill several mobs and get none of the ability bonuses whatsoever. It varies a lot. Moving into your next ability, Bite. Move your flesh underground and bite whomever is near, dealing some damage. This is your primary key ability. So whenever you use this ability, it spawns an evoker biting thing right in front, around a block in front of you in whichever direction that you're looking at. It doesn't spawn a line of them, it only spawns a single one of those things. So if you know what an evoker spawns up underneath you to try and hit you, it's practically one of those things that will spawn up around a block ahead of you. Now, of course, this can be in any direction that you supposedly look. So if you look straight up, it'll spawn above you. If you look straight down, it'll spawn below you. So you can use it to attack things that are like a block below. Like let's say there's a 2-block gap between where a mob is sitting and where you are. You can actually attack the mob without actually going near the mob, which is going to be a good use about it. It does do a decent amount of damage, but not too much to make you want to use it over let's say 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 if you get one of those things, but it is somewhat competent as an ability overall. Moving into your next ability, you've got the ability Hungry. Due to having a secondary life form attached to you, you must eat more, and you can only actually eat meat as well. So not only do you have an increased hunger decrease ratio, you can also only eat meat. Now this does kind of get counteracted by the Devour ability that you have, which means you can give yourself some bonus hunger every hit or so depending on how lucky you are, but it just means that you can only eat meat and it moves down quite quicker, so you might want to consider having a good food source on you anyhow. Moving into your next ability, you've got the Dissolve. Dissolve your flesh into microscopic worms that can go through almost every single block. This will slowly kill your parasites, your secondary ability. This is just the Phantom ability. It just slowly consumes your parasite bar, which is the grayish bar that's on your hot bar. Just be aware, because of how the Phantom ability was mechanicked into the actual mod itself, it will be automatically activated when you first spawn into a brand new world. So be very mindful of that and make sure to turn it off immediately the second you spawn in a world, otherwise it's going to stop you from actually getting any form of parasite buildup. Also, when your parasite bar does go down to nothing, instead of deactivating the ability, it will just start to massively consume your hunger bar. Moving into your next ability, you've got the Unknown Entity. Your unsettling parasitic appearance makes Iron Golems see you as a threat upon sight. Again, as it always is, this only affects the villager summoned Iron Golems or golems summoned by the summon command. Any golems that are made by you directly using iron blocks and a pumpkin will never actually attack you, regardless if you hurt them or not. Other players' Iron Golems potentially might, but I don't think they do either. I think they follow the same ruling and mechanics that Iron Golems made by iron blocks do. But any Iron Golems created by villagers or summoned in via the summon command will attack you upon sight, so be aware of that. Moving to the next ability, you've got Pulse Vision. The parasites roaming on you covered most of your eyes, giving you a hard time seeing, but you can see for a short period of time by using your ability, which requires you to use the Save Hotbar Activator button. Now by default, this control is not binded to any key whatsoever. Just a quick cut in from me as a correction of information. This is binded to C key by default, but if you install Optifine or any other form of zoom mod, it will debind the ability and make it so you have to bind it yourself. Find it in the control sections underneath the creative buttons. Now the load bar activator is always keyed up to X by default, but you will need to bind this other one yourself in order for it to be usable. This just means that you have permanent blindness 5 to 2 depending on how tall you are. The taller you get, the more the blindness decreases, mainly because of the fact that it makes it harder harder to see the ground as you get taller with this maxed out blindness. But whenever you use your ability here, which is a save hotbar activator button, it does make it so it removes all blindness for only like half a second at most, meaning you can see all your surroundings for a brief moment before they're gone again. I decided to combine the next two abilities together in one, even though the growth one was appearing a little bit earlier. But going into it, growth, when you're on a full stomach, the parasite flesh around you will reproduce, making you stronger. The more flesh there is, the stronger that you will get. Taking damage will kill off the parasites, thus losing your powers, meaning that every time you do get any form of parasite boost, you will grow in size. And then once you mix the maximum amount, you will hit Ravage ability, which you have the maximum parasites, you'll begin to get really strong buffs, which will last longer the longer you stay with the full parasites for. Starting low at the lower tier of the Parasite origin, when you first start off, you'll have no parasites to your name, you'll be 1 block tall, you'll have the slowness debuff, as well as the blindness debuff, as well as the mining fatigue debuff. As you slowly gain more and more parasites, you will increase to a 2 block height, where you'll have a speed increase added towards your buffs. As you continue to grow in size, you'll have regeneration added to your buffs, strength, jump boost, haste, and absorption added to your buffs. At the maximum amount of parasites, you will be 4 blocks tall, you will have 28 extra hearts via absorption, you will have haste 3, you have jump boost 2, you will have speed, you will have strength 6, and regeneration 4. These are some pretty absurdly strong buffs. And of course, the longer you stay with these maxed out buffs, with the maxed out parasite, the more these increases. Because it actually starts off at 10 extra hearts, and a lower base of strength, a lower bit of speed, a lower bit of regeneration, but it just continues to build and build and build the longer you stay at your parasite maximum 4. But if you take damage, you'll lose some of your parasites. If you use your secondary ability at all, you'll lose some of your parasites. If you use the next ability, which we'll go over in a few abilities time, you'll use some of your parasites. Essentially, you can either hold in all your parasites and not use any of your other abilities for the trade-off of getting extremely good buffs to your character, or you use them and not exactly get these brilliantly, I believe, potentially overpowered buffs. Mind you, Iron Golems still break through the shield like it's nobody's business. I respawned at max parasites, and the Iron Golem only took my normal health and completely ignored the absorption I had. Moving into your next ability, you've got extendable limbs. You have the ability to control your parasite to move from one place to another, allowing you to extend your arm's reach for a much further reach. This reach is effectively around 8 blocks, but of course, as you grow in size, you have less of a reach in comparison to your actual size, especially if you're digging straight down. For example, if you're at the 4 block height, you can only actually dig down 5 blocks because it has to take up 3 of your block reach to go past your actual body. Because with most mechanics of Minecraft, with your vision, with your ability to hit, it all starts at the base of your head / your eyes, meaning that it has to go past the length of your body before it actually can start doing things, but it counts the length of your body to any form of calculation on your reach. Moving into your next ability, you've got the Fire Shield. You can concentrate your parasites to be resistant to fire for 5 minutes. This has a 7-minute cooldown. This uses your load toolbar activated control, which is normally combined to the X key unless you've changed it yourself. But when you use this ability, this will give you maximum fire resistance for, again, 5 minutes. So at least with this origin, you do have the ability to counteract your massive fire debuff with the fact that you take a lot of extra damage from fire and lava by just using your ability here, which gives you a fire shield for 5 minutes. Of course, the ability has a 7-minute cooldown, but that really only means 7 minutes in total, as it will also count towards the 5 minutes that you have the ability for, and then only an extra 2 minutes after the fire resistance runs out on you. But the big thing with this ability, it will take half of your parasite bar in order to use this ability, so be aware of that. You will lose a huge chunk of your buffs when you do use this ability, temporarily though, as it does tend to come back up again about a minute-ish afterwards. Now at this point, you can now just evolve your origin in order to go to either of the 3 different types of parasite origin. Now they are very simple and very easy to explain. They were all explained at the start of the video if you want to rehash over that, as basically the explanation that's dropped in the Discord server is all it is. There is no any extra abilities aside from the the tank being a bit stronger, having a lot more health but being slower, and other things along those lines there. As there's no ever extra massive amount of ability changes, you have the same amount of abilities just with different variants on how your character acts based upon which evolution path you take. Either way, let me know what you think of this origin. What are your thoughts about it? Do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's underpowered? What are your thoughts about it? Let me know in the comments down below. As always, you guys have some pretty good opinions about this one, and have a discussion in the comments down below with other people, and let me know what you think about this origin. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button and the subscribe button down below. Also, go make sure to check out the Cobb's Guide channel, which I will have a link in the description down below. And until next time, guys, massive thank you to my channel members, my $25 channel members 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and Saturn, as well as my $10 member 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. And until next time, guys, goodbye. Hello, welcome back to another Origin Showcase. In this Origin Showcase here, we're showcasing the Puppeteer Origin created by the magical YouTuber known as 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. So this Origin was recently updated for 1.17, and due to a lot of requesting that I've gotten from you guys in the comments down below, and is now being recently updated to 1.17, I thought what would be the better time than ever than now to start covering these Origins and give them my full-on review. And if you don't know who 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 is, I highly suggest that you go use the link in the description, go to her channel, go give her a subscription. She doesn't upload too often, but when she does, they're amazing, well done, high quality, very cool concept Origin ideas that I do recommend that you even check out. Even if you don't play them, they're just really cool to check out in the first place. So yes, this is the Puppeteer Origin, a very complicated one to go through, but once you understand the basics of it, it's actually quite simple to know, but you kind of need to understand what not to do. The Puppeteer is a 3 impact origin, meaning that it's got the maximum impact upon your Minecraft playthrough, only through the description, dark arts practices with their magic, puppeteers toys with their target life, no matter where they try to hide. Anyhow, before we get into this video, there's always over 100,000 of you guys who are consistently watching content on this channel. I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe, and even just a few of you, and I'll actually stop asking this when we hit 100k, because then I won't care too much about it. And also make sure to smash the like button on this video, as it makes it do better in the algorithm and more people end up watching it. Either way, long intro out of the way, let's get into the abilities. Moving to our first ability, we've got Voodoo Doll. Using your primary Origin ability button to summon a Voodoo Doll at your current location. Right click on the Voodoo Doll to actually give it an item to hold or to take the item back off of it. If the doll is holding an item, hitting the G button will teleport the doll towards you instead of removing the doll. So let's run through the basics. So pressing your primary ability button puts out a small arm stand in front of you. No matter where you are in the world, if the Voodoo Doll is not holding an item, and when you press your G button again to bring it back, it will disappear, and then you can press it again to bring it back out in front of you. You can tell whether it's out or not by whether the brown bar on your hotbar is full or not. If it's full, the Voodoo Doll is out in the world somewhere. If it's not full, it's in your inventory and you can put it right down wherever you please. You also have the ability to give the Voodoo Doll a couple of items. There are a few items that give a few abilities, that we'll go over that in a moment, but essentially speaking, when you give the Voodoo Doll an item, it is now permanently in the world, and whenever you press your primary ability button, instead of putting the Voodoo Doll away, it will instead teleport to you. But this will only work if you're in the same dimension as the Voodoo Doll. So if you go to the Nether, for example, and you press this button while the Voodoo Doll's got an item on it, it will not teleport to you, and you'll get a note block sound instead to tell you that, hey, nope, this doesn't function like that. If the Voodoo Doll has no item in its hand when you press the button in a different dimension, it will just be put back into your inventory and you can put it out again in the Nether. Another piece of interesting information, the Voodoo Doll is also affected by gravity, kind of like normal Minecraft players, as well as the fact that water will move the Voodoo Doll around as well. And you can also punch the Voodoo Doll to break it if it's holding an item, or just punch it for the sake of you break it anyhow. Now you've gone through that information, let's move on to the next ability, Target a Victim. Hit an entity to lock it in as your victim. The victim will have particle effects around them that only you can see. Use your secondary ability key to target yourself as the victim, and then use that ability key again in order to clear all targets. So running through how it works, when you hit a mob which becomes your locked in target for your victim, what happens to the Voodoo Doll will also end up happening to the mob of choice. For example, here we've got a cow. So when I set my Voodoo Doll alight, this cow will now be set alight. If I move the Voodoo Doll into a bit of water to distinguish it, the cow will also be distinguished as well, regardless of whether it went into water itself, as it follows what the Voodoo Doll is doing. Now this lock-on ability can work from any distance away as long as the mob has not despawned or gone way off screen to the point where they're no longer loaded. If let's say a player is within close enough for the mob to still be loaded while the Puppeteer goes far away and then lights them on fire far away, the mob will still be lit on fire because they're still in a loaded chunk with another player. Also, another piece of information, effectively the Puppeteer serves as a chunk loader, as whatever chunks it is currently sitting in will be always loaded when the puppet is there, because in order to allow for the changes as well as the certain abilities and all that to actually take proper effect. But this works slightly different when it comes to having a second player in the game. When you set a voodoo doll on fire when you have the target locked in as another player, instead of them being set alight, they'll be hit by an arrow which will set them alight, and when you extinguish the voodoo doll, the player will be hit by another arrow that will make sure to remove the fire. But when it comes to another player, it gets even weirder. If this other player is also a puppeteer, how the voodoo doll works between these puppeteers is now entirely different. So when targeting and locking on the target on another puppeteer, the particles won't even appear for the person who locked onto the target. Instead, it will appear for the other puppeteer whom you hit to attempt to lock in the target on. Now, you will be able to use the voodoo doll and set the voodoo doll alight in order to target and hurt this other puppeteer, but this other puppeteer is also able to use their secondary ability to remove the targeting upon them. Continue on with this information, you're also able to use either voodoo dolls. So if you use the other puppeteer's voodoo doll in order to set themselves alight when you lock in the target on them, it will successfully work, but you can also use your own voodoo doll to do the exact same thing. It's very confusing, but it pretty much works in the fact that both voodoo dolls do the exact same thing. They both work together, meaning that you can't really attack the other puppeteer too well or make use of your own voodoo doll. It's multiplayer friendly in a way, but it's also a bit weird and might potentially ruin some abilities dependent on how you tend to use them. Also, I just explained the first voodoo ability, the Pyro Voodoo. After locking into your target, you can set fire to your doll and torture your victims. For mobs, the state of your victim directly mirrors the doll. Players will be set on fire for 20 seconds unless the doll is extinguished or removed. I've already explained how all that works by also explaining how the victim locking works as well. But moving to the next ability, we've got the Ender Voodoo. After locking onto a target and giving your voodoo doll an Ender Pearl, you can use your primary ability button to teleport the target towards your doll. This will also work on the target yourself if you're the target. This will also work on great distances. As I've already said, the voodoo doll is essentially a chunk loader, but this will not work across dimensions. Now, just a quick thing I'll explain right off the bat, you are unable to use this ability with your fellow puppeteers, as when you hit them, you don't get the target particles yourself, and even when you use the primary ability to use the Ender Pearl, it will do absolutely nothing, as it requires them to now use their own puppeteers in order to actually use their target. It's very weird how the little section there works, but as I said, doing a puppeteer with another puppeteer, you can't exactly use your abilities against each other too well, so it's a pretty good idea just to not worry about it. But as I said, this allows you to teleport any mob or any object you can target from very far away or even just right around the corner. This will also work on yourself, so for example, instead of using an Ender Stasis chamber, you can just have your voodoo doll set up somewhere and you give it an Ender Pearl, and then you can press the button to escape at any single time instead of having to worry about a timer hopefully activating or something else, or maybe getting someone else to hit it for you. This can also work in helping transfer villages if you don't mind giving the villagers a little bit of damage, causing them to increase the prices for you temporarily, as it will save you a lot of time doing this, as it will teleport the villager directly to the puppeteer, which I'm pretty sure we all understand how painful it is to teleport and move villagers about. Moving on, we've got the Potion Voodoo. By giving the voodoo doll a potion or the ingredient to hold, it will grant the target the corresponding potion effect going along with it. Given it a spectral arrow will give the target a glowing effect, and given it a shulker shell will give the target the levitation effect. First piece of important information when it comes to go with this, when you use the potion ingredients themselves, it will always give the level 1 effect itself and nothing higher than that. This of course works for all potion effects aside from the insta ones, as those ones according to Inkback would be way too OP. And the next bit of information that goes along with this one, when these potions are in effect, they actually stay on permanently until the item is removed from the voodoo doll's hand. And this ability, unlike other abilities, will actually function through other directions as well, so you can go into the Nether and you won't have to worry about it being disabled just because the voodoo doll's in the overworld, as it functions cross dimension. Moving into the next ability, we've got 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓼. Villagers consider you as allies and villagers consider you as foe. Iron golems spawned by villagers will attack you on sight, and villagers raise their prices to absurd levels. Now remember when I said you can easily teleport villagers earlier using the puppeteer? Well, it doesn't really matter too much for you aside from maybe making an iron golem farm where you can disregard their prices entirely. But overall, overall, villagers become a bit null and void to you, iron golems will attack you on sight, and pillagers will be your friend. Except for the Ravager. The Ravager will still hit you because that's just what the Ravager does. Moving on, we've got Blinding Sun. Places with strong sunlight nearby, 13 plus light levels, slows you down and also exhausts you, meaning that you got the permanent hunger ability, meaning that your hunger will decrease naturally without you even doing anything. So ultimately, get out of the sun, not the greatest place to be. And moving on, we've got picky preferences. You can only eat raw meat. You refuse to consume cooked meat, vegetables, milk, and potions. Now you see why you have to use the Puppeteer to give you potion effects, because you're unable to consume them yourself. Which also means you're only going to ever be able to have one single potion effect on you at any given time, aside from bonus beacon effects, meaning if you're going into a Wither fight or an Ender Dragon fight, you'll only ever get to pick one of the many different potion effects a lot of people tend to take into their dragon fights. So what do you think of the Puppeteer origin? Personally thinking, I think it's a really, really good and well-crafted origin. It can be slightly OP in consideration, but it's definitely a very good quality origin that does have a lot of things taken in consideration when creating things and potentially making it overpowered. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button down below. As I've already said, go make sure to subscribe to Inkband using the link in the description down below. And as always, a massive thank you to my channel members, my $25 members 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 and Mr. Filcher, as well as my $10 member 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼. And until next time, guys, goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this Origin Showcase video, we're running through the Astley origin created by the user 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 from the Origins Discord server. I've covered many different origins created by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 in the past. If you want to check out more of them, check out the playlist up above in the card. Now to start off, we've got an important information note that comes with this origin. Instead of how you normally do with origins with a data pack controlled into your data pack folder, this works a little bit different as it makes use of the mod known as the custom content packs. Really what you need to do is get the custom content packs mod, which I'll have a link in the description for, and then throw the actual folder that I'll be giving you to download for this origin into your resource folder where you put your resource pack, and then restart Minecraft, and it should automatically be shoved into your main thing, so you don't have to worry about the data pack nonsense for this one. Anyhow, this origin is for 1.17.1. It's the best version to play it in because it's the one it's made for. I don't know if this would actually work or if there's actually a way to get it to work in 1.16 because there's a lot of different bits and pieces that works with how this one functions. But let's get started in the actual origin itself. This is a 2 impact origin, which means it has a medium impact on your Minecraft game. Doesn't exactly change everything, but it gives a few different changes in there. Running through the description: British singer, songwriter, and radio personality. You have the abilities of using your songs as your powers. Anyhow, before we get started, there are over 100,000 of you guys who are continuously watching multiple of my videos, and I highly appreciate it even if a few of you guys would actually hit the subscribe button down below, as it means a lot and it doesn't change too much for you. But let's get started and let's run through the abilities of this origin. So first up, we have Smooth Dancer. You are a smooth dancer and you're able to move far faster than a normal Minecraft player because you are smooth at dancing. But you got those cool dance moves, you know? You're Rick Astley. You're the inventor of the infamous Rickroll meme. You've got the smoothest of smooth moves because apparently everyone can incept a Rickroll into every little bit of the thing. I've even got the copyright disc right in my goddamn hands that if I play, I'll get an immediate claim on this video because I can't Rickroll you. So you're getting off a bit free on the Rickroll here. Or will you? Okay, joking aside, you'll get what is essentially just a speed 2 boost permanently, but it isn't exactly a potion effect, meaning that, well, you can still get speed potion effects to buff your actual speed. Moving into your next ability, you've got Musical Sensation. Listening to music makes you comfortable, giving you amazing gifts. You get haste, regeneration, and health boost, 15 blocks radius. So the origin itself doesn't exactly describe what you need to actually activate this ability, but practically you just need a jukebox. Once you place down your jukebox, you're going to have musical particles coming off of your player, and then you're going to be given these abilities. Now you get given haste 3. I've already made it express what I feel about the haste boost of any ability. It has to be equal or worth more than what it is to get a beacon, and unfortunately a jukebox isn't exactly worth that. But at the same time, this is more of a meme origin, so it has the ability to be, I have the ability to be slightly more lenient against these type of overpoweredness of it. You also get a small bit of regeneration and then a boost of a few extra hearts, and that is about it from that one. Moving into the next ability, you've got Musical Stunt, which is your primary ability. With your musical powers, you have the ability to make everybody in your 30 blocks radius hearings muffled for 1 minute. This ability has a 3-minute cooldown. When you use your primary ability, it will give all entities and players around you a custom effect made directly for this origin that muffles all sounds happening around near them. It doesn't mute the noise entirely, but it makes it a bit quieter than normal. That is practically what it is. Moving to your next ability, you've got Rickroll, your secondary ability key. Rickroll, never gonna give you up. Warning, it might cause your friends to get mad at you. This ability has a 5-minute cooldown. When you use it, not only will it play Never Gonna Give You Up and Rickroll the entire server, it will also freeze every entity on the server for a handful of seconds, which can be pretty damning if you think about it, because it can really become a pain to deal with because it freezes everyone no matter what they're doing. So you just hope to dear God that you're not in a position where you might be a bit cucked if once everything unfreezes. But lucky for you, it also freezes all entities at the same time too, so it isn't that much of a worry to worry about when they use this ability. It's just more of a thing to keep in mind on the fact that, oh no, we're getting rickrolled. This is brilliant. This is I want to kill this person so badly, but I can't because I'm frozen in time. But hey, if you're the Rick Astley origin, you don't get frozen at all by this ability. This ability is overall just funny to play around with. Like, you can just make a pit full of creepers, press this ability, and then put some cats in there and watch the creepers start panicking but not move at all. It's just brilliant. This ability is just brilliant. It is definitely going to be annoying because you're frozen for the duration of the song, but it's still brilliant nevertheless. Moving into the next ability, you've got Never Gonna Give You Up. You get your own disc containing the Never Gonna Give You Up song, the famed song that everybody knows because you've been played it once or twice just for the sake of a funny joke, funny haha joke. It is also the song that you already know, you've memorized all the different types of YouTube links to because you don't want to get rickrolled. This disc that you spawn with is also YouTuber's kryptonite because it plays a copyrighted song that gets their video/stream copyright claim. So yeah, I can't play this music disc for you at all because if I do, I get a copyright claim and you're not going to be having a very fun day when I don't make a video. Moving to the next ability, you've got a famous songwriter. Being a famous artist, everybody loves you and all mobs will not attack you, regardless of what you do. Now, of course, you've always got the loophole of using a flint and steel on a creeper to watch it explode, but no mobs are actually going to come after you whatsoever, so you can enjoy your Rick Astley music whilst in amongst of a bunch of creepers playing Rickroll while they all just sit there and stare at you because they know they can't do anything about it. Moving to your next ability, you've got Normal Person. You're just a normal dude that sings. You have 2 less hearts though, so there's not much we can do about that, you know. You're a normal person, but we're also going to remove some of your hearts at the same time. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Not important, not important. I mean, having a little less health doesn't exactly matter too much when mobs can't even hurt you in the first place. But moving to the next ability, we've got Pacifist. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. You're a pacifist and you don't want to hurt anything. You can't deal any damage, but at least you can be very annoying. And very annoying indeed, especially when you've got YouTuber's kryptonite on a flipping disc that you spawn with right off the bat. All you need to do is find a jukebox. Oh wait, you just need to do that. Ah, suck it. Moving into your next ability, you've got Dissipated Energy. Since you sing a lot, wasting a lot of your energy, making you getting hunger 2 times more, meaning your hunger bar decreases at twice the normal rate, meaning you need to eat far more food to sustain it, etc, etc. You understand this by now. It is basically faster hunger that you need to keep more of an eye on. So what do you think of this origin? Let me know in the comments down below. What are your thoughts? What are your ratings? What do you give it? Now, a bit of important information to go at the end of this video. This is the end of the daily streak that I've been running on since the end of May. These videos take a lot of time and several hours to create, and I kind of need to hop off of it in order to start focusing on bigger projects that are going to start coming out over the time span of August. There's a lot of big things that are coming in August, as well as I'm going to start covering the origins that take a lot more time to cover, like for example the 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 origin, the Twinborn origin, as well as a bunch of other origins that are far bigger in detail and take a lot more time and effort to actually cover and explain all things on those lines, as well as just allow myself to take a bit of a break and take a bit of a breather, because I've been going daily except for one day throughout these past 2 months, making videos that take several hours to complete. And honestly, I thank all you guys for your support over the past few months, but we're taking a bit of a slow now. Not exactly taking a break just yet. I'm going to keep going till the end of the year, but we're going to take a break at the year's end. But hey, if you enjoyed this video, slap the like button, hit the subscribe button. Massive thank you to my channel members as always. Huge shout out to my $25 members, Hollow the Void and Mr. Filcher, as well as a shout out to my $10 members, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. Either way, until next time guys, goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another Origins mod showcase. In this video I'm going to be showcasing the custom Riftborn origin created by the Discord user known as Mr. Coffee from the Origins Discord server. This is the version 4 version of the actual origin, as I was meant to have made a video on the version 3 origin a little bit ago when I first spotted it in the actual data pack section, but I kind of delayed that a few times to the point where now the version 4 actually exists, so hey, here we are, version 4 instead, let's go with it. There's also extra credit to the user known as Zionside, as well as Just Wang here as always. He seems to be here, there and everywhere with these origins, so yeah, pretty useful information there. This is an origins mod for 1.17.1 or 1.17. You can use either there. You might be able to use it in 1.16, but it may also break a few things too, depending, so always be aware of that a little bit when you're doing those type of things. The Riftborn is a 3 impact origin, meaning it has a maximum impact upon the game itself, and right through the description, Born in the Depths of the Void has teach you how to manipulate space. And hey, before we get into this video, if you've been enjoying a lot of the content that I've been putting out lately, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. There's a lot over 116,000 of you guys who watch multiple videos of mine who are still not yet to have actually hit the subscribe button, and we're less than 1,000 subscribers away from getting the high pixel YouTuber rank, which would be a really cool thing to get. So if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button, it'd be highly appreciated. Also hit the like button, and also one last thing, I've been streaming a lot on Twitch recently. Go check me out over there if you really want to see me live. And either way, let's get started with these abilities. Let's roll. Moving to your first ability, you've got Unstable Body. Due to consistent use of rifts, your body becomes unstable, making particles come from you. With this passive ability, your body is slightly transparent in comparison to the normal Minecraft user, as well as you've got the Enderman particles coming off of your body. So you know those purple particles that come off of Endermans in Minecraft and all that? Yeah, you pretty much have those particles vibrating off of you at all times, so it's just a little bit of interesting aesthetic to be added to your character. Moving to your next ability, you've got the Rift ability. This is your primary ability, which is always binded to G by default, but you can always change it in the settings. Same with your secondary ability. You can create a rift to another dimension, becoming immune to any type of damage, but being unable to interact with some things. Now, when you use this ability, you stay in the same dimension that you were in beforehand. Let's say you're in the overworld, you'll stay in the overworld. If you're in the Nether, you'll stay in the Nether, and you're in the end portal, you'll be in the end dimension still. But what this ability does do is put you in a different dimension plane. So you're still in the same dimension essentially, but you're in a different plane of existence, meaning things are slightly different for you. You can still break blocks normally like you would regularly would be able to, but you are able to phase through blocks while in this ability. But beware, if your timer runs out while you're in this ability and you're in the ground, you will unphase and you will suffocate to death, so be very aware of how long you're able to be in that ability form. 4, mobs are unable to attack you whatsoever whilst in this form either, as well as you're unable to place blocks whatsoever. You can still attack things yourself, you can still attack mobs and things along those lines whilst in this other plane of existence, but you can't get attacked back, as well as other little bits and pieces along that line, as well as the fact that you get given slowness while in this dimension, as well as everything goes grey. Capiche? You get the gist of that by the basic similarities of it. I'm pretty sure that someone might be able to explain a more in-depth variant of this ability and how it works in more detail in the comments down below, but that's the basic gist of it. Moving to the next ability, you've got the relocation ability. This is your secondary ability. The secondary key is not normally binded to anything, so you have to do this yourself via the controls options, but I normally bind it to Y as it's close enough to G to make sense. Either way, the relocation ability gives you the ability to create a rift that will allow you to teleport 30 blocks in front of you. This ability is where I find out that you don't suffocate as this origin because I tested it in survival mode, but let's go through it quickly. So this ability allows you to teleport 30 blocks in front of you. This ability is on a 5-second cooldown each and every time you use it, so you can use it in pretty quick and rapid reception in between each and every one of them. Now, this will teleport you to wherever you're actually looking. You pretty much just look in a direction and you'll teleport 30 blocks in that direction. If you're looking towards a mountain and the mountain so happens to be closer to you than 30 blocks, you'll teleport to the interior of that mountain and be inside of some blocks. This is where I find out you don't actually suffocate in walls as this origin, so you don't have to worry about that too much. Just wait a few seconds and then look upwards and press your teleportation ability. You'll teleport into the sky and fall back down to earth, as you don't take full damage either, which will probably be more explained on why and later on in the ability. But this allows you to teleport 30 blocks in front of you in any direction, including directly up or directly down. You might be able to use it to go into any potential caverns that are below you, and many other different reasons you can use it for that in other different ideas you can potentially use it for. Yeah, I kind of stumbled there, don't worry about it. Moving to your next ability, you've got the wormhole ability. Now, this is another one of those active abilities that require you to press a button, but it doesn't exactly need you to get the extra keybinds for the Origin stuff mod. In fact, this actually combines to your load hotbar activator, which, if you don't know what that is, don't worry, I didn't know about it either and how that actually existed to be something you can bind a key to until someone told me in the comment section of one of my most recent Origin ones. I forget which one it was precisely, but typically this defaults to the X key. So your X key will activate this ability. If sneaking, by pressing the key, you will teleport to the last entity you hit, otherwise pressing the key will teleport the entity to you. This kind of works in a similar vein to what the Puppeteer has, where you can have the ability to teleport entities towards you. This time around, you can hit an entity, you can move away from it, and then when you're shift and holding X, you'll teleport back to the entity. But when you just press X without holding shift, the entity will teleport to you. This could be a good way to have some form of a scapegoat just in case you get into some form of fight or anything along those lines. Let's say you accidentally fall into the void in the end, you can just hit the X key, you can hold the shift and X key to teleport away to maybe an enderman that you hit above the ground in the actual end island itself, or maybe some other bits and pieces along those lines. You can use it to teleport faster around when, let's say, you hit a mob at your actual base, you go over to your friend's base and you use it to teleport back to your base. You can use it to move mobs around. Let's say you need to get a zombie up in an iron golem farm, you need to get a villager up into an iron golem farm, you just hit the entity once, make them a little bit angry and teleport them up to this area where you want them to go, and so many other useful beneficials that you can do with this ability. Moving into your next ability, you've got the Rift Dodge. Now, this is a passive ability. Thanks to your ability to rip space, you can dodge some attacks. Now, this does have a certain amount of times that you can use it before it actually runs out entirely, which is about 5 to 4 different hits you take at one point in time. It will deplete the bar entirely, and you have to wait roughly 30 seconds to a minute before the bar goes back to full yet again. But whilst in this ability, you will take absolutely no damage whatsoever until the ability runs out, and then you'll start taking damage to whatever mobs are around you that will start hurting you. Moving into the next ability, you've got the Life Void. Ripping space has its consequences, making you have only 8 hearts instead of the normal 10 that a Minecraft player has. This one's pretty self-explanatory, you have 2 less hearts than normal. Moving into your next ability, you've got shields. Due to your combat style, you cannot use shields whatsoever. Again, pretty much the same as most other Origins that have this ability where you just can't use shields. Shields are non-functional. Everyone understands how this works by now. It's the same as it always is. Moving into your next ability though, you've got Exhaustion. Creating rifts takes up a lot of energy. Practically speaking, this just allows your hunger to go down a lot faster than the average Minecraft player, so always keeping that in mind. It's not exactly too drastic of an increase like some Origins have, it's just a noticeable one that you'll see where your hunger bar slowly ticks down a little bit faster than what it would normally do. Moving into your next ability, you've got Hydrophobia. Because you got unstable body, water flows through you unlike normal players, and it actually hurts, causing you to take damage in water. Yes, this is the tried and true method of taking damage in water like a lot of other Origins have taken. This ability also functions while it's raining, so be wary that if you're in rain, you will take damage, so get the hell out of there as soon as you can. Moving into your next ability, you've got Flammable. You're not familiar with fire, therefore making you panic about it whenever you're on fire. This is just layman terms for you take more damage when you're on fire. Moving into the next ability, you've got Unstable Body 2.0. Due to your instability, you need to have tough armor to hold it together, meaning that you need armor that is better than iron, meaning that you're only ever able to actually wear diamond or netherite armor, and there is no other armor that you're able to use as this Origin. Which, hey, it's a different change to what people mostly do with armor nowadays in the Origins mod. Anyhow, let me know, what are your thoughts of this Origin? What do you think of it? Let me know in the comment section down below. As always, you tell me your opinions. Do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's underpowered? Do you think some changes could be made? What do you think of this Origin? As always, a massive thank you to my channel members, my $25 channel members, Hollow the Void and Saturn, as well as my $10 member Decept, as well as all the other channel members we have. There's over 70 of you guys now, and I really do appreciate the support from all of you guys. Make sure to hit the like button down below if you haven't already, subscribe if you haven't already. Until next time guys, goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this Origins video, we're going to be showcasing an Origin based upon Sonic the Hedgehog. This Origin is created by the Discord user known as Exiled. This is actually version 3 of this Origin mod, as well as there's also a planned future of many different evolution paths that you can take as Sonic, and he'll explain the details on a later date when he's ready to actually release that variant of it. More important information, this mod does require the extra keybinds mod as well in order to take advantage of all all the actual abilities of this, which is a plus and a disadvantage at the same time depending on what you think. Also, this is only for version 1.16.5. You might be able to get it to work in 1.17, but it's made specifically for 1.16.5 at the current point in time. And that rhymed. Anyway, running through the description, become the descendant of Sonic the Hedgehog. Run with the winds or run faster than the winds. It's up to you. How to evolve? You summon the Wither. So there is at least one evolution that we'll go through in this video, but the rest of them will either be explained by the creator in a pinned comment down below, or we'll just see it at a later date. Either way, let's get started with the abilities. The first ability that we'll be looking at is the ability called Speed. Speed is in your nature. Sprint to gain extra speed. This is quite similar to how the speedrunner main ability works. When you start to run around, your speed builds up, and then you get to a certain point where you're as fast as you're gonna go. With the Sonic one here, you'll pretty much take a few moments after starting to sprint to speed up to the actual speed you're going to max out at, and then you'll stay at that speed. This is a much controllable speed that is also fairly decently fast at the same time. Moving on to the second ability, we've got Homing Dash. Due to your ancestor being Sonic the Hedgehog, you gain a deviation of the homing attack called the Homing Dash. This boosts you into the air about 10 blocks. Essentially speaking, you jump yourself up around 10 blocks, which is really cool overall. This could be really useful if, let's say, you have an elytra of sorts or many other different pieces along those lines, as well as it works really well together with the next ability we'll go over in a moment. Speaking of the next ability, we've got the ability known as Boost. Boost yourself forward by around 8 blocks, which is set to your secondary key. So when using this ability, you will go forward around 8 blocks using this boost. But a little bit of a quirk that comes with this, if you direct yourself straight up, you'll still go 8 blocks forward, but you also go up into the air by a lot as well, but you'll still only go 8 blocks forward. You see what I'm coming at here? You can still only go 8 blocks forward, but it doesn't matter how you get that 8 blocks forward, you just go 8 blocks forward. So you can jump up extraordinarily high, but you will only ever go 8 blocks forward. Then put this in combination with the first ability that we just talked about, where you jump up super high, you can pretty much fly over a jungle with ease without even needing an elytra. So that's slightly overpowered ability or overtuned ability aside. Moving to the next one, we've got Sonic Wind. When pressing your Centauri key, which is essentially one of your other extra keys from the extra keybind keys, I will go over and show off which one this one is in a moment. It shoots an arrow of wind. When coming in contact with an entity, it will launch them up into the air. Well, now I ask you this question, have you ever seen pigs fly? Because this essentially can do that, and they come back down and they're dead. Well, that's a massive shame, but this is a beautiful ability. Just by the simple fact that you can just shoot anything and they're just gonna float up into the air at a great speed and then come dropping right back down and die like they never did anything like they never existed in the first place. Don't mind the stutter. Anyway, moving into the next ability, you've got Double Jump. You can double jump like Sonic can do in some of the Sonic games. It's not always an available feature, but hey, they throw it into this one because why not, really? Using this double jump, you're able to jump up around 3.5 blocks high. Any higher than that, you won't actually make it, but any lower than that, you'll be perfectly fine. But 3.5 blocks of a jump by default without the potion of leaping is extremely useful, because when we add that in, you have the ability to jump up to 4.5 blocks high, which is really useful when considering the use of jump potions aren't really that great half the time, because the 2-block boost isn't exactly too useful half the time. Moving on to your next ability, you've got Blue Skin. Much like your ancestors' blue fur, you now have a blue colored skin. I mean, do I need to explain this one to you? Either way, moving on to the next ability, we've got Speed for Power. In exchange for your universal level of speed, your arms are now thinner than before. Therefore, you are permanently weakened in comparison to everything else. You've essentially just got like permanent weakness 1 on you without the actual ability being present, meaning that if someone does splash you with weakness 1 or weakness 2, you'll get those effects on top of your already weakened player. Either way, moving on to your next ability, you've got Can't Swim. You cannot swim at all when submerged in water, so you will act like you are out of water when you actually go into the water. We've seen this ability being used in many different occasions. Essentially speaking, when you're in the water, you'll sink down to the bottom like a rock, and you practically be walking around underwater in the same vein you would do when you're on land. And yeah, moving into the next ability, you've got Unwieldy. Essentially speaking, the way your hands are formed provide no way of holding the shield upright, and practically you can just not block using a shield. We've seen this type of thing many times. It's the same deal. You can't use a shield to block damage. And the final main ability, Acrobatics. You never take fall damage no matter which height you fall from. I mean, this type of ability is kind of essential considering that 2 of your abilities allow you to go super high up in the air. If you take any form of damage whatsoever from fall damage, abilities, those abilities are practically useless. Now, super funny thing, you evolve when you place down the final thing to activate the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼. You evolve into the supersonic form without needing to defeat the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓼, but you kinda gotta have to unless you go spawn it far away from where it actually matters and you can just ignore its existence for a while. Anyhow, moving on to the abilities of the supersonic gauge, you get speed and speed. You tense up your body by vibrating it in place at high speeds, making your body tougher. You now have 5 armor points by default, and you also gain flight. You now have the ability to fly. It's set to your tenerary key, which is essentially speaking, this flight just allows you to hover up into the air with flames following behind you. You must be pressing this other key button in order to actually fly. The moment you let go, you're no longer flying. But in turn, with your new abilities, you do actually lose your ability to do double jumps, as well as your ability to shoot extra arrows that are like the wind. Essentially speaking, you gain 2 new abilities in exchange for 2 of your other abilities. But at least the way that you have to avoid getting these abilities in the first place is just to have someone else start the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 for you, because you have to actually place the final thing itself in order to get the advancement that gets you to evolve. Anyway, smash like for Supersonic, and if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Go check me out on all my other socials like Twitter or Instagram, and until next time guys, goodbye. Also, massive thank you to my members, my 10 element Decept, and the rest of them. Bye. One small step for Steve, but one giant leap for Minecraft kind. Let's break into space with the Spacebreaker origin created by the user known as Ghost from the Origins Discord server. We are also using the figure mod to have the actual model that I'm using in this video created by the user known as Manual from their Discord server, which you can find linked to all of that at the actual figure mods website itself. The Spacebreaker is a 3 impact origin running through the description, and an incredible ability to bend the space at his mercy, provide him with the ability to remain unnoticed for a long time. Know what their secrets are. One big word of information with this origin here, the data pack downloads that I'm going to provide you down below contains not 1 but 2 different data packs. Basically, you want to unzip the main folder and take the 2 individual folders and copy them both into your data pack folder. Basically, it's a very important thing to keep in mind so you can actually use this origin. But without further ado, let's get into the actual abilities. Moving into the first ability, we have Unique Power. His species managed to adapt to make use of this fragile region of space where all dimensions come together. Thanks to that, you have the ability to enter and exit any dimension. This is your primary ability, and just strap in for a moment here. This is very, very interesting, but it's also probably the most unique ability I've ever seen when it comes to these type of origins. Basically, whenever you use your primary ability, you'll be teleported into this new dimension. But when you do that, it will also teleport the region of land that you're currently on into this new dimension as well. When you first go in here, you'll see only the small bit of region of land that you were standing on. Basically, any of the land that was there, as well as the mobs that were around you, will teleport with you into this dimension. When you go there for the first time, everything else will be just white concrete. You can't break anything. All you see is white concrete plus a little bit of land that you brought in with you. And you want to bring in something even cooler than just a bit of land, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below, as it'd be highly appreciated as we're trying to get to 100k before the end of the year. Going back to this ability, in order to go back to the overworld, or whatever dimension you are currently in, you just hold your shift as well as the primary ability button at the same time whilst you're in the land that you took with you. If you do this whilst you're over the top of white concrete, the ability will not function whatsoever. But the moment you do it on and over the top of the land you brought into the world with you, you'll be teleported back to that spot into the other dimension. This works not only in the overworld, but in the nether dimension as well as the end. Basically, the blocks that it will transfer with you is dirt, grass, sand, red sand, stone, gravel, ice, mycelium, snow, cobblestone, and terracotta, which will return to the overworld. Netherrack, soul sand, soul soil, basalt, magma blocks, nether bricks, blackstone, and bone blocks for the nether, and endstone and purple blocks for the end. Basically, it's a really, really cool ability that can allow you to create amalgamation of many different types of blocks all in the one hub dimension, because the idea behind this is it's basically a dimensional rift, where it's a rift fusion between multiple all the dimensions into this one area. This ability is really, really cool, and just for anything, I suggest you check out the origin just for this ability alone. But be warned, whenever you do use your primary ability, it will transfer you to survival mode, and as long as you're in the other dimension, you'll be forced into survival mode, because even when you transfer to creative mode, it will automatically turn you back to survival mode almost immediately. Moving into your next ability, you've got the white hole ability. With the secondary key, you open up a hole in space that carries with it the harmful air of your dimension. This applies to all mobs within the radius of 10 blocks. They get given with a 2 for 10 seconds. This has a 2.5 minute cooldown because you're a pacifist. So his ability overall is pretty simple to understand. When you press it, you give everything around you within a 10 block radius with a 2 for 10 seconds. This will kill most things pretty quickly and easily, like pigs, chickens, any form of basic passive mobs, and some hostile mobs will die via this pretty easily. But again, you can only use the ability like every 2-ish minutes, so this ability might be helpful in very sticky situations, but overall I don't see a point of it being too useful. Moving to the next ability, you've got the personalized rift ability. You can create a dimensional rift where you store things. Press your save toolbar key to activate the ability, and you can change it in your controls. Basically, the save toolbar key is normally bound to C by default unless you have Optifine installed. If you have Optifine installed, it will automatically unbind that from that button, so you're gonna have to go bind it yourself if it's not binded. But basically what this is, it's a 9-slot inventory thing, kind of similar to what the Shulk has, to what the Fox has, and to what many other Origins has. It's just a 9-slot inventory where you die, you don't lose the items within it. Moving into the next ability, you've got the Owner. You are the creators and the only ones who can come here. For millennia, this region of space has only served as a means for transport for your species, since any fluctuation can cause everything to collapse. You can't interact with things here, or they can't either. You can't break blocks, you can't open chests, you don't take damage, etc. But you've gained the ability to dive in the air thanks to its composition. This helps you to travel faster. Now this thing right here should help you understand like the key reason why you want to use this ability. Why would you use your primary ability since you can't really do anything else inside there except for collect land? The idea behind this ability is to allow you to pretty much collect land into this other area, which has an easier way for you to travel throughout the lands. Because you're able to swim in the air in this biome, in this dimension, whatever you want to call it, you can easily just travel a lot faster in comparison to what you would do in the overworld. But the difference between it here is that you can't break any form of blocks, but you don't take any form of damage. So if you want to escape from the middle of a, let's say it's nighttime, there's a million mobs out where you are, you can use it to escape, so you won't have to deal with taking any damage. You will bring the mobs with you, but they can't hurt you. They can try, but they won't be able to hurt you. They can hurt each other still though, unfortunately. But it's a really cool idea behind it. Basically, because you can use your Shift G ability, so your Shift primary ability key, whenever you're over a certain block of land you've taken into this world with you from using your main ability, you have the ability to do any form of fast traveling throughout the time frame where it's not night or daytime. You don't have to worry about damage, you don't have to worry about anything aside from just traveling to the destination you want to go. This pretty much makes it easier to travel to most places, and it could potentially be used to make it traveling a little bit quicker and less annoying to deal with. Moving into your next ability, you've got Light. The antidotes that form your body are lost to each dimensional jump, so your body becomes lighter. Basically, the short and simple of it, whenever you're running around in any form of dimension that isn't your weird rift dimension, you will actually jump higher when you're sprinting, but when you're not sprinting, you will just be jumping at the normal height. When you are sprinting, you jump around 3-4 blocks high, but when you're not sprinting, you jump at the normal amount. In layman's terms, you have a jump boost while you're sprinting. Air food. Being here inside satisfies your hunger. Basically, when you're in your personal rift dimension, your hunger / saturation increases at a very drastic rate. Like very, very drastic. You can have pretty much next to no hunger, and you can like 1 heart, and you'll be immediately back to full health and max saturation within a few seconds of being in your main rift dimension. Also mean that it's a lot more difficult to die in that dimension. There are going to be cases where you touch water when you have 1 heart left as you go into that dimension where you will die, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. But there are cases in those examples, but it's also something you just got to keep in mind whenever you're using it. Just whenever you're in this other dimension, you do have a very heavy, healthy increase in your hunger, meaning it makes it quicker for you to actually go from area to area because you also don't have to worry about your hunger. Moving into your next ability, you have the Fragile ability. You have 3 less hearts of the health than humans would normally have. Yeah, you pretty much understand this one by just reading it, don't you? Moving into your next ability, you've got Unstable. Traveling between dimensions is a very tiring task. Basically, to summarize this one into a very simplified thing, basically you take more exhaustion over time, but also after you finish teleporting to a new dimension for a couple of seconds, a handful of seconds, you'll be entirely frozen. You can jump, but you won't be able to move anywhere. You'll also be taking damage still and have the ability to do that, as well as when you go into your normal dimension, to your rift dimension, you won't actually get given the hunger saturation boost until these few seconds are over, meaning that brief moment moment there, if you teleport into the other dimension, you're still getting hit, or you teleport into water, you still can die there because there's a few seconds where you're not being given the instantaneous saturation benefits that Rift World does to you. So basically just keep it in mind that you do have a faster hunger, you do take a bit of extra damage whilst you're teleporting, as well as the fact that the actual saturation boost that you get in your personal Rift dimension doesn't actually take effect until a few seconds after being in that dimension, so you can still die from things like water. Which, by the way, if it hasn't been made clear enough already, you have hydrophobia. You receive damage over time while in contact with water. This is a very weird ability though with this origin. In normal circumstances, when you're in the overworld, it basically acts exactly the same as it would normally, but when you're in your own Rift dimension and you've got your instantaneous saturation in effect, it becomes a lot more weirder. You still take the same amount of damage over time, but it takes a lot longer for you to actually be killed by said water, mainly because of the fact that the damage is being healed at such a rapid pace, but it ultimately loses the battle and you still will end up dying potentially. Moving to your next disadvantage, you've got combustion. The air in your dimension is made of very flammable compounds, meaning that you take far more fire damage than the normal Minecraft player would. There is no performance of like any form of times ability. Basically, you take more fire damage. How much more fire damage? An amount. It's not specified in any way, shape, or form. Moving into your next ability, this ability is both a mixture of a benefit and a disadvantage at the same time. Pacifistic but dangerous. Molding the space that you make, your weapons are actually sharper, but you are not used to fighting, so whenever you are hit, there is a chance that you will be hit with the slowness effect at the same time when you take damage. So this ability is essentially a double-edged sword. One side of this sword gives you the bonus of strength, meaning that your damage is overall better. You hit harder with your fist, you hit harder with your sword, everything is a lot more damaging over time, you do a lot more damage overall, but the other side of this sword, the other edge of the sword, is the fact that if you get hit, there is a chance that you'll be given a brief slowness effect. Now, in situations where this could potentially screw you, is if you're running away from creepers and a skeleton or a zombie so happens to hit you, like let's say you run by a zombie and the zombie hits you on your way past them, it may slow you down enough for the potentiality for those creepers to catch up to you and blow up in your face, potentially killing you, and scenarios along those lines. Basically, combat you get a boost in, but you also have a massive disadvantage in. You do more damage, but you also can be slown, meaning that you can't avoid as much damage. It's basically a double-edged sword as I described this ability to be. But anyhow, let me know, what are your thoughts on this origin? Do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's underpowered? Do you think it needs some balancing? Do you think it's perfectly fine? What are your thoughts on this origin? Let me know down in the comments down below. As always, as you guys are pretty good and pretty smart with these opinions and stuff along those lines. And if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button down below, make sure to subscribe as well, as it's highly helpful and extremely appreciated. And a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 member 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 and my $10 member 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. And until next time guys, bye! Good everybody, welcome back to another Origins Hello everybody, welcome back to another Origins mod showcase. This is Crazy. Welcome back to another one. In this video, you're going to be going through a Stampy based origin created by BHL from the Origins Discord server. I am keeping that intro, by the way. So yes, today's origin that we're showcasing today is based off of Stampy Longnose, one of the legendary OG Minecraft players that we all fell in love with back in the day. Well, at least part of my audience. Part of you guys are also pretty young and probably don't know who this guy is, but practically speaking, he is a legendary Minecraft player that is not exactly too popular anymore. But hey, that's how life goes. Either way, this origin is for 1.17.1. It also works on 1.17 as well. It might potentially work in 1.16, but some things might be potentially broken, so just be warned on that front. Anyway, running into the actual origin itself, the Stampy origin is a 3 impact origin, meaning it has the most impact on your game. And running through the description, give me a moment here. Hello, this is Stampy and welcome back to another Minecraft Let's Play video and another video inside of Stampy's lovely world. That was mediocre at best, but we won't worry about it too much. And hey, there are over 100,000 of you guys who consistently watch more than one of my videos, and it'd be highly appreciated if even a few of you guys would just hit the subscribe button down below if you haven't already. A lot of people watch videos thinking they're subscribed, but they're actually not. So if you just checked, it'd be pretty epic for you. As also, leave a like on the video, makes them do better in the algorithm. But let's get into the actual video. Let's go through the abilities. First ability we've got is the Master Dog Tamer. The descendants of 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 the Great yield to Stampy as soon as they see his lovable aura in the area. Wolves are instantly tamed upon your presence. Now the interesting part about this is it works, but then it doesn't work at the same time. Most of the time when you go to tame a wolf, it will be instantaneously tamed with that bone, but very occasionally you will have 1 or 2 wolves in a row where it takes a fair few. But for more often than not, you pretty much get an instantaneous tame when you use a bone on a wolf, but again, as I just said, sometimes it just isn't exactly that. So maybe there's something a little bit wrong or a little bit glitch with the coding here, or maybe that's just intended. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems like it works most of the time, aside from the occasional times where it just doesn't. Perfect description. It works unless it doesn't work. Perfect. Moving to the next ability, you've got Cake Timer. You have to stand on a cake every Minecraft day, otherwise you become sluggish with Slowness 1 and Mining Fatigue 1, but if you stand on a cake, you'll get Regen 1 for 15 seconds and Speed 2 until the next day. And just an added note for this one, if someone has code for whenever the last cake of slices eaten by the origin, it activates the resource. You can actually, the guy's looking for help on making this a little bit better and expanding this origin ability itself to be better, so go contact the guy. Hopefully he'll be in the comment down below and you'll see him around there. If not, find him on the Discord. So pretty much you just gotta make sure you have a cake at all times. Problem with that is that you can't exactly pick a cake back up once you place it down, because Silk Touch isn't exactly a thing that works on cakes unless you're Rambo. Also, good luck getting a cake on your very first day of Minecraft. Actually, that really shouldn't be too difficult. Like, I mean, all you need to do is gather up a few cows, get a few chickens, farm some sugarcane, and get a bit of iron, which you can all do on the surface by just collecting stuff from a shipwreck. There, you can make a cake pretty easily, but that's besides the point. Practically, a cake is going to become your best friend throughout your playthrough with this origin. Now, one of the things to keep in mind is that Mining Fatigue 1 isn't exactly too drastic of a change in gameplay, practically meaning all it does is actually just make it so you can't instant mine stone with a maxed out diamond pick. It's like that minimal of a change, so you won't notice it too much unless you have a maxed out pickaxe. Then you'll definitely notice it, because you'll notice that you'll go from insta mining to just barely not insta mining, and that is always noticeable in comparison to just slightly slower mining. Overall, just make sure you step on top of cake before you do anything that Minecraft day. Either way, moving up into the 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼 ability, you can't deal any damage to anyone or anything. Please don't use flint and steels unless it's on a hostile mob, please. I love how this origin's like begging you to not use flint and steels. I swear I'm about to become mumbo jumbo trying to find loopholes beyond this thing here. So let's talk about loopholes, hey? Well, first off, I just want to say the end crystal loophole with doing damage without actually being counted as your kill does not function with this whatsoever, because you cannot break the end crystal yourself. Someone else has to, because bows are disabled and pretty much every form of weapon of use is disabled, meaning that you can't even pop an end crystal, meaning that you can't even do the ender dragon yourself. But flint and steel works perfectly fine, and the funner one, you can use TNT to explode anything. The kills will still add up to your statistics though, and it'll still count as you killing them, but what's the fun in that? You can blow people up and no one can give a damn, because you can still use TNT, which is absolutely brilliant. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, you've got acrobatics. You never take full damage no matter what height you fall from. So as always, this one's pretty simple to explain. You just don't take full damage whatsoever. You know, the same old, you've got invulnerable legs that don't break when you take a fall. So yeah. Actually, thinking further than that, more things break physically, because apparently speaking, even though you fell, nothing breaks. So yes. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got 9 lives. This is very okay, I'll just get over it with it. Like, so many abilities have just like take a single heart of health away from you. Like, just so many of them do this kind of 9 lives joke, whether it be maybe because it's meant to be a cat, or maybe because you're a glitched origin, or many different things along those lines. But hey, self-explanatory. You have 1 less heart, but you've also got regen and speed 1 as long as you spend on a cake every single day, so really it's not too much of a noticeable thing, I guess. Moving into the next ability, you've got cat-like appearance. Creepers are scared of you and will only explode if you attack them first. Excuse the stuff up, my words are fumbly today. Okay, this ability is pretty interesting as well. Like, practically speaking, if you don't know already, Stampy Longhead, I think his YouTube channel is called, pretty much has a cat skin, and has always used a cat skin because it's one of those basic, easy ones to use in the Xbox 360 version of Minecraft. And so, of course, an interesting thing to do is take a little bit of theming from that to actually implement into the origin based after his character and how he is. Now, some interesting quirks and features around this is the fact that you can't actually physically attack the creeper itself. So in a grand scheme of things, the creeper will never actually attack you, except for one little exception. You see, if you right click a creeper with a flint and steel when you're in survival mode, you can actually make it so the creeper immediately starts to explode regardless of what its own free will thinks it wants to. But in reality of everything with how this origin is working, practically speaking, you will never get attacked by a creeper because you can never attack the creeper yourself. All you can actually do to the creeper is just make it so that it explodes, that it self-destructs, because even wolves don't attack creepers. So practically speaking, you're friends with the creeper until you decide to use a flint and steel on it. So just never use a flint and steel on it and you'll be perfectly fine. Moving on, we have the 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 ability. You are only capable of consuming sweet foods. So this ability is very intriguing considering you can only eat sweet foods, but these sweet foods are very, very limited in scale. Going through the ones that you can actually have the ability to eat, you've got cakes and cookies, which are already self-understandable. You've also got sweet berries that are also something you can eat. You've also got honey bottles, and then you've got the pumpkin pie. All other forms of food are completely and utterly unedible towards your origin whatsoever. Pretty much meaning you have a very, very limited amount of food source that you can actually use, which ultimately could be a very big disadvantage to this origin within and of itself. But then again, you're going to be trying to get a cake on the first day so you don't have mining fatigue and slowness after your first day runs through. So maybe it helps that you need that anyhow, so you're going to be gunning for a cake regardless of the fact. Either way, let me know, what are your thoughts of this origin down in the comments down below. Did you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? What are your thoughts? Let me know. And if you did enjoy this video, make sure you hit that like button down below, hit the subscribe button. As always, a massive thank you to my channel members. As I've said yesterday, the channel member server is set to launch this Friday. It's going to be Friday 9 PM ASET, so pretty much Australian Standard Time. Pretty much convert that to your own time. If you don't know how to convert times, your live stream is actually sitting there scheduled already, so go take a look at that. Massive thank you to my $10 member 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼, as well as all the new members that have been coming in recently. And until next time, guys, goodbye. In today's Origin Showcase video, I'm going to be going through Starborne version 3, crafted by the one, the only Slayer. Now, this is the latest version of the Origin that was being used by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 in the Origin's SMP. Obviously, at this point in time, we won't know if they'll actually update which variant they use in the Origin SMP or not, but this is definitely the latest version and is also the one that works with 1.17. Anyway, if you're new around here, make sure you hit the subscribe button down below as we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers for the end of 2021, and any help towards that goal would be absolutely amazing. Either way, make sure to hit the like button to help the video do it better in the algorithm, and let's get started. Running through the description, being born from the stars, you are a non-violent, star-obsessed, mysterious, and potentially powerful entity that fell from the stars down below to this blocky world that we reside in. This is, of course, a 3 impact levels origin, and of course, it is only available for 1.17, this version of it, due to some of the particles used within some of the abilities. So no, unfortunately, this version will not be able to cross back into 1.16. This one only functions for 1.17. It is very important information to know about. Moving on to the abilities, you've got Speedy Star. Your primary ability, you can condense your star energy to make you gain a mediocre velocity and make a star circle behind you and to fling others too close to you in the air. The last variants of this ability had a far bigger jump as well as a slightly longer cooldown, but it didn't actually affect other players. Instead, this time around, it's a slightly shorter jump with a slightly shorter cooldown that will actually fling other players and entities that are near you as well. But this subtle little change on just the ability that you can actually fling other entities in the air is going to add to a lot more chaotic fun that you can actually have with this mod. As you can see in the footage here, I spawned a lot of cows into a single hole and then blow them all up into the air, making them explode everywhere. Which honestly, this could lead to some fun and interesting traps that you can make with some friends or other things along those lines. Moving on to your secondary ability, you can shoot a star beam and deal about 10 damage with a 6-second cooldown. This ability is kind of a splash damage type of ability, so it can successfully hit multiple mobs within like a 2-block range of where the landing zone is. This ability can also go the distance of roughly 32 blocks before it peaks out and does absolutely nothing, meaning that you've got some pretty competent range when it comes to hitting things at a distance. This ability will one-shot a mass majority of passive mobs and will do a hefty amount of damage to a lot of hostile mobs. Overall, it's a pretty useful secondary ability. Moving on to your passive abilities, you've got Born from the Stars. During the night, when you can observe the stars, the cosmos grants you a mysterious power that results in regeneration and speed with moon-like gravity. Unless you hold the sneak button, then it will disable the moon-like gravity. Ultimately, this ability will provide you with jump boost 3, speed 1, regeneration 3, and slow falling at nighttime. The slow falling can easily be disabled by just holding shift when in your air, but this ultimately enhances your primary jump ability by making it so you can move further distances with this ability now that you can slowly float back to the ground. Moving on to your neutral ability, you've got an ability known as Supernova. However, all the collected star energy that you've accumulated through your time with the stars needs to go somewhere, so whenever you happen to meet your demise, you will explode in a great supernova if you're not sneaking. However, you will need exposure to the stars for that energy to refill. Ultimately speaking, this is basically a weaker variant of what used to be present in the previous version of the Origin. Essentially speaking, it still does a pretty hefty amount of damage when it explodes, but it's nowhere near the levels of what it used to be, as well as the fact that it requires roughly around a minute of time before it is actually usable again, and you have to spend that entire minute at night time. Personally speaking, I find this to be a really smart change, because not only will it not do as much damage to your surroundings as what it used to, it also requires a fair amount of recharge just in case you're doing a PvP battle with someone and you won't have to worry about blowing up the arena every time you die, as long as the battles don't last longer than a minute. Moving into the cons, you've got cold vacuum. You are used to the cold environment of space, so if fire isn't exactly something that you're used to, this results in taking double damage from all fire related sources. Essentially speaking, fire does double damage to you, as well as the fact that if you're wearing no armor, lava will two-shot you no matter what. So be very careful when you're mining without any form of armor, especially in the early game, because touching lava whatsoever will probably lead to you dying and exploding and making a mess everywhere. Moving into the next ability, you've got Star Watcher. You just love to watch the stars, and when you're not exposed to them, you'll get a little bit sad and will therefore move a little bit slower. Essentially, you're just noticeably slow, but you don't exactly have a slowness potion on you, so you can still get a slowness debuff on you as well. Moving into your next con, you've got non-violent. In the great abyss of space, violence is extremely uncommon, so if you even come across someone in the first place, this results in you having a very small chance to be immobilized upon taking damage. Essentially speaking, a small chance of gaining blindness, slowness, and hunger when you take damage. Now this ultimately lasts only a handful of seconds, but it can be enough to turn the tide of a battle to go from being in your favor to you're screwed. Anyhow, just to involve some bit of extra information at the end of the video, both of your main abilities can actually harm yourself if you're not careful when using them, and throughout the day when you use your jump ability, if you jump too high, you will actually take some full damage, which can ultimately lead you to killing yourself, as well as your secondary ability that shoots an explosion. If you're too close to this explosion, it will also damage you. So always be wary that you can actually harm yourself when using your own abilities. Another really cool and interesting thing is because of how these abilities have been changed to work slightly different, you can actually use them in some form of combos in order to enhance your combat when doing PvP, which can lead to an ultimately next level of skill that makes this Origin a lot less overpowered in comparison to previous versions. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you did enjoy, make sure you hit the like button down below, as well as subscribe if you're new around here. Either way, I want to give a massive shout out to my channel members, my $10 member Decept, and my $5 members Just Dino and Alina Azu. Either way, until next time guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow with another Origins video. Until then, goodbye. In today's Origin showcase, we're going to be looking at an Origin that is not crafted by a random person. In fact, it's actually my personal idea that I just sent off to Just Wang here to actually code it up for me. Essentially speaking, this is an Origin created by me that was just put together by someone else. It's based upon my personal ideas for this entire thing. And that is, of course, the vegan teacher Origin. Now, this is always an interesting thing to me. It's just turning some personality, internet personality, or maybe just a drama or something like that into some form of game thing, whether it be a mod or whether it be what we have here in Origin, an expansion to an actual mod. Anyhow, if you're new around here, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below, because we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers for you in 2021, and any help towards that would be absolutely amazing. Either way, let's actually get started with this. Now, of course, this is the vegan teacher Origin. It's made for 1.17, but you can use it in 1.16. You just won't have the proper resource packs for the actual bars itself. Running through the description, you got fired from being a teacher. Now it's up to you to force everyone to become a vegan. Whilst the commentators might make fun of you, you now need to turn around and call them out for what they are: racist. This is of course just a play on how she tries to treat anyone who calls her out or makes commentary videos on her by trying to dumb it down to they're just racist bigots or they're vegan phobies or some stuff along those lines. But let's get into the abilities. Now, because this is going to be an idea that came from me, I'm actually going to give a bit of explanation of the ideas behind each ability, the counter to the abilities, because the idea behind this is, whilst it is a meme type Origin, it's also meant to be a somewhat balanced one that you can actually enjoy and experience with when playing in survival with. with. Anyhow, moving on to the first ability, we have the ability called Popular. Due to how you act on the internet, all effects, both good and bad, will actually give you double the effects that you gain, double the duration for all potions. In order for this one to work in particular, you are going to have the Mob Origins mod installed as well, but overall this is both a good and bad ability. The good thing about it is that you get double the effects of normal good potions. Essentially they last twice as long as normal, but at the same time you also get the exact same effect via the debuffs as well. So you get Wither, you're stuck with Wither for twice as long as normal. Same with Poison, same with the majority of all other types of potion effects that you can get on your Minecraft player. This will not affect splash potions though, so just keep that in mind. The next ability is Friends Not Food. Due to how you treat all mobs, all hostile mobs will actually act neutral towards you unless you provoke them. At least that was the idea. Mobs still won't attack you, but because I couldn't figure it out, nor could my friend who helped me code this figure out how to actually make this work correctly, they just won't attack you by default. There is a counter towards this that we'll talk about a little later that makes it so that this is going to be pretty beneficial towards you overall. But moving on to the next ability. The next ability is an ability known as Natural Gardener. All non-meat foods will give you a bonus amount of hunger than normal. Vegetarian foods give you around 5+ hunger bars instead of the default barely anything. The idea behind this ability here is that just because of the fact that you've been eating vegan for a majority of your life, you've kind of gotten used to how to grow very delicious plants, or you've gotten really good at picking delicious foods overall, meaning that they are ultimately more beneficial towards you. Moving into your next ability, you've got the ability known as Malnourished. Due to your eating habits over time, your body has become more malnourished, meaning that you have overall 3 less hearts than normal. This ability is more based upon the fact that depending on how you cheat your vegan diet, you may or may not end up becoming overall way too skinny or way underweight for what you should be at your height and age. As we can see by the many different photos of vegan teachers, she is kind of fallen into that trap there. So overall, this ability is designed the fact that you have eaten pretty okay-ish when it comes to your eating habits over the years, that your body has just become a lot smaller and weaker than what it used to be. Moving on to the next ability, you've got ability known as Vegan. Due to being vegan, eating any forms of meat will give you poison and weakness for 30 seconds. You are also unable to eat cakes whatsoever, and milk buckets will not get rid of any form of potion effect. Now when it came to the eating habit thing, I wanted to take a different approach from just simply making it so you're unable to eat a certain food. I wanted to make it so that you can eat that certain food, but it will actually give you overall drastic negative effects towards you if you even think about eating it. As most has a vegetation / vegan based origins just outright disable the ability to eat any form of meat, this ability is actually more to take a different style upon it to make it so instead you actually get hurt by it, because you really shouldn't have this meat whatsoever. The additional approach of making it so milk buckets will not actually get rid of any form of status effects is just to promote the fact that you're vegan, you shouldn't be drinking milk whatsoever, and it also helps to try and balance out the other ability that we talked about at the start where your potion durations are actually doubled. Moving on to the next ability, you've got the ability known as Drama. Because of how you are always trying to push other people online to become vegans, all players have got a very disdain against you and so will deal double damage towards you. Essentially speaking, being the vegan teacher origin, you really don't want to piss off your fellow players, especially with the next ability that we'll go over in just a moment, because essentially speaking, even if they have just a wooden sword, a player can just two-shot you with admitted ease. Any form of other weapons like a diamond, like any form of iron, diamond, netherite weapons will just murder you in a single shot unless you're wearing armor, but because you got less overall health, everything just hurts that much more, and then considering everything just gets doubled, it's just a pain overall. And I know what you're going to say, but what's going to disencourage the players from just straight up murdering this person knowing they get bonus damage? The next ability, Everyone Should Be Vegan. You try to protect the animals of the earth by not be hurted by forcing everyone to be vegan. With this power, you will tell everyone to be vegan and you will give everyone saturation for 20 seconds and replace everyone's meat with vegetables. So 2 big things here. First off, you give players around you a huge dose of saturation for 20 seconds, meaning that they don't have to eat as much food, and you'll also give them a stack of carrots and a stack of potato in replacement for whatever meat they have in their inventory. But the quirk to this ability that you've got to really be wary of is it will only ever give a stack of potatoes and carrots. Doesn't matter if they've got a single piece of meat in their inventory or if they've got 9 stacks of their favorite steak in their inventory, it will only ever give them 2 stacks of food back, regardless of what was in there that got taken away. Essentially speaking, you have the ability to give your friends free food and free saturation, but you also have the ability to take away their food and make it disappear completely, which is where the other ability from before comes in, where they can do double damage towards you and absolutely murder you because you pissed them off. Essentially speaking, this ability gives your friends a reason in order not to kill you, because you can give them a lot of awesome benefits that are honestly really helpful, especially at the early game of Minecraft. This ability will also give the vegan teacher themselves a stack of potatoes and carrots, so again, this is a way to get food in the early game every, let's say, minute or so for the ability to cool down. So how do you feel about this entire origin? Do you actually like the idea that I've gone, instead of trying to make an entirely memey origin, I've actually attempted to give some form of enjoyment and balance out of the idea itself? As stated, with also the hunger ability meaning that instead of being unable to eat meat, you get poisoned instead, I feel like that I'm pretty happy with how I took the liberty to go a different route in making that its own thing, instead of just a simple thing of, oh, you just can't eat that food. Either way, let me know in the comments, did you think this origin was a cool idea? Do you think I should make more origins myself, like come up with some ideas I send off to other people to have them code some brilliant work and wizardry? And also, massive shout out to 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 here for creating this idea for me, because obviously, as I said, I wouldn't be able to do this myself, so massive thanks to him for making it possible. And then a massive thank you to my channel members, my $10 member 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, and my $5 members just Dino and 𝓼𝓼𝓼𝓼. But until next time guys, if you did enjoy this video, smash like, smash subscribe, check out my other origin content, and goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another Origins custom mod showcase. In this video I'm going to be showcasing the Ashen One origin created by 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 in the Origins Discord server. This creator has taken part in creating the origin known as the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, which I showcased around a few months ago. This origin is available both on 1.16 as well as 1.17, both data packs of which will be linked in the description down below for you to go download for yourselves. But let's run through the description. Now first off, this origin was originally based off of something from Dark Souls, but slowly became its own original idea. The Ashen One is a 2-impact origin, meaning it does change some things about the Minecraft game itself, but not too drastically. Running through the description itself, at some point in time, the Ashen One had attempted to link the fire. They were not powerful enough, but instead were burnt to an ash by the flames. Sometime later, the Ashen One emerged from their grave and set out to leave their tomb. But before we get started, a lot of you guys tend to binge watch a lot of my content. There's a lot of people who do that. I haven't exactly subscribed yet. Now I know it is a lot for someone to ask you to subscribe to their channel, but there's a lot of you guys who just watch my channel, and I highly appreciate if even a few of you guys subscribe, as it doesn't change much for you, but it does a lot for me. Either way, make sure to like the video too, and let's get into the video. So going into our abilities, we first off got Charred Flesh. You can't regenerate even when you're fully saturated, when you can only regenerate when you're near campfires or in basalt deltas. So when you're on traveling all alone, you want to make sure you have a handful of campfires in amongst your inventory, not just one, not just two, but a couple, and maybe a stack even, because you never know how many you're going to need to place down when you're in the middle of a battle because you move too far away from the last one. Or maybe when they potentially get unlit, because, you know, that's also possible. Or if you're just moving around the Nether, you can just heal in probably, I feel like, has become the most common Nether biome. In fact, I think 9 times out of 10 of the many different Minecraft worlds that I've created since 1.16, a majority of them have had the first portal I made near spawn in a basalt delta. So I guess you can just go sit in the Nether for a bit and do a bit of healing, and then come back to the overworld and then fight whatever was hurting you in the first place, meaning you just got to be a lot more careful because you don't have natural regeneration unless these conditions are met. Natural regeneration is about as normal as it is when you are actually meeting these conditions, but these conditions require your campfire to be nearby or just be in a basalt delta. I honestly don't know what the actual connection with this is, considering the fact that it's charred flesh, right? Then why not does fire and lava not meant to do this either? Because that would continue to account for the same thing as what a campfire would do, or what a basalt delta would do. And that's a bit of criticism from me. Moving on to the next ability though. Moving to your next ability, you've got the Estus. You restore your Estus by being near the campfire. By using your primary ability, you can use your 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 to heal by 4 hearts. So this is your primary ability, which is a healing ability. And I do remember saying a couple of videos ago, where if another origin had something quite similar to this, is whenever you get given any form of healing ability, you typically lose your normal natural regeneration, and hey presto, the theme's common here. Not a dig at any Origins creator at all, it's just literally a common thing I see. But this is where the remnants of like the Dark Soul theming comes back here, is where bonfires and Dark Souls is kind of your checkpoint point, so being the thing that also restores your core ability, which allows you to heal yourself, is pretty logical when it comes down to the whole Dark Souls theme. This also takes probably around 30 seconds to a minute of being around a campfire to become a full bar thing. It restores a bar like every 5 to 10 seconds. It's a little bit on the random side. Sometimes I can do it quicker, sometimes it will take a little bit longer, but roughly 5 to 10 seconds it takes for each bar. It's a bit on the little odd side there. But then his ability will heal you by full hearts, which is another way, just a little bit of an advantage to have when you're not near a campfire or any form of 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, so you can at least heal yourself when you're in a bit of a sticky situation and you fail to bring any form of campfires with you. This ability will slow you down when you use it, but you also have 7 uses of the ability before you need to actually go back to a campfire and refill it back to the top again. But the bar doesn't need to be full for you to actually use the ability either, so pretty useful information to know there too. Running to the next ability, we've got Ash Grave. You can set your respawn near a campfire by right clicking on it while sneaking with an empty hand near the campfire. You can also upgrade your campfire by putting an anchor respawn underneath it. After that, you'll have 70% chance to get your items back after death. You will need to reset your spawn point for this too. So let's break down how this works. When you go to right click near a campfire the first time when it has no respawn anchor underneath it, when you do it successfully, it will say bonfire lit on the cross of your screen. Like, it'll pop up, it's a big ass message, you will not be able to miss it. When you do the exact same thing, but when there's a respawn anchor underneath it, by the way, you need to make sure you redo this when you add a respawn anchor, even after you've already lit your bonfire. You need to do it again, get the same bonfire lit message, but you'll also get the added message of soul bonded. This ability is very interesting in how it actually functions. This actually puts your normal spawn point right back at that point permanently until that campfire gets broken. It's a bit of a weird mechanic on its own just there. But when you add in the whole 70% chance of getting your items back, it's even weirder in how it functions. First off, whenever you die, regardless of however you die, it will always give you the death message of you fell out of your world. You're no longer going to have normal death messages once you set your spawn point at a campfire, just a very bit of information that you probably want to know, but you probably don't also care about at the same time. So you might not know what you die to if you forget about it, kind of thing. But the second thing is that with a 70% chance, how it actually functions is it teleports you back to where your spawn point is going to be right as you would die. Meaning that if when you die, your items will drop out in the area that you're going to respawn at, meaning that when you respawn, you'll pick them back up immediately. So you'll know when this ability has been activated before you respawn by telling you where you actually died. When you die, if you see yourself being teleported back to where your campfire is and where you set your spawn last, you know the ability worked and that you're going to get your items back immediately. If you don't see yourself get teleported and you just die in the one area, you know that you're going to have to go and fetch those items to get them back. Pretty useful information to know that, and it's pretty interesting how this works. Like, it's actually really intriguing that they've put it together so that you get immediately teleported on the very frame of death to the area and then it kills you. I'm just going to assume that it briefly heals you again, teleports you to the new area, and then slash kills you. But speaking of being soul bound, let's go into the next ability, which is called exactly that. Upon binding your soul with a campfire, which you require a spawn anchor underneath the actual campfire in order to do this, by pressing your secondary power key, you can return to it at any time by pressing it again. While soul binded, you will actually emit ash particles off of your Minecraft character, and using your pick block button, which is your middle mouse button for most normal unless you've changed it, while you're sneaking will actually unsoul bind you. This will also disable the other ability of having a 70% chance of getting your items back when you die. So the most important thing to keep in mind when it comes down to using this ability is, first off, you want to make sure that you press your secondary key when you're right next to the campfire that you just soul binded to. Secondly, when you use this ability and teleport back to this campfire, you need to make sure you press your secondary key again while sitting at that campfire, because it resets and you lose your teleportation point after you use it once. That is something big to keep in mind. So if you move away again after using it once and you didn't press your secondary key again to rebind it, you will not have the ability to teleport back to the campfire. So it's very very important that you just keep in mind that you need to make sure that you use this bonding to teleport back and then reset it every time you're near your campfire. This will work across dimensions, this will work across thousands upon thousands of blocks. It will TP you back to your campfire regardless of the situation, as long as you made sure to bind beforehand and you never unbinded it. Running into our next ability, you've got Ember Collector. You can use fire charges to gain extra health. Yes, you heard that correctly. You can use fire charges to give yourself some extra hearts. One fire charge will equal 8 minutes and 20 seconds of absorption, which gives you 4 extra hearts. This cannot stack with other fire charge uses, nor can it stack with the enchanted golden apple or a normal golden apple. Instead, it will just replace it whichever one has got the better absorption for the longer period of time. For example, if you use an enchanted golden apple, you'll be given the absorption of 8 different hearts, but it will only last 2 minutes instead of the absorption of 4 new hearts that last 8 minutes. The ability also has a 1-minute cooldown, so don't think you can spam this in the middle of combat unless your combat somehow lasts longer than a minute after you use this ability. You'll also get given a brief moment of regeneration as well for like 5 seconds after you use your fire charge, pretty much meaning that you want to make sure that you have a collection of fire charges on you, especially if you're thinking about going into any form of battle. Moving into your next ability, you have Restless. After being dead for so long, you can no longer rest. What, did you think you'd be able to still use a bed considering the fact that you can now set your spawn point at a campfire? I think not. You can only use the campfire now. What's a house? I don't think you're going to be building one because you'll just need a campfire for your respawn point, and you don't want one of them inside. I mean, you can have it at a chimney. You can do that. That's a possibility. But yeah, you can't rest, nor can you set your spawn at a bed. Moving on to the next ability, we've got Ashen Home. In the Basalt Deltas, you absorb all the ash around you, making you stronger and faster. So whilst roaming around in Basalt Deltas, you'll get jump boost to speed, strength, resistance, and regeneration permanently on you while you're in this biome. The regeneration is already one that I've talked about already, as it comes to replace your natural regeneration, but the rest of your abilities come in to add in with this, with your jump boost, speed, strength, and resistance added in. So essentially speaking, when you're in the Nether, the Basalt Deltas is literally the best biome that you want to be in because, well, you get so many benefits out of it and almost no disadvantages aside from the weird and wacky terrain that biome produces. Either way, that is at Origin. Tell me what your thoughts are in the comments down below. As always, a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 member, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, my $10 member, 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit the like button, make sure to subscribe, and until next time, guys, goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another Origins showcase. In this video, we're going to be going over the Blade Warrior based Origin created by the Discord user known as 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. The official version you should play this data pack Origin on is on 1.17, as that's the update it was created for, but you might be able to get it to work on 1.16.5, but beware, there's probably going to be some bugs to go along with it if you do attempt to do that. Another question probably in your mind right now, is this Origin themed after Technoblade? Potentially, but it's not exactly stated to be so in the Discord user's message when posting about this Origin in the Origin's Discord server. Either way, I found the idea of this Origin itself as well as some of the abilities to be quite interesting to say the least, so let's run through it. First off, as always, starting off with the description. A legendary warrior, only seen by his victims, who's been training for years to finally acquire the ultimate level of combat. The people who escape his punishment call him the Blade. You see what I mean when I say there's a probability that this was inspired by Technoblade himself, but it's not exactly said if that is the case. Either way, it doesn't matter where the inspiration comes from, as long as the idea and the actual execution of it is somewhat interesting. Anyhow, moving into the abilities, you've got the Blade's Power. The Blade's Power, your mastery of fighting allows you to unleash the power of the warrior within inside you, your primary ability. Anyhow, when you press your primary ability key, you'll be given resistance, you'll be given regeneration, and strength. You'll get regeneration and strength for around 8 seconds and get resistance for around 3 seconds. This ability having around a 30-second cooldown, after which you can use it again and have a brief moment of resistance and a slightly longer moment of strength and regen. Ultimately could be a pretty useful ability when in the middle of fighting against a bunch of mobs or PvPing against a bunch of other players. It could be really useful just to give you a slight boost in a critical situation where you need it. Either way, moving into your next ability, you've got Blade's Gift. When facing obstacles, your body allows you to boost 15 blocks forward without taking any form of fall damage. This is your secondary ability. Now okay, this ability has a lot of quirks to run with it. There's a lot of little bits and pieces that make it a little bit confusing when you think about it at first, especially by reading the default description. First off, you can still take fall damage in general as a Minecraft player. You can still take fall damage after this ability is worn off completely as well. After, like, let's say you fly into the air, the ability wears out and you have to fall back down to the ground at the same time, you will still take fall damage in there. But if you're using the ability and you take fall damage to end the ability when it's still moving you, then you won't take as much fall damage, because you still take fall damage. It isn't exactly truthful in how it says there. You still take a form of fall damage, just very little in comparison. But this ability allows you to jump a fair bit of distance. You can move forward faster, you can jump, go downwards, you can do a bunch of different things with this ability. It just all depends on where you're facing. Practically, wherever you face is wherever you get boosted towards around 15 blocks. This does mean if you hit something, it will end the ability and you'll fall to whatever level it is to get to ground, so you can still take fall damage, and that is just something to keep in mind. But hopefully that's enough for you to understand how this ability works. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, you've got Deathly Touch. When you hit a mob with your blade, it will cause them to wither away. And hey, if you're enjoying this video so far, you can hit the like button with your blade, make it wither away, and hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Anyhow, back to explaining the ability. Practically speaking, whenever you hit any mob with your sword of any sorts, you can give them a wither effect. You probably wonder why I say of any sorts of sword, because the next ability gives you a sword, but we'll go over that in a brief moment. This wither effect will last roughly 10 seconds of a countdown before it no longer does anything, and then you have to hit the mob again in order for them to get affected with it again. Capiche? Moving into your next ability, you've got the blade. You've acquired the best sword that you can ever imagine. So as you would have already noticed, there is an iron sword, an enchanted iron sword in my inventory already. Now this sword is enchanted with sharpness 5, smite 5, knockback 2, and looting 3, as well as curse of vanishing. Now when listening that, there was probably around 2 things that stood out to you. First off, the fact that it's got both sharpness and smite on the same sword, which yes, that can be done via mods and weird coding little things, but you can't actually do it in the game normally. So what this does mean is not only do you have the sharpness bonus damage, you also have the smite bonus damage on undead mobs, which overall is extremely useful. This does, however, make a Netherite sword with sharpness 5 stronger overall against all mobs aside from undead mobs, because undead mobs will take the normal amount of damage from your sharpness 5 iron sword plus the smite bonus damage at the same time. Oh, and of course we can't forget about the beautiful wither effect that you also have. Another brilliant choice made by the creator here was to add the curse of vanishing towards the sword. Now of course there is always a way around this by throwing your sword on the ground or putting it in a chest and then dying and getting yourself another one when you respawn, but in the cases and when you die by being killed, the sword will automatically vanish because you do respawn with a new sword every time you die. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, you've got the Master of the Arts. You have perfected the art of blades, making you deal more damage with bladed weapons. This does include both swords and axes with this ability. So going back to my husk measuring ways of using a husk to determine our damage outputs, with all swords you 2-hit a husk on crit damage. With all swords it's a 2-hit damage kill. Without crits, the wood and stone, gold and iron sword will do 3 hits to the husk, and the diamond and netherite will all do 2 hits to the husk. Practically speaking, your wooden sword starts off at a default of 4 damage now, all the way up to the scaling of the netherite sword, which starts with a default of 8 damage. Your iron sword that you spawn with has a default of 9 damage, but again, you do have the smite already on there as well, so it does extra damage against undead enemies. Moving on towards your axes, you start off with a wooden axe that does 7 damage, scaling up to a netherite axe that does 10 damage per hit. Just a bit of extra information for those who don't quite know it. Essentially with axes, your attack speed also scales up, going from 1.8 with your wooden axe going to the full-on 1 attack speed when you use a netherite axe, while swords stay at a flat 1.6 attacks per second. Moving on to your next ability, you've got Weird Thought. You can only wear diamond and netherite, all other armors are nothing but trash to you. Yes, you heard that correctly. Instead of being restricted on what armors you can use in the top end of the spectrum, you're actually instead restricted from using the bottom end of the spectrum. And considering that we live in 1.17, this does make it so that A, you can't use your leather boots to avoid the snow damage as much, and B, you can't use gold armor to avoid piglins being instant aggro against you, because you can only wear diamond and netherite, no exceptions. Due to the time that you've spent training, you actually get exhausted faster than normal. First off, that doesn't quite make sense. Probably a better way to describe this ability is saying that, hey, due to all the time you've put into making your arms far stronger and giving you higher strength, you tend to require a lot more energy in order to use your strength, or something along those lines kind of thing. Either way, I digress. The ability is pretty simple to understand. Your hunger just burns a little quicker than normal. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, you've got Not the Best Archer. You didn't learn how to use crossbows and bows, which, if we're realistically, is kind of how Technoblade tends to play. He tends to ignore his bows and crossbows a lot, aside from when he's shooting fireworks. Even in his PvP battle against Dream, he rather focused on trying to close the distance and hitting people with his axe/sword, depending on which version, and only using the crossbow and arrow when it's just extra damage at a distance. But hey, you can still use your trident, so you can still fly around with your Riptide or throw trident for distance damage if necessary. Moving into the next ability, you've got Fearless Warrior. All of these years of mastering the art of swords and axes made you think that shields are only for the weaklings scared to die. AKA, you can't use shields. You just can't use shields. I mean, I don't know how else to say. You just can't use shield, guys. It's a thing, you know? You can't use shields. You can't use anything from a distance aside from tridents. Overall, this is a beautiful melee-based origin, but you lose a lot of things that go with it, but you get a lot of things out of it. Anyhow, what are your thoughts on this origin? Let me know in the comments down below what you guys think of it and what origin do you want to see next. I am reading the comments regularly. I will be taking suggestions from the comments, but until next time, guys, I've been 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. Massive thank you to my members, especially my $10 member 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, and until next time, guys, goodbye! Welcome to the glitched origin. After a virus has hit your PC, your player data file got corrupted, and now all of a sudden everything about your origin is entirely broken. You're no longer the human Minecraft player you used to once be. Everything is now corrupted, and your character is now broken. Welcome to the Origins mod showcase. My name is 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, and today's video I'm going to be going through the glitched origin created by the user known as Ninja Boy. This is running off of a similar concept to a video that I made on an origin that was made like back in July, which was talking about another glitcher origin, which was pretty much derived from the same concept, derived from the same concept of a style of origin based upon your character being entirely glitched. This one's a little bit different though. Instead of just being your character itself as glitched, if you look at your origin's description, which you can see on the screen now, it's entirely ruined as well. You cannot read it whatsoever. You're a glitched origin, but the actual origin's details itself is completely unlegible because it's been entirely glitched out. Anyhow, the glitched origin is a 3 impact origin, and as I said beforehand, after a virus hit the creator's PC, your player data file got corrupted. This idea is developed by Ninja Boy, and it comes from 𝓽𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼46, the idea itself. Let's roll into the ability. Moving into our first ability, we've got more armor. Due to your file getting corrupted, your armor has permanently increased. This increase is only minimal, of being an extra 3 total armor points on your actual armor, which is 6 points in total. It's not really that too drastic of an increase, as it doesn't allow you to have full armor as a coverage by the time you have max iron armor, as you'll still need to get some piece of diamond armor in order to cover that coverage, but overall it's a nice little boost at the start of the game, considering what the next one of the later abilities are. Moving into your next ability, you've got an ability known as Corrupted Punch. Your hands are corrupted, and now you inflict the wither effect whenever you hit something. You can also hold a wither skull in your offhand or main hand for the same effect as well. So basically there are 2 ways of triggering this ability. You can either punch a mob with your bare hands, or when you're punching a mob with any other tool or weapon, you need to have a wither skull in your offhand to actually inflict that damage. The beautiful part about this ability is it also functions well with bows as long as you have a wither skull in one of your hands and the opposite hand of the actual bow. So that does mean that with fireworks and arrows and tipped arrows, you can also apply the wither effect on top of whatever other effect that the arrows may apply, for example flame, or the potion effects, or the explosions that the fireworks will cause afterwards. This wither damage will also be put on top of your natural damage from any form of weapon, as well as your bare hands. As long as you have a wither skull in your hand or you're using your bare hands, one of the two will function perfectly fine. And this also perfectly functions as an ability that you can actually upgrade over time by, again, getting that wither skeleton so you can have it in your offhand almost permanently, so you always inflict wither, and it always lasts around like 5-ish seconds between times you can actually inflict it, and the ability lasts around 5-6 ticks on the actual mob or whatever you hit in itself. Either way, moving to the next ability. Your next ability, known as Glitch Collision. Your collision has been glitched out, so that means you'll always phantomize. This is both a benefit and a disadvantage at the same time. Being phantomized allows you to go through blocks regardless of anything, but it does still mean that you can take normal effects from water and lava, so be careful of those things. You can still drown as well as you can still die from lava. But of course, the phantomize ability is very, very useful, as it pretty much makes you susceptible to be able to just go through anything. You can walk through anything. You don't have to worry about barriers of anything whatsoever. You can climb up the interior of a hill and not worry too much about having to scale up the side of it. But the counter is, the reason why it's also a disability at the same time, is it also consumes your hunger a lot faster when the ability is on. Because most other origins, it's mechanically made to make it so that you consume a little more hunger when the ability is activated, and because you cannot turn it off in any way, shape, or form, the ability is continuously chewing away at your hunger all the damn time. So it's kind of like a benefit for a disadvantage at the same time, because you can't turn it off. Your collision is too glitched. You can't fix it. That's just how it is. Moving into your next ability, you've got the location ability. Your player data can't remember your location, so there's a chance that when you take damage, you will get teleported to a random position. You can also press your secondary key for the same effect. The easiest way to tell when this ability is actually going to go off is based upon the actual bar that you can see at the bottom of your screen. This bar slowly fills up over time, but there's going to be a point in time where it finally maxes out, and the moment you take damage after that point, you will be randomly teleported in some random direction. Where? Who knows? You'll be teleported because, yes, you're glitched, your player data is broken, your location saved is broken, everything's broken. Now, whilst yes, you can see the bar down below, because of how long it takes, there is a very high chance you'll completely forget about it until it randomly teleports you at either the worst time possible or the best time possible. Also, I'm not exactly waiting around for this ability to go off, because I've been sitting around for over an hour right now. It takes a while for it to charge up. I have no idea the exact reason it charges up or why it charges, like everything about it, I have no idea too much about it. All I know is it takes a fair amount of time for it to charge up before you can use the ability. Moving into your next ability, you've got Corrupted File. Your file has glitched out and your food and health are corrupted. Now this basically means that not only does your hunger decrease quicker by default, you've got less hearts overall. Now the first thing we'll go over is the fact that your food increases a lot quicker. This is going to be stacked upon the typical phantom effect that happens when you're phantomized, which your hunger goes down pretty decently. It's not mega fast like some of the origins have given you, but it's a decent pace that you're definitely going to want to stay aware of it and be aware of the fact that, hey, I might go hungry soon, might want to deal with that. But the second thing, and I feel like the more drastic one that you'll definitely take notice to, is the fact that you only have 5 hearts. I'll let that sit in for you for a moment. You only have 5 hearts with this origin. Now, okay, it's a cool thing to see an origin finally not do the typical, oh, you have 8 hearts thing that a majority of them do, because it kind of makes sense. It's a kind of fine system. It works that way. But also, 5 hearts is definitely a lot of missing health that you have to worry about a lot of the time. So be very careful in the middle of battles. You do have an armor boost, but you also have a lot less health overall. You do have the ability to inflict with, but again, you have a lot less health overall, your hunger goes quicker, so you may as well use your phantomize ability to get the hell out of there. Anyhow, moving to your next ability, you've got Unwieldy. Shields do not work on you anymore. We all know how this goes. We've all seen the same ability like 5 million times in a row. We've seen the whole fact that, oh yep, shields, unwieldy, you can't use shields. Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have goddamn thunk the fact that you can't use a shield? I didn't. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit the like button down below, and as always, make sure to hit the subscribe button as well if you haven't already. I forgot to plug the subscription earlier, so hey, if you're making it this far, make sure to do that now. Anyway, goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this video I'm going to be showcasing the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 Origin created by Red Titan 64 based upon the Owl House show. Now prior to this I had not too much information of knowledge about what the Owl House was. I have seen it a few different times popping up in my social media timeline and I saw it trending the other day, but from the research that I've done since discovering this Origin, I've actually seen that this seems to be a very well regarded TV series, which honestly, if you haven't already, I do suggest you check out. It seems to be well loved as well as it seems to be a fairly competent TV show as well, so yeah, I'll probably be checking it out after this. Now this Origin is for version 1.17, it also works in version 1.17.1, I'm not 100% sure if it will work in 1.16 because some things may potentially break us. Some Origins in 1.17 do make use of some 1.17 special type things, so always be aware of that when you try to use it cross versions of Minecraft. But running into the actual Origin itself, the Owl Lady, which is a 3 impact Origin. You're the witch that is cursed with the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 curse. Many people have hunted you down because of your demonic curse. Now before we get into the video, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below. So there are over 100,000 of you guys who actually watch my videos on a consistent basis. Now a lot of people don't exactly remember to hit the subscribe button as YouTube no longer pushes it as much, so it's up to me to ask you to do that as it means a lot to me, especially considering that we're coming up to 30,000, which means I could potentially get the YouTube rank on Hypixel. Either way, smash that like button and let's get into the actual Origin abilities itself. Moving into the first ability, you've got Curse. You have less hearts than usual. I don't think there's much to explain about this one. You just have 8 hearts instead of the normal 10. Moving along. Anyhow, next ability we have is Earth Magic. You can summon a 2x3 wall of dirt to protect you from projectiles, which has a cooldown of 10 seconds. This is your primary ability. So first off, this Origin is lying to you. This is actually key to your secondary ability key, so just keep that in mind when it comes to this. It's kind of the opposite way around to what it actually says in the description. But going through the actual ability itself, now first off, you're probably going to take at least 2, 3, maybe 4 projectile hits before you can get up enough walls so there it's a little bit difficult to attack you, because with just a single set of walls, it's 3 blocks tall. Yeah, it's pretty good for height reasons, but it's only 2 blocks wide, meaning that all the other person needs to do is just slightly move to the side to shoot you at a better angle. Of course, you've only got a 10-second cooldown, meaning you can place down some more blocks pretty quickly. A second thing to keep in mind, it will never override blocks whatsoever, even to the point where it won't override those little grass patches that you can find on normal grass, mainly because this may potentially ruin someone's builds if you're not careful with how you're placing it, as well as a few different other things along those lines, and it's pretty useful to keep that in mind that it won't override any form of block in that space. In order for you to be able to put your dirt wall down, it needs to have air in the direction that you're facing, otherwise it will not put it down. Another thing, these walls do not disappear after a certain time frame. You have to actually physically break the walls yourself, and you do get the dirt from them, so hey, free dirt farm every 10 seconds, you get 6 more dirt if you're too lazy to go out and search for it, instead you just want to do it in your house where you need it or something along those lines. But either way, the ability is pretty cool. Moving to the next ability, you've got Fast Metabolism. Because you're always on the run, you exhaust far faster than normal. For example, in that single minute of a clip that I just used before playing around with the dirt, I lost 1 hunger hank off the bar, which is pretty fast if I do say so myself, considering I did not take any damage whatsoever and I was just moving around using the abilities. Your hunger decreases that fast that it will take only a minute of you sprinting around before you're unable to sprint whatsoever anymore. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got Fire Magic. You can shoot a fireball, which is a cooldown of 3 seconds, your primary ability. See what I mean? How the Origin description was being a bit of a liar before, how it said that the last ability was also the primary. This is actually your primary ability, so be aware of that. Anyhow, moving into the actual ability itself, it's kind of like the gas fireball. It blows up around a 3x3 range area wherever the actual ball lands, so ultimately it does a little bit of damage, also leaves a bit of fire patches, so if you shoot us at a tree you may potentially burn a forest down. Some other important information about it, it will not actually blow up stone blocks, it will successfully do dirt and basic things like that, but anything at the level of stone will not get destroyed by the fireball. The fireball also seems to have a 30 block range, roughly thereabout. I can't tell exactly precisely how much range it has, but from just playing around and experimenting with it, I can guess that it's roughly around 30 blocks of range, as well as there's also potentiality when you're shooting it might go a little bit askew from the direction that you actually aimed it, just out of random. There's also a chance that it will land too far outside of the chunk that you might not even know what happens. Sometimes it might even land at the longer than 30 block range in that situation, and sometimes it will not. It's very quirky in how this ability works in nature, but the further you're shooting it, the more weird and wacky it's going to axe. So ultimately this is best off being used for any form of close range stuff because it does go a little bit askew the further away from you need to shoot. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got guards hated. Iron golems will attack you on sight. Of course, as always, this is only affecting the ones that are made by the villagers in villages that are spawned via villages via their gossip mode and things along those lines. Anything that's summoned by you by placing down the iron blocks yourself with a pumpkin head, that will never attack you because you created it, even if you hit it once, but any of the ones not created by you will always attack you on sight. Moving into your next ability, you've got on the run. You are 2 times faster than usual. Yeah, you pretty much just have like a very big buff, a big speed boost buff, but you don't actually have the effect on you, meaning that you can drink some speed potions in order to increase it by a very drastic amount. You can go pretty damn fast by using just a maxed out speed potion, so it's pretty useful to say the least with that sheer speed boost. Also, meme applicable here, gas. I can't play the actual song because copyrights, but hey, you get it by the way. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got thievery. Because you steal a lot, villagers also hate you. Okay, so villagers will still trade with you, but until you do any form of the little bits and pieces that you need to do to get the villagers to decrease their prices, such as getting a hero of the village, or turn them into zombies and then curing them from their zombie state, all villagers will have exorbitantly increased prices for you. Like on a rough estimate, just off of the look of the few librarians I looked at, they had an increase of around 10 emeralds for a book in comparison to the normal prices. So yeah, this origin is not going to play nice with villagers because those prices are going to be exorbitantly increased to levels that are going to be pretty expensive and make it not worthwhile. Moving to the next ability, we've got the Owl Beast Curse. You have a bar that will run out, you'll become an Owl Beast, but you can drink honey bottles to restore your witch's form. Drinking honey bottles will restore 30 seconds of witch's form. This bar from full will take roughly around 5, 10, 20 minutes to actually decrease. It takes about as long to decrease as what the Axolotl moisture bar does, meaning that it takes a fair amount of time for it to decrease, and of course you can drink a honey bottle to make it go back up again for another 30 seconds. Once this bar goes all the way down to nothing, you'll become an Owl Beast. When you turn into your Owl Beast form, the only way to get back out of this form is by drinking a honey bottle. Whilst in this form, you also got 15 total hearts, and you're also given a set of elytra. Moving into the abilities that you also get given a part of this, you got projectile vulnerability, or projectiles will do 2 times damage upon you while in this form. You also get given a raw ability which replaces your original secondary ability, which weakens entities around you for 5 seconds within a 10 block radius, and this ability has a 20-second cooldown. You've got Wing Flap, which replaces your primary ability, where you flap your wings, which has a cooldown of around 3 seconds. This is kind of like a very small boost into the air that you can use to get off the ground with your wings, but you're better off using fireworks when it comes to that type of thing. You're also a bit darker, your skin's more darker and translucent than what it was beforehand, and because of how tall you are, because you're now 3 blocks tall in total, you can now jump higher and run faster than what you were beforehand. Anyhow, I'd like to let me know what your thoughts are on this origin. Do you think it's a good origin? Do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's underpowered? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Also, just make sure to smash that like button as it's always appreciated. I'm working on a big video for the weekend, which is going to be the next episode in the SMP series, which I'm actually putting a bit into do a bit better than what the first episode was, going off the feedback from the first episode. Anyway, as always, if you did enjoy the video, make sure you hit the like button, make sure to subscribe. Massive shout out to my channel members. We have almost 70 of you guys now, which is really cool. And until next time, guys, massive thank you to my $25 channel members, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, Mr. Filcher, my $10 channel member, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. Until next time, guys, goodbye. In today's video, I'm going to be covering what I believe is a really cool custom origin by the name of Thestral version 3 by a guy called Rambles Discord. Just for a quick moment, a video that I made a couple of days ago from the Fallen Angel origin is actually built off the back end of this data pack here, so if you're wondering why it was themed after a horse kind of and all that other bits and pieces along those lines, it's because it's built off of what this is here, which is essentially a hell horse. Anyhow, before we get into this, I'd like to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below if you're new around here. So trying to get to 100,000 subscribers before the end of 2021. Either way, let's get into this video. So first off, going through the basic details, you're going to need Origins, Origins Plus, and also the Latino Origins mod. Essentially speaking, you're just going to need some extra Origins jar mods that I feel like most people have by now when they go and play this, but I'll still leave them in the description for you if you want to make sure to download them and add them into your folder. Anyway, going through the description of this origin, we've got once a noble steed, now hell Hell's newest escapee. You may be free, but there is a price for everything. Essentially speaking, this is a Hell horse, and now you can really understand why the Fallen Angel had a lot of horse description inside of its abilities and all that, even though the guy probably could have changed him to be a little bit of a different reason why the abilities are the way they are, but he just left it mostly as a horse type thing. Either way, move it into the pros. We've got Deathly Expulsion. Due to your force conditioning in Hell, you can launch far by pressing your primary key. And Deadshot. You can shoot the heads of your withered comrades, inflicting wither on those who dare to attack you by using your secondary ability. I believe I can fly. After battling the winged guard demons in Hell, you've gained their wings and have the ability to fly normally. No fall, go brrr. The hackers destroyed some 12-year-old's base, taught you how to negate fall damage. The Boys Non-Toxic Edition. You've made some friends in Hell, undead ones, making them all on the surface friendly to you as well, unless you provoke them, of course, because that's how it always goes. Don't attack them unless you want them to attack you back. And Thick Skin. You've been made stronger with all that torture you've gotten down in Hell, giving you natural armor overall. And just a quick note that I've noticed from one of the comments in the past videos with similar perks like this where you've got more natural armor. Essentially speaking, Minecraft, the game itself, does not allow you to go over the maximum amount of armor that diamond armor can give you. Hence the reason why Netherite doesn't give you any bonus perks, and essentially meaning that you can't go too high over the max amount that diamond gives you naturally. You just have extra armor from the very get-go and don't require full diamond armor in order to make the full armor bars filled. Anyhow, running through the neutral abilities, you've got Mist Twist. Death still lingers on you, making you translucent and a different color as well. And you're a horse dude. Players can ride you, but be cautious though, because their origins may interfere with your abilities. Running through the cons, we've got Deja Vu. Underneath roofed areas, including those of the Nether and the End, you get slowness 3. Trauma, even the thought of Hell brings you back to that wretched place, and fire isn't any better, giving you more damage from fire overall. Where did they go? Apparently the extra HP you got in Hell didn't transfer to the overworld, so now you only have 7 heart. You're a ghost hawk, mate. No shields, since they fall through your hands, because again, you're a horse. And skinny dipping, swimming lessons are expensive. To be completely honest, I have no idea what that one means. And normal metabolism is lame. You weren't fed much in Hell, so you jump at the sight of actual food, giving you a larger appetite than most things. Essentially speaking, your hunger is going to decrease far faster than the average Minecraft player, and also just a little bit of an added perk, you're also immune to the wither effect. Anyhow, after the brief rundown of the abilities, let's run through the review, eh? So the first thing I wanted to figure out before I went any too far deep into this playing around with this one was to figure out what it meant by you can't swim or things along those lines. Essentially speaking, you touch water, you start taking damage. It's pretty self-explanatory after that point. But besides that, let's actually think about the most obvious part in the room here. This origin, when it comes down to sheer movement ability, is powerful. You might consider it overpowered considering the fact that you have the ability to fly off your elytra, and your primary ability refreshes quick enough that you can use it again while still being in the air and not worry about falling out of the air whilst flying around. You can infinitely fly like it's nobody's business, and then secondary to that, you don't even need to use the primary ability to get off the ground. You can simply use the Wither Explosion, lose half your health, and then use your primary ability to get moving forward, because the Wither ability gets you up far higher in the air based upon the explosion that the Witherheads do, and then you can just use your primary ability to get moving, and because your primary ability also activates a regeneration ability, it ultimately heals you back all the health that you lost when you took that shot from the Witherhead. Overall, I feel like there's just like one key thing that needs to be tweaked in order to make this way more balanced, and that is just adjusting the cooldown to your primary ability. If the primary ability cooldown was far longer, like let's say at least twice, if not 3 times the current length, it will make it so that it's not too powerful thing. You can't infinitely fly because of it, and you're not going to be able to just easily heal in the middle of a fight because you use that ability, because it activates a really powerful regeneration. Other than that, I do believe that this one's overall pretty damn balanced, aside from the movement, aside from that primary ability, probably just needs a bit of a cooldown adjustment. But after the cooldown adjustment, it should probably be perfectly fine. So I know you're watching this because you DM'd me this on Twitter, and I know that you did say this will probably be your last update to it, but I do just recommend tweak the cooldown of the primary ability, and then after that, I think you've got what is the making of a pretty decent origin. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to get the download link down below. I've also got the guy's YouTube channel down there too, because he asked me to do that when he sent it to my way, and I'll hopefully be putting a comment of his into the comments down below, because hopefully he'll be putting a comment. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to smash the like button, and until next time guys, goodbye. Hello, welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this showcase video, we're going through the Thunderborn Origin created by the user known as 𝓵𝓲𝓼. This guy submitted this Origin towards my actual Discord server itself, so if you want to have any ideas or any Origins that you want me to make a video on in the future, whether you be the creator or not the creator themselves, make sure to submit it in my Discord server in the Origins Ideas chat. And of course, the link to my Discord server is in the description down below. Now, this Origin mod was made for version 1.16.5, but this will work in 1.17 perfectly fine. Most Origins tend to do well being upgraded to the newest version. Sometimes something may potentially break because something gets changed by the slightest degree between the two different versions, but 9 times out of 10 it's perfectly fine, so feel free to use it in whichever version you want to play Origins in. You will need to make sure you have the Pinnacle mod as well as the extra Origins mod in order to allow you to have the size changing section of the mod itself. In the description of the Origin itself, the Thunderborn is a 3 impact Origin, meaning it has the maximum amount of impact upon the game. This extraordinary creature has rare power to manipulate storms to its will and uses them vigorously. And now let's get to the actual abilities. Moving to the first ability, you've got Exhaustion. Since you're a weirder of lightning, you need to use more energy to use your powers, requiring you to eat more, although this doesn't exactly apply when you're exposed to any form of rain. And if you don't want to be more exhausted throughout the day, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below, as there's over 100,000 of you guys who consistently watch my content who haven't actually subscribed yet, so I'd highly appreciate it even if it's a few of you guys would do so. So your natural hunger is sped up by a huge margin, but again, it pretty much becomes null and void and becomes absolutely normal again when you're in the rain, so it's a good bit of information to know about there. So rain's going to be your best friend when it comes to this Origin. Moving to the next ability, you've got Unwieldy. The way your hands are formed provide no way of holding a shield upright in the correct way to allow you to block. Do I need to explain how this ability works? It's pretty much present in a good majority of a lot of different types of Origins. Basically, your shield don't work. Moving to your next ability, you've got Lightning Drain. Water stops you from being able to interact with your lightning abilities, causing you to exhaust faster when in it. Pretty much big rule of thumb here, do not swim in water. Do not swim in water whatsoever. Not only does it stop you from using your lightning abilities whatsoever, it also causes your hunger to drain extraordinarily fast. And when I say fast, it drains faster than your actual air bubbles do, meaning that you will start to starve to death before you start drowning to death, which ultimately isn't really that great. Water is going to be a very massive weakness, but instead of taking damage from being in water, you just lose your hunger like it's nobody's business. It's a different way of doing it, I guess, making it so water's still a weak place to go into, but instead of it killing you upon touching, it just burns your hunger like it's nobody's business. Moving to your next ability, you've got Unchained Storm. Now, this is binded to your save tool activator key, which is defaulted to the button C, unless you have Optifine installed. When you have Optifine installed, it will automatically unbind this button, so you're going to have to go bind it yourself. You can summon a great storm that will strike lightning around the area surrounding you. This is ultimately a really cool ability, as it summons a lot of lightning strikes, as well as it summons a great storm as well. It summons a lightning storm that will go on for a little bit afterwards. Now, the cooldown of the ability is many minutes. You can only use this ability once every now and then because it's got such a long cooldown. And also, when you use this ability and summon a storm, it also activates another set of passive abilities that we'll go over soon. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, you've got Lightning Dash. This is your primary ability. You throw a bolt of lightning which sends you to the location of where it lands. This is practically just a teleportation effect which is instantaneous. You look in a certain direction and you instantly teleport to said direction. All this does adds to that formula. It has a beautiful effect every time you do TP. For example, you have fire landing on the ground wherever you spawn to, as well as lightning strike, as well as thunder and all the other beautiful lightning effects when you go and teleport. This only can go roughly around 50-ish blocks from where you currently are. At a certain point, it'll give you another weirder noise in order to indicate that, hey, you just wasted your ability because you can't actually go that far in the teleportation. Anyhow, moving into your next ability, you've got Lightning Invulnerability. You cannot be affected by lightning, which is why they have the lightning effect that strikes on you when you use your primary ability. It's kind of just like this one has to be there hand in hand if you want to take advantage of some of the cooler effects that you can do with a lightning based Origin. Moving to your next ability, you've got Tailwind. You're a little bit quicker on foot than most others are, meaning you have a slight bit of a speed boost with this Origin. It's not exactly too drastic of a one, nor is it an actual speed effect on top of you. It's just a nice little tiny bit of a boost that might be or might not be useful to you. Moving to your next ability, you've got Aura of Lightning. You contain so much energy that electricity comes off, dealing any damage to anyone that dare touches you. Yes, this is basically just a max level thorns on you at all times. You don't need to put any form of thorns on your armor whatsoever, as it pretty much gives you the maximum thorns effect that you can get in normal Minecraft, unless you have other form of mods that change the limits. But yeah, you kind of get how it is. It's a bit of thorns damage that will be done to people who hit you regardless of anything. It doesn't seem to take effect to the people who hit you with, let's say, ranged weapons with like a skeleton would, but any mobs like the husk or zombie hitting you at point blank range do take damage back. Anyhow, moving to your next ability, you've got the ability known as Flight. Your secondary ability, calling upon the wind, lifts you up into the air, letting you float around at a slow pace. This is basically just a levitation effect that you have more control over. You can stop it from going indefinitely up, you can actually just hover in place for a few moments, you move forward, you can go upwards, you can't go downwards exactly. A big word of warning though, if you do deactivate your secondary ability while you're in the middle of the air, you will take fall damage. You still take fall damage to this origin, so you do want to be really careful when using your secondary ability. Because if you accidentally deactivate this ability whilst you're in midair, you might potentially be high enough in order for you to kill yourself because you're a goddamn idiot and deactivate your ability while in the middle of the air. Moving into your next ability, you've got Energy Sense. In order to activate this ability, you just need to be holding your sneak button, which is usually bind to shift, but most people tend to move it a lot, some people don't. You can sense the energy fields around the creatures near you while concentrating and alerting you to their locations. Practically, this just gives everything around you the glowing effect whenever you're holding down the sneak button, but only when you're holding down the sneak button, but it will always be on when you're holding down the sneak button. The moment you're no longer holding down the sneak button, nothing around you will be glowing anymore, as well you're no longer holding down the sneak button, and it's pretty instantaneous. You can flick it on and off by just hitting the button on and off over and over again. You can easily just flick through it pretty quickly. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, you've got the Death Tornado. Your power is released when you die, throwing everything around you into the air. Now when going into this, I had no idea what exactly this was meaning, but from knowledge now, it means that pretty much whenever you die, anyone around you will be flung way up into the air. None of your items will be flung anywhere further than normal, but mobs around you will. They get flung up high enough that they'll probably die from fall damage, but it's not always guaranteed, so ultimately this ability is pretty cool and pretty nifty, but at the end of the day, it's there. Moving to the next ability, you've got Fresh Air. You need to sleep high to get used to being in a high altitude. I mean, this ability is pretty simple. You just need to sleep like pretty high up off of the ground, like around 60, 70 blocks up in the air before you can actually sleep, and that's pretty normal for a lot of origins at this point. Another little nifty thing is that it actually gives you a tooltip when you try to use a bed in the wrong conditions. It tells you, hey, minimum of Y, 80. Moving to the next ability, you've got Restricted Air. Being restricted to tight spaces slows your body down. This pretty much just means you'll gain a slowness debuff whenever you're in very close spaces around like 2 blocks above you, have blocks around you on the side and all sides around you. Pretty much when it's like a tight airspace where it's like, you don't, it's like claustrophobic type thing. Moving into your next ability, you've got the In Your Element ability. When you summon a storm, you'll grow into a larger size and gain some cool buffs, which you, of course, needs Pinnacle and the extra Origins mod to actually function. This part here, by default, you're 2 blocks tall, but when this mode, you'll be granted to 4 blocks tall. These are like the bonuses that you get when you use your ability that creates a lot of lightning around you and causes a storm to appear and all that. These are the buffs that I was talking about a little bit earlier. You also get speed, strength, regeneration, and jump boost as well. But of course, you're 4 blocks tall, so that's both a really good thing and a really bad thing at the same time, because you need to be able to fit through a 2x4 block space in order to actually get through things. So it's a bit more of a pain in the ass to deal with kind of thing, but pretty good buffs nevertheless. It's not jump boost, sorry, it's resistance, and they all last a minute of length until the ability runs out, and then you shrink back to your normal size. But don't worry, if this ability runs out, you've also got this secondary passive effect here called Aura of Lightning. In rain, you gain strength and speed, so pretty much you'll lose your resistance and regeneration as well as your size boost after a minute, but after that minute, you'll also still keep your strength and speed until the rain stops. Pretty useful combo since you can still use your speed and strength when you're back to your normal size. Moving into your next ability, you've got Prone to Projectiles. You're vulnerable to arrows and tridents, meaning they do a bit of extra damage towards you, and I'm 90% sure that these also don't proc the Thorns ability that you also have, so just be very wary of skeletons and also pillagers and trident zombies in the ocean. Trident drowns, I don't know why I said trident zombies, don't worry about it, but just be wary of anything that shoots projectiles because they do hurt a lot more than normal. Moving into your next ability, you've got Fire Immunity. You cannot be set on fire as the wind surrounding you puts it out. This is again one of those granted things that you probably should expect to come with this type of origin, especially considering that you get lightning struck upon you with your primary ability, and fire tends to be set on the ground when this ability does come into effect, so it's obviously just a pretty useful thing to have the fire immunity, otherwise it makes one of your abilities entirely useless because you can still get hurt by the lightning strike. Probably something of beauty with this is the actual guys managed to make it so that you don't even get the fire effects on your texture at all. You just don't get set on fire regardless of anything, even if you don't take damage, because a lot of other origins still have the fire flames come up on your body, so you still have to deal with them on your screen. But this guy here managed to make it so that doesn't occur, so I give props to that guy massively for that bit. Anyhow, as always, let me know in the comment section down below what you think of this origin. Do you think it's overpowered, underpowered? Do you think it's balanced? Do you think there's some things problematic with it? What are your ideas and what do you think of this origin here? Either way, as always, always, I want to give a massive thank you to all my channel members. There's 85 of you guys, and I highly appreciate all of your support, as well as a special thanks to my $25 channel members, 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼 and Saturn, and my $10 channel member, 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼. And until next time, guys, goodbye. Howdy. You ready for the grind to continue? I sure am. Anyway, hello everybody, welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this video, I'm going to be showcasing a unicorn-based Origin made by the user known as Eyes from the Origin's Discord server. Now, you all know the drill by now. This is a 1.17 based Origin. You might be able to get it to function 1.16, but I don't suggest doing it because it might break certain things in these actual Origins here, as these Origins data packs that get made for specific versions that get used in. There are things that do break when you transfer versions, regardless if you go from 1.16 to 1.17 or go from 1.17 to 1.16. Anyhow, the unicorn is a 2-impact Origin. Running through the description, you were once a horse and you're now one with the clouds. So, let's begin by going through all the abilities. The first ability of choice here is the Acrobat's ability. You never take any form of fall damage no matter what height you fall from. Now, 99.9% sure that a majority of people watching this video already understand the brief meaning of that. Practically speaking, you can go anywhere, any height, fall, no damage, never ever. Feather falling is ultimately useless. Anyway, moving to the next ability, you've got Vegetarian. You cannot digest any meat. So you know those snakes, those beautiful delicious foods you like to eat most of the time, like those chickens or whatever automatic farm you create? Well, yeah, they're pretty much useless because, you know, you can't eat that. You can only eat vegetables. Sounds like a perfect fit for the vegan t-shirt Origin I made a little while back. Anyhow, moving to the next ability, we've got Unwieldy. The way that your hands are formed, because you're a horse, provides no way of holding a shield upright. You mean, it only makes sense the fact that this is a thing because, well, you're meant to be a horse. Hooves can't hold anything at all. But you know, this is Minecraft, so you have to be able to hold something, so shields it is. Goodbye shield. Practically speaking, you can pin the shields in your main hand or your offhand, but you just can't right click and actually use it functionally, so that's about it to that one. This removes the functionality of the shield itself. Moving to the next ability, you've got Cloud Bed. You need to sleep behind the clouds. Now, okay, this probably makes absolutely no sense to you. You're probably saying, you need to sleep behind the clouds. What, does that mean you just need to sleep high up in the air? Around the Y level of 80 blocks is roughly where you want to be if you want to go sleep in a bed. Anything lower than the 80 mark will require you to it'll just tell you no, you can't sleep, you don't sleep, no sleep. In fact, I don't think you can even set your spawn if it's not high enough either, so it's a bit of an inconvenience, yes, but hey, next up there we're going to have giant mountains, so you're going to be easily able to get up stupid high anyhow, so I don't see it too much as a problem. Maybe you do, I don't, it's a funny thing anyhow. Moving into the next ability, you've got Hellfear. A creature of the clouds shall not be strong in the underworld. So you get the gist of this right. Practically speaking, because you're a creature who lives up in the clouds, you're a magical, mystical creature. The Nether is kind of a dangerous place for you and you're much weaker in the Nether. Let's go over what happens when you enter the Nether. Once you enter the Nether, you will be given not only slowness 3, not only weakness 3, but also mining fatigue 3. Ultimately, a terrible combo if you ever want to go exploring in the Nether. Practically mean that you really can't go in the Nether with this Origin, which I don't know quite how to feel about that one. Also, can I just note that this seed had a bastion very close to spawn? Like, I've been playing around with Minecraft 1.16. I haven't done any proper Nether exploration or any proper survival maps for a little while, but I don't think I've ever seen a Nether bastion so close to spawn on just a random seed, because I don't pick seeds for these videos. I just randomly generate a world and hope for the best and hope I get a decent one. Hence the reason why you see some weird and wacky shenanigans. Maybe I should drop seeds in the description. Let me know what you think about that. Also while you're doing that, hit the like button and subscribe. Either way, getting back to the video, move on to the next ability. You've got Nightmare. You're one with the sun. The night makes you weak. Practically speaking, you don't want to be out at nighttime because you get a bunch of disadvantages, which the disadvantages of which are thankfully not as overkill as going into the Nether. Practically speaking, you just get weakness 4 while you're in the Nether. Nothing. Yes, 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓴𝓼, the Nether. The Nether is what we're talking about. You only get weakness 4 while you're out at nighttime, but that's about it. There's not too much else to that ability. It's simply weakness 4. Weakness 4 is still a bit of an annoyance to deal with though, because that's 4 times weaker than normal, so overall it still sucks. Anyway, moving into your next ability, we've got Clear Sky. You don't like seeing the clouds crying, so when you can, you will clear the weather while you're holding a water bucket. Now, this is definitely an interesting one to say the least. This gives you the ability to disable not only just normal rainstorms, but full-on thunderstorms in the game itself. Practically speaking, while you're holding a bucket of water in your hand, you can press your secondary ability button in order to clear the rain. This will also activate your secondary ability at the same time, which we'll go over in a moment, but the main thing we're focusing on here is by using a bit of your magic, you can activate the water bucket to clear the rain in the sky. One of the more interesting parts about this though, if you do this, it disables your primary ability for a short amount of time too, which we'll go over your primary ability in a moment too, because essentially speaking, the magic cooldown is what works for both your primary ability as well as his ability to get rid of the rain and potentially something else in amongst this origin that we are yet to look at. So it's something to keep in mind when you're doing this. If you're in the middle of a fight and it starts raining, you're better off to finish off the fight before you do get rid of the rain, because it will use your magic abilities. You can't use your primary ability for a moment. Anyhow, moving into the next ability, this ability you've probably seen use of in clips here and there, and I'm trying not to use the ability, but it activates every time you sprint, is the ability to fly. You're able to fly through the clouds. Now, the big thing to keep in mind here, this is a literal flying, not just a simple elytra gliding, nor the creative flight. It is, practically speaking, as we've seen with many other origins that do this, making it so that you can swim through the air. But unlike most of the other origins that also have this ability, this one is far easier to actually activate and is not as annoying to deal with. All you need to do is simply sprint. Once you press your sprint key to start sprinting, you'll automatically be in this fly mode, and you'll be going about as fast as you would be if you were sprinting normally, because you do have like the other things that we'll go over in a moment. With simplicity kept in mind here, not only is it extremely easy to activate by hitting your sprint button, but it's also really easy to deactivate regardless of how high you are up in the sky. All you need to do to deactivate is press the spacebar button to jump, and then it deactivates the ability entirely and you'll fall back down to earth regardless of how far you were up, which is a good reason why you don't take fall damage, because it allows you to fall back down to earth after you disable your flight when you're up in the air. Moving into the next ability, you've got Cloud Jump. You can boost yourself into the clouds. Now this is the secondary ability that you'll activate at the same time when just dealing with the water in the air. Jeez. Practically speaking, it isn't exactly too much of a jump overall. In fact, overall, I think it's just a very useful double jump, because the jump itself isn't exactly too much higher to how you can actually jump in Minecraft with this origin, but it is useful there nevertheless. Except for the fact that you can fly. Practically speaking, because the unicorn has the ability to fly, I feel like that the secondary ability is pretty much defunct and useless, because you can fly. You can fly to get to higher places. You can double jump, but you can also fly. So, I don't know. The secondary ability feels a little bit useless, but, you know, that's just one of those type of things that can happen after a while. Okay, scratch that. It turns out I lied. The type of jump that I got when I was playing around with it originally was the one that you get when you use the water clearing ability. But this jump can vary a lot depending on how you approach the jump. If you jump first and then use your cloud jump ability, you might jump a little bit, or you might skyrocket into flipping space with that exact same jump. It's very random, it's very unpredictable, it can be pretty useful at times, and sometimes it's just worthless because it does nothing. Again, I still stand by the same sentiment. Having any form of super jump or super bounce in any way, shape or form is kind of defunct by itself when you add a flying ability of any sort, unless it's elytras. Moving on to the next ability though. Moving into your next ability, we have Imaginary. Since you're an imaginary creature, your skin is translucent. Why are you guys looking at me expecting me to explain how this works? I'm sorry, but you can see it. Please. Jokes. Anyway, moving on to the next ability. Horn. Because of your horn, you are unable to use the helmet spot. What? Do you expect a unicorn to be able to wear a flipping armor of any sort on their flipping head? Like, come on. Minecraft doesn't have unicorn specific helmets, goddammit. You're gonna have a horn, and it's gonna be in a spot where you can't exactly put anything on top of that damn head, you know? So, you know, good luck. Have fun. I'm sorry, I'm making too many stupidness. Moving to the next ability, you've got Horse-like. You travel at high speeds and jump higher because you're a part horse. You've probably noticed that the entire time throughout this video, and I have no idea why this description's left to right at the end of the origin, but hey, now you know your super speed when you're a horse, you've got mega jumps when you're a horse, but it all gets defunct when you hit the sprint key because then you're flying instead of moving. So yeah. And moving to the next ability, you've got Magic. You can shoot magic at your opponents. This is your primary ability, as I meant over a brief moment earlier this video. yes. This was made in collaboration with the help of Slayer, this ability here, so it's kind of similar to how the Sans Gasa Blaster works, except for the fact that this actually functions and it actually does damage, and you can accidentally kill yourself if you use it too close to you. So yeah, be careful with that one. Practically speaking, you're shooting fireworks from you, but instead of them going straight up like most fireworks do, they shoot in the direction that you're aiming, and they can go a pretty far distance before they actually explode. So overall, that's pretty cool and pretty unique, or well, really useful in and of itself. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button down below. What do you think of this origin? What are your thoughts? Give me your thoughts down below. What's your rating? How do you personally feel about this origin? Either way, massive thank you to my channel members as always, and a massive thank you to my $10 member 𝓵𝓷𝓷𝓰𝓼. But until next time, guys, goodbye. Hey, welcome back to another Origin Showcase. In this video, we're going to be showcasing the Voidwalker Origin created by Paimon the Voidwalker from the Origins Discord server. This Origin starter pack is for version 1.17.1 or /1.17. It works best in those versions. You might be able to work in 1.16, but I promise that something might probably break. You also need the extra keybinds mod as well in order to use with this Origin. It's got a few active abilities that you need it for. The Voidwalker is a 3-impact Origin, meaning it has a maximum amount of impact upon the game. Going through the description, the Voidwalker is a human infused with void energy. This gives a human the capability to cultivate, manifest, and control void energy after acting as a battery and a conduit for said energy. This gives a human the ability to manipulate space-time. Anyhow, there are over 115,000 of you guys who continuously watch multiple videos on my channel. I highly appreciate it if any of you guys would just check down below to see if you're actually subscribed, as a lot of people just tend to forget to do that, as well as YouTube tends to unsubscribe you from people's channels. Also, I've been streaming a lot on Twitch lately, so make sure to go check me out over there, and without further ado, let's get into the actual ability. Moving into the first active ability, we have Blink. You can slip through space-time at will and appear a short distance away. So this is your primary ability. The gist behind this ability is that every time you press your primary ability button, you'll teleport about 10 blocks in front of your direction that you're looking at. You also take 1 heart of damage each and every time you use this ability. This ability is on an extraordinarily short cooldown, but one with a little bit of a weird quirk that comes with the ability is the fact that it doesn't always activate every time you hit the primary ability button. Sometimes it's a bit weird and doesn't ever activate, and sometimes it just activates immediately many times in a row, as you'll watch with how I do it in the gameplay here. How we go from, like, I press it a few times, like you see it actively go a few times and stop for a bit and then go again and stop for a bit, and then sometimes just spam in quick rapid succession. This ability can kill you if you overuse it, as this ability will take a single heart of damage every single time you use the ability. So because it's got a very short cooldown, it's got to give you some other punishment for overusing the ability. Moving into your next active ability, you've got Levitation. Gravity bends to your will. You have the capability to levitate freely in space, creating your own leverage from absolutely nothing. This is your secondary ability. Once you press your secondary ability key, you will need to either climb up the side of a wall or hold the spacebar button to actually levitate, but there's a little bit of a catch when it comes to this ability. This ability doesn't have any form of a cooldown. Instead, you'll take half a heart of damage every second this ability is active for, regardless of whether you're actually using the levitation to float up at all, whether you're still on the ground after you press the button, you'll be taking half a heart of damage every second. Just off the first 2 abilities alone, I feel this is a very interesting take on how you do some form of cooldown. Instead of having an actual cooldown to it, instead you'll take damage for however long you use it for, or for using the ability in the first place. Moving into your next active ability, you've got Gravity Manipulation, the generation of a singularity that drastically changes the magnitude of gravity in local space. This ability is your ternary active ability, meaning that it requires your ternary key to use this ability. This is where you start to need to use extra keybinds in order to actively use some of these Origin abilities. This ability is very weird when you first use it, because you might not quite understand what exactly is going to happen when you use it, but what exactly happens is that you'll get given a massive amount of slowness, which will make your FOV zoom right on in, as well as the fact that you will take 4 hearts of damage on your character whenever you use this ability. So what this ability does, what do you want to use it for? What do you want to do the ability for, and why does it take you 4 hearts? Because when you use this ability, all the mobs within range will float up to over 10, 15, 20 blocks before they drop right back down and almost always will die. This pretty much gives whatever mobs within the circle near you 0 gravity, and they'll float high up into the sky, or as high as they possibly can, before the ability runs out and they'll drop right back down. So really, this is a fun way to kill mobs that are annoying you, or when you get surrounded by a huge collection of mobs is a good way to get them off your back and watch them drop back down and die. Moving into your final active ability, you have Chaotic Accelerant. When you gain strength when overcharged with void energy, this overcharge makes you a glass cannon and multiplies all damage dealt and received. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite find out how this ability properly works. I did get myself a full set of void charge. I did make sure to pretty much bind a key to every single different type of extra key bind and continue to test them all. I just couldn't get this ability to work whatsoever. So I don't know if it's a bug or whether I'm just dumb. Either way, the idea behind this, from what I'm getting from the description, is it makes you a glass cannon and uses up your void charge. The description in the Discord says it lasts a total of 3 minutes, this glass cannon ability. Anyway, moving on to your passive abilities, we start off with the void charge. Now, there's one little thing that I didn't mention in the all throughout all the abilities, is the fact that you have another way of going around the actual health loss. Because you see there's an extra bar called your void charge. Now, whenever you're near any form of bedrock or crying obsidian, you can gain this void charge passively. You can also gain some of it as well when you kill enemies, but it has like a very medium-ish cooldown in between how long you can actually get it from the enemy. So you kill an enemy and then you got like about 10-30 seconds before you can do another kill to get more of that void charge. But if you have any void charge on you, the abilities will use your void charge first before they actually start taking any of your actual health. Now, the glass cannon is the only thing that won't actively do this one. The glass cannon does require you to have a full bar of void charge in order for you to activate the ability, but all the other 3 abilities will use your health if you don't have enough void charge to go through. Moving on to your next passive ability, you've got Path of the Void. Path of the Void grants a more durable skin, but with a cost of a diminished life force. Ultimately, this is more of a nerf than a buff, as it does take away 3 of your hearts, leaving you with 7 instead of the normal 10, and only giving you 1 single armor point in return for this lesser health. Moving into your next passive ability, you've got Field Focus. Due to the nature of the Void Walking, you no longer feel the need to use a shield, instead focusing more on dodges. This is just another way of saying that you can't use your shields like you normally would as a normal Minecraft player, so shields are completely and utterly useless. But another thing that probably comes within this one, or maybe not, I don't know, because it's not actually explained in the actual origin itself, but you don't take full damage either with this origin anymore, as that's completely removed as well. So hey, you don't need to worry about fall damage at all, but your foes definitely do, because you'll cause them to float up into the air. A nice thing the creators actually added at the end of all the origin abilities is and all the active ability passives that you will gain using these origin abilities. Blink will cause a temporary blindness while shifting through space-time. Using gravity manipulation, you'll be pulled down by the singularity you've created, temporarily inhibiting your movement. Using Chaotic Accelerant will overcharge your body with void energy. This overflow of void energy constantly is being extracted from your body, causing a purple glow around yourself. It will also act as a lens over your eyes. Some other cool things about this ability, this origin itself, it actually makes your name purple in chat. Now, I'm pretty sure this also works within server worlds as well, because it comes with the actual colorization of the origin data pack itself, which I find to be a really extra cool little bit to the origin itself. And yeah, what do you think of this origin? Let me know down in the comments down below. As always, let me know. Do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's underpowered? Do you think there could be some more to it? What do you think of the actual different idea of, instead of having cooldowns with your abilities, it uses a bar of energy. When this bar of energy runs out, instead of you being unable to use your abilities, it actually starts taking your health when you use a majority of these abilities. I honestly think that's a really cool new way to go around these type of origin changes, and instead of using default normal cooldown techniques and things on those lines, you actually take health damage if you tend to ignore your cooldowns or tend to ignore your actual bar that you might want to charge up, so you don't have to worry about taking health damage. Either way, as always, comment down below your thoughts on this origin. Do you have any changes? If you have an origin of your own, make sure to DM me on Discord with them, or put them in the comments down below. Whilst I might see them, it also is easier just to DM me on Discord with the data pack, or maybe a link directly to where it is in the Origins Discord server. As always, I've been your host, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. If you did enjoy this video, make sure to slap the like button, slap the subscribe button. Massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 channel members, Saturn and Holly the Void, my $10 channel member, Decept, and until next time, guys, goodbye. Hi, and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this video, we're going to be going through a Wardling Origin, which is themed after the Warden created by user Noel. This one is available on Planet Minecraft, and of course, as always, the link is in the description below. Now, going through this first, it's a 1.16.5 base data pack, which means it might potentially function in 1.17, but might not at the same time. Its preferred version is 1.16.5, as that's what it was created upon. But yeah, with those warnings out of the way, let's actually get started with the Origin itself. First First off, the Wardling origin is a 3 impact origin, meaning it's got the maximum impact upon your game. Running through the description, you hail from a tribe of Shulk human hybrids that devolved into the need for sight. As Wardling, you must rely on your heightened sense of sounds and vibrations to navigate this world. Anyhow, to any of you guys out there who watch a lot of my videos and haven't subscribed already, then why not? It'd be highly appreciated if you hit the subscribe button down below, as over 100,000 people consistently watch more than one of my videos, and it'd be appreciated if just a few of you guys do that. Also make sure you hit the like button. Either way, let's get started into the abilities. First ability we have is blindness. Your species has devolved the need for vision, and you are permanently blind, unable to sprint or land critical hits. When it comes to vision with this origin, it's very intriguing to even think about. Like, you can see it on screen here how everything is pretty much pitch black aside from colored pixels every now and then, pretty much depicting on how the actual land looks like. But this isn't affected via your vision, so to speak. With this origin, that is affected due to your own senses, your heightened senses to detect movement and other bits and pieces around you. And honestly, it's very interesting just by the look of the land by this review already, without any of the other abilities, that this does add a whole entirely new and unique way to play Minecraft that you probably have never actually seen before. One thing I often forget about when talking about certain origins is to mention the fact that sometimes origins are not about making them balanced, but making them provide some form of new challenge in the way of playing Minecraft. Because there are some origins that are weak and underpowered in comparison to the normal Minecraft player, but also provide new and unique ways to play Minecraft, giving you a new and different way to actually play the game and potentially challenge yourself even. For example here, the removal of sprint or critical hits may seem like a drastic problem that might be new to your ability to play Minecraft in the long run, but there are going to be abilities in here to make up and give a different style of playing when it comes to Minecraft. But moving into your next ability, you've got echolocation. You release a sonic pulse that allows you to sense your surroundings for a short period of time. This action has a 2-second cooldown, and activating it slows you down. Now what this ability does is it allows you to see all the surroundings around you for, again, a brief moment of time, as it says here in the ability. But one of the cool things about it is it actually goes all the way to the edges of the chunks that you can physically see as your Minecraft character. So let's say you make your chunks that are actually loaded into the game far longer, you can see all the way to the edges of those characters, all the way to the edge of those chunks. And honestly, I feel like just this ability alone is just quite brilliant in how it functions, because it doesn't exactly remove your blindness. It actually goes around your blindness in a completely different way by lighting up or glowing the ground around you, meaning that you still can't see what color the sky is or the clouds or sun or the moon aside from faint outlines of those two things. You can see everything around you, but it's still as pixelated and as outliney as it was beforehand. It's just far more visible in comparison to what it normally is. This ability is brilliant and beautiful in its own way, to be honest. Like, I find it just to be a really cool implementation on the fact that you're blind. You now need to use a sense to get around that fact and use this new echolocation in order to find out where you are, as well as look at your surroundings. Overall, this origin is pretty smartly crafted thus far. Moving into the next ability, you've got seismic sense. You see the world through vibrations. Textures become difficult to differentiate, but you are able to detect non-sneaking players and entities throughout the walls. The easiest way to describe this is that all mobs pretty much have a glowing effects on at all times, unless it's like a player who's holding the shift button that is sneaking, making it so that their name tag is invisible, therefore making the player themselves invisible unless you can look at them directly. The brilliance behind this entire ability here is just how it allows you to see the world in kind of a different way to what you would normally expect to play Minecraft under. I've already discussed how it looks and the differences beyond it, but some of the other little interesting bits is that a lot of textures do seem to fuse and become super similar to each other. Colors are extraordinarily difficult and ultimately disappear within these vibrations, aside from when you're using echolocation. Echolocation is the only time where you can see the natural full color of any form of items. Any other time, it's just a random color that slightly comes close to matching the actual texture for the color that it actually is. Moving on, we've got Born of the Earth. When deep underground, the warmth of the earth will actually give you saturation. Whilst you're underground, you have a fairly decreased sense of vision when it comes to seeing things around you, but whilst you're also on the ground, your saturation won't exactly change too much, because you don't exactly get to move fast enough to deplete it fast enough to counteract the increase you get from being underground. Because you're unable to sprint, most things that are going to deplete your saturation will deplete it slowly, but slow enough that the saturation you get from being underground will counteract it and give you saturation back. It's really weird when you think about it in that way, but you get to understand it once you realize that it just pretty much means that most of the time you don't need to eat too much when you're underground. Moving on, you've got sensitive sensory organs. Although you cannot use your eyes whatsoever, they are still just as sensitive. During the day, your ultra dilated pupils make looking beyond the horizon extremely painful. Throughout the day, if you're looking anywhere that is pretty much beyond the first like 5-ish blocks around you, you will actually start to take burning-esque damage. You're not actually set alight, but you're taking damage with the fire ticks type of style. You take damage in the same way as a fire tick would go, as well as the noise you get is fire. Kind of way to describe this is if you're looking ahead of you and there isn't any block like immediately ahead of you that you're looking at, you'll start to take fire damage when it's daytime. When it's at nighttime, this doesn't matter. This ability is completely null and void, but throughout the daytime, when you're doing these type of things, when you're moving around, you're better off looking towards the ground or towards the first few blocks in front of you. Pretty much your eyes should be looking almost down, but you should be looking in a downwards looking direction. Otherwise, if you're looking straight forward, there's going to be occasions where you're not going to have any block immediately in front of you and you'll see further ahead of you and your eyes will start to burn, making you take damage in the process. Moving on, we've got rough around the edges. You naturally take slightly less damage than normal. This pertains to a majority of all damage types aside from the whole looking in the horizon thing. You'll take roughly the normal amount of fire tick damage when you look towards the horizon, but in every other form of way, you will take overall less damage. Fall damage you'll take less of. You require to fall longer heights in order to start taking any form of damage. You'll take less damage from mobs, you'll take less damage from burning up in lava, you'll take less damage from pretty much all sources available in Minecraft because you're naturally just better at tanking it. Coinciding it, we've got the well-grounded ability where you are 100% knockback resistance. So you're pretty much knockback resistance to a majority of mobs. There's literally just one exception though to this entire thing, and it's always been an exception when it comes to the immune to knockback, and that is TNT. Unfortunately, TNT's knockback works slightly different to how normal knockback works, so it's a lot more difficult to remove. But this Origin does successfully negate the knockback by a fair portion, but unfortunately you can still get knocked back by TNT. Moving on, you have Cautious. You're blind and therefore you have to be very careful. You have permanent slowness. This ability in itself is pretty explainable. It is really just weak slowness overall. It's only slightly making you slower than the normal walking speed. It's not too noticeable. I didn't actually realize that was a thing until I noticed how much faster I got for a brief moment with the next ability, which we'll go over in a brief moment, but overall you just have a slight bit of slowness. Moving into your roar, by pressing your echolocate key when you're below 3 hearts of health, you exert all of your energy by letting out a loud screech. This will allow you to see temporarily without being hindered by your speed, which is pretty much just your echolocation just without losing your speed. Be careful, because after doing this you will not be able to use your echolocation normally again until after you have healed. So briefly explaining how this ability itself works is when you're below a certain amount of health, it will activate this ability, burning up your entire echolocation bar. When you use your echolocation ability normally when you have a fair amount of health, it will only take like a small smidgen of it, which will fully recharge within 2 seconds of it being used, meaning you can use your echolocation fairly often. But as stated here, once you go below a certain health, it will now be a roar instead, which burns your entire echolocation bar. This bar takes roughly 15 to 30 seconds to actually refill properly before you can actually use it again. But if you're still below 3 hearts or still have low health when you go to use your echolocation ability again, you'll use a roar instead. Pretty much meaning that unless you heal yourself back up to a certain point in your health bar, you will continuously lose the roar ability, which will burn your entire echolocation. You do get a slight bit of speed buff when in this ability, but you also get the disadvantage if you can't use your echolocation ability in the way you'll get used to. Moving into your next ability, you've got Aggression. You grow stronger and faster as you lose health. At half a heart, you are 2 times faster than normal, and you also deal 20 damage with your bare fists. So once you don't have the ability to crit hit people or have the ability to sprint whatsoever, as you get low in health, you start to deal more and more damage, and you also become faster, pretty much counteracting those two things. But of course, you are weaker and slower when you're at full health, but the moment you start losing health, you become completely and utter opposite to that. To the point where you could be considered overpowered with the amount of damage you deal, until you realize the fact that you need to be at half a heart of health in order to do that damage, meaning that anything can one-shot you at that point. Anyhow, what are your thoughts on this origin? Let me know in the comments down below. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's balanced? What's your thoughts on it? If you did enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button down below, as it's always appreciated, helps the video do better, and also subscribe if you're new around here. Massive thank you to my $25 member Hollow the Void and my $10 member Decept, as well as to every other member that I have, as there are now quite a lot of you guys. As I said in the last video, there's going to be the SMP launch for the members this Friday, so look forward to that, and either way, until next time guys, goodbye. Hello and welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In this Origins video, I'm going to be showcasing the Wizard-based Origin, which is version 1.2 created by the Discord user known as Tom from the Origins Discord server. This mod is for version 1.17 and will require the extra Origins mod as well as the Bedrockean mod to allow you to be a bit of the smaller size. Just a quick thing before we get started, I'm going to be live a little later after this video, around an hour after this video releases, so make sure to check the link in the description, pinned comment, as well as the card up on screen, and either way, let's get started with the Origin itself. Going through the basis of the Origin, this is a 3 impact Origin, meaning it has a maximum impact on your Minecraft playthrough. Going through the description, you are a wizard, you are unusual, and you can use arcane magic to harness the powers of some ingredients. Before we get started, I just want to ask you guys to hit the subscribe button down below, as a lot of people come around and binge watch YouTube channels like it's nobody's business, but then forget to subscribe, even though they probably should do that since they watch a lot of content. So it's highly appreciated if just even a few of the 100,000 of you guys who continuously watch more of my videos hit that button. It'd be highly appreciated. Either way, let's get into the video itself. Running through reverse ability, we've got Corrupted Body. Using magic has taken a toll on your body, making you half a player's normal size. Yes, that's right everybody, you're now 1 block tall as a wizard. You're a small wizard, but you're a wizard nevertheless. Moving on, we've got the Paper Airplane ability. If you have paper in your hand and you turn it into a paper airplane that you have to hang on to in order to give you some slow falling. Screw join MOG water bucket tricks, just do an MOG paper trick. All you need to do is hold the piece of paper in your hand and you'll be given permanent slow falling, but the moment that you move the paper outside of your hand, you will lose the slow falling ability. Practically speaking, you don't actually need to press any buttons or anything whatsoever, you just need to flick to the item being in your hand in order to activate the slow falling ability, which honestly is pretty good because it saves you from having a million different keys or removing a main ability you can use outside of items and stuff along those lines. You just need to hold the item in your hand in order to make use of its ability. And it also doesn't consume the item itself when you do attempt to use these abilities as well. Moving on, we've got the Strong Bones ability. If you have a milk bucket in your offhand, your bones will become stronger, making you get haste at the same time. So personally speaking, I feel like that this Origin itself has already been made overpowered by the sheer fact that you have the ability to have haste not only extremely early in the game, but you don't even need to have the difficulty of actually building a beacon, moving it around in order to get haste 2. Instead, all you require to do is hold a milk bucket in your offhand and you've got haste 2. Yes, you can use the villager trading trick as well as easily kill a wither pretty quickly to get the full-on beacon as well as the full beacon pretty damn quickly in Minecraft nowadays, but the simple fact that you can just use a milk bucket over a lot of grinding is, I feel like, just an ability that shouldn't be there. If it was only haste 1, then I'd be fine with it, but the fact that it gives you haste 2, I feel like it just defeats the purpose of having the grind for a beacon, because most people get the beacon for the haste 2. Another thing that could potentially be done is that if you have a haste 1 beacon and you have your milk bucket in the offhand, you get haste 2 or something on those lines, but I just feel like that the fact that you get haste 2 off this is a bit overpowered. Moving into your next ability, you've got Repair. Because you're an incredible way with magic and spells, you can use a spell once per hour to repair any one of your items that you held in your main hand. So this ability will take over an hour to recharge, recharge, which is honestly very interesting considering the fact that it only will actually give you around 40 durability added onto your tools. In the early game, this is actually a lot of durability, but when it comes down to your diamond / netherite pickaxes, you have 1500 and 2000 durability respectively. So this 30 durability you get added via this ability is ultimately not really too handy after you get into the late game. And considering it takes over an hour for it to recharge, it's pretty useless. Moving into our next ability, you've got Feather Flight. You can use the power of a feather in your main hand to levitate slowly just like a bird. Wait, hold on a moment. Birds levitate? Jokes aside, whenever you're holding a feather in your hand, you'll be given the levitation ability. This ability will last for however long you hold the feather in your hand for, and will also last for a few extra seconds after you take it out of your hand. Meaning you get a bit of a reaction time to swap to your paper plane in order to not take fall damage. Except for the fact that this origin has to take fall damage, we'll probably talk about it a little later. But it's really interesting and useful to think that once you have a feather, which ironically, feathers are pretty damn difficult to get your hands on in Minecraft nowadays, so I think it's fine overall considering it takes a bit to get a feather and you get a bit of levitation which just allows you to float around and get around a lot easier. It's definitely not as broken / overpowered as giving haste 2 by simply holding a milk butter is. Moving into your next ability, you have Nimble. You're immune to thorns and velocity based damage. Thorn damage is including sweet berries, cactuses, but not limited to just those things. Those are just some of the items that you will no longer take damage to, and velocity based damage includes elytra flying and as well as taking full damage and other bits and pieces that requires you to move at a speed and hit something drastically at speed to take that damage. You're just immune to all of it. Moving into the next ability, you've got Carrot Vision. You harness the power of the carrot to put in your offhand and get night vision. I guess eating carrots does make you see in the dark after all. First off, why is there just a little joke at the end of this origin, but there's been at none of the other abilities thus far? Bit of a question there, but anyhow, moving into it, yes, having a carrot in your offhand will give you night vision. I think at this point we realize that the wizard isn't exactly a good origin or balanced origin to use in a multiplayer server because it is pretty overpowered in a lot of aspects. By first off, you get given haste 2 via a milk bucket, which you can get pretty damn early on. You get night vision via a carrot in your offhand, which again, whilst it makes sense, it's overpowered and very easy to get early on in the game. But yeah, it just says that's what it is on tin. You have a carrot in your offhand, you get night vision. Pretty simple anyhow. Moving on, we have Durable. If you have an obsidian in your offhand, you gain resistance to and become one with the tough obsidian. Are we seriously starting to get into these jokes with these origin abilities, or was I missing it the entire time? This one is actually a little bit better because it isn't exactly it's a difficult item to get. You can't exactly just get obsidian within the first 5, 10, 20 minutes of your playthrough, because it does take a bit of time to get diamonds as well as to mine up that bit of obsidian to use for yourself, when you also got to mine up obsidian for an enchanting table as well as a portal. So ultimately I feel like this obsidian thing isn't as bad and as overpowered in comparison to the whole haste 2 in a bucket. I really don't agree with the haste 2 in a bucket thing. Moving into the next ability, you've got Fragile. You have 3 less hearts than the health of humans, with self-explanatory, you have less health. I mean, I'll just reuse the clip from before of me finding the husk with my piece of obsidian in my hand. Like, we really don't need more information about that one. Moving on though, we've got Kelp Breathing. If you have kelp in your offhand, you get the ability to breathe underwater. This ability does exactly what it says it does. When you hold a kelp in your offhand, you will be given the Water Breathing 2 ability for 1 second of time, which is just infinitely as long as you have a kelp in your offhand. But the moment you pull it out of your offhand, you'll lose the breathing potion off of you completely. But if you put your kelp back in your offhand, even if you have lost a few bubbles, you can still continue to breathe underwater like it was nothing ever happened in the first place. And we continue the trend of something being slightly unbalanced. Moving into the next ability, you've got Feeble. After living on this planet for so long, you have become weak, resulting in you only being able to wear up to iron armor and having less overall health. We've already gone over the whole less health part. That was a part of its own ability, but then also the fact that you can only wear iron armor or lower because you're weaker and overall, but it still doesn't make sense because you can still wear gold armor even though it's meant to be the heaviest armor, so you know, it doesn't always have to make sense though. Moving into your next ability, you've got Shell Speed. If you have a Nautilus shell in your main hand, you get Dolphin's Grace. If you don't know what Dolphin's Grace is, practically speaking, when you're swimming around the ocean, you come across a dolphin. Dolphin has the ability to give you extreme speed in the ocean. That's all all it does, as well as a few other bits and pieces, but really the main reason why people have it or use it is to get an extreme speed boost when they're swimming in the ocean. Personally speaking, I believe this entire origin is a bit on the overpowered side / unbalanced / a lot of issues with it, but personally speaking, I honestly like the idea behind it, giving it so when you hold certain items or have certain items in your inventory, offhand or main hands, you get certain abilities going off of the back of whatever those items are actually themed off of, or things along those lines. Definitely could have been better, definitely could have been slightly more balanced, but I like the idea overall. So let me know, what are your thoughts of this origin? Let me know in the comments down below. As always, make sure to leave a like if you enjoyed the video, and make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. As I said, live stream is going to be happening tonight. We starting off the members SMP server, and by speaking about that, a massive thank you to my channel members as always, to my $25 member, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼, and my $10 member, 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. But until next time, guys, goodbye. Hello, welcome back to another Origin Showcase video. In today's video, I'm going to be showcasing the Ancient Golem origin created by the user known as 𝓵𝓱𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 from the Origins Discord server. This origin custom data pack is made for Minecraft version 1.17, meaning that it's often going to be better off to use in the most recent version of Minecraft rather than 1.16. It might still work in that version, but some things might potentially be broken. Anyway, moving into it, the Ancient Golem is a 2 impact based origin, meaning it has a middle impact on the game, meaning it's not going to be too drastic on how you normally play Minecraft, but it's going to be a lot more than just something light over the top of it. Going through the description, these human-like robots are possessed by ancient civilization's souls. Only few have survived the harsh treatment of time. Anyhow, there are over 100,000 of you guys who consistently watch several videos on this channel, and highly appreciate if any of you guys would just check to make sure to see that you're subscribed since you watch so much content. Either way, hit the like button, let's get into the video itself, let's run through the abilities. Running through the first ability, you've got Iron Core. Your core heats up when in hot environments or when exposed to sunlight, or whenever using your abilities, and cooldowns when in cooler environments or in water, or when actually drinking water itself. It can be very lethal if you reach high temperatures. So running through how this temperature system works, you can understand your temperature based upon the bar of the fire icon. This bar will slowly fill up as your temperature gets hotter, and the hotter you get, the closer to full you get. Whenever you reach the full health of that bar, the full length of that bar, you will explode, and it doesn't matter if you're in a survival or creative mode, you will still explode and die. But there's more to this than just the simple fact that you explode when you reach full. It takes roughly around 4 to 5 minutes for it to get maxed out in temperature, but as you go up in temperature, you start getting ill effects. When you reach the halfway point of the bar, you will gain permanent weakness. When you reach the 3/4 way mark, you will gain a permanent slowness. When you reach the 6/7 part, where there's like only a small smidgen of the bar left, you will gain a Wither 2 effect on you, which is successfully ticking down, so you are starting to take damage. And then when the bar finally reaches it to the absolute maximum, you will explode and die. This will only ever happen when you're in a desert biome, when you're sitting within the Nether, especially when you're close to lava, when you're sitting outside in the sun throughout the daytime, unless in some form of cold biome, as well as many other little situations kind of similar to that type of thing. When you're walking around, if you go underneath trees consistently enough, you won't exactly find the bar going up too quickly, as while being under a tree, the bar will freeze. It won't exactly start going down, but it will freeze and it will stop going up in temperature. All you need to do is start getting it down, is to hop into some water, find a cold biome to go into, or drink some water itself. You can actually get rid of it quicker that way, but again, you got to be very careful. When you're running through the Nether, it's going to be on your best opinion to carry around a couple of water bottles, or potentially some snow or something else around you, just to throw and actually help cool you down before you explode. Moving to your next ability, you've got Machine Gun. You have a machine gun that rapidly shoots arrows, but it's old, so it's not too accurate. It consumes a lot of power when you use it, which also heats you up, which is your primary ability. As you can start to see already, the entire idea around this origin is moderating the temperature that you're idling out, because the higher you get, the more debuffs you get, and when you reach the maximum temperature, you will explode and lose your life. So really, you want to be doing everything in moderation. With the machine gun here, it consumes a fair bit of power, and because power isn't exactly a thing in Minecraft, and aside from modded, it actually translates to your heat of temperature, of course. Going through how this works, first off, you have 14 arrows in your clip. You have to use your entire clip before the bar starts to recharge. You have to press your primary ability button 15 times in total for it to start to recharge. 14 times to dispose of all your arrows, and then a 15th time in order to cue the fact of it starting to reload. Kind of like how you do in most video games, where you have to shoot after you run out of bullets for it to reload, or press the reload button, which is essentially your primary ability button regardless of the fact, and it takes roughly around 2 points on your actual temperature bar when you use one full round of it, meaning that it takes a handful of these actual full round shootouts before you get up to max temperature. Another thing to go along with that, you also have to keep in mind that whenever you do anything to cool you down, so when you sit in water or when you go into a snow biome or anything like that, it disables your ability to use your machine gun ability because you're actively cooling down. And thus we continue the active balancing act that you have to play when it comes to your temperature gauge. Moving into the next ability, we've got Supercharge. You can supercharge yourself for 12 seconds. You passively heat up and get increased speed and jump, and you cannot die while you're supercharged, but any lethal hits will generate a large amount of heat instead. This is your secondary ability. So when you use this ability, you get the equivalent of what a beacon will give you for both jump and speed, and also the fact that you cannot die. When you die, when you're meant to die, when you lose enough health that you're meant to die, you will get a totem effect where you get 2 extra saturation hearts, and then your health will go up slightly with regeneration. This will also do 1/3 of your temperature bar, meaning that if you take 3 lethal hits that are meant to kill you, you won't die, but instead you'll max out your heat and explode. So while this ability is in active effect, you will not die. There is no way to die aside from maxing out your temperature. You can, of course, hop into water to cool yourself down a bit, but you still are gaining heat because of the fact that you passively gain heat via this ability. So I mean, you can only take 3 lethal hits that are meant to kill you before you actually die because your temperature is way too high. And also, if you take 2 lethal hits and then your ability runs out, the wither effect will most likely kill you anyhow, so you really don't want to take more than 1 lethal hit, because you take 2 lethal hits and your health is going to be low enough that the wither could actually kill you depending on when this ability runs out. Moving into your next ability, you've got Ancient Raider. You can right click on a compass to see entities within a 40 block radius around you. Essentially, every 30 seconds you can right click on a compass in order to give the glowing effect to all mobs and entities around you in a 40 block radius. This glowing effect will also last upon these mobs for around 30 seconds, after of which you can reuse the ability again. This ability also does not affect your temperature whatsoever, aside from potentially a tiny little bit of an amount. Really, this is just a free ability you can use as much as you want, as often as you want, as the glow can practically be indefinite, because every time it finishes cool down, you can use it again, and it only takes the entire time to cool down for the glowing effect to be lost. Moving to the next ability, you've got Spring Legs. You take half the normal fall damage, and you start taking fall damage at around 6 blocks distance above the ground instead of the normal 4. We've been through this type of ability before. Practically, you just need to fall further distances to take fall damage, meaning you can fall from a higher height before you actually die from fall damage. Continuing on, we have Heavy Metal. Due to your heavy armor, you sink in water, and after staying too long in high pressures of water, you can actually flood your systems and take damage. So this is slightly different to how a lot of other origins treat the whole sinking thing. Instead of just sinking straight to the bottom and only acting like a normal person underwater, you actually still kind of slow fall when you're in the water, like you're floating in water, but you still sink right to the bottom. You can only jump up 1 block, but it's still kind of like different to what most other origins do with the whole sinking thing. As I said, I couldn't exactly get the whole high pressure damage type thing. I'm assuming it just maybe might increase the rate of damage you take when you're drowning, potentially. Maybe not. I'm not 100% sure of that one, because I went to the bottom of a deep ocean and only took like drowning damage, and that's about it. Maybe it's referencing that. Moving to the next ability, you've got Segmented Arms. You cannot use a shield due to how your arms are shaped. Yeah, this is pretty basic. You just can't use a shield. I mean, we all understand how this one works. We've seen the same type of ability many different times at this point. Anyhow, let me know, what are your thoughts to this origin? Do you have any ideas on how this one could potentially be improved? What are your thoughts? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's overpowered? Do you think it's underpowered? Let me know in the comments down below. As always, make sure to hit the like button on the video because it helps to do better in the algorithm. And as always, a massive thank you to my channel members, especially my $25 channel members, Hollow the Void and Mr. Fletcher, as well as my $10 channel member, Decep. And also, big thing of note, SMP server, the private one, will be kicking off next week. I'm kind of scared on how the video will go, so yeah, that's coming up. Either way, until next one, guys. Goodbye! So fire's fun, right? What if you could be a pyromancer in Minecraft? That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Well, today I'm going to show you a mod that allows you to do that. The Pyromancer origin, created by the user known as T in the Origins Discord server, using of course the Minecraft Origins mod. Whilst the origin was created for use in 1.17, I did test and played this origin mostly in 1.18 throughout the creation of this video, and I can say that it works mostly fine. Anyhow, let's get started. Starting off with, we've got the Firebolt ability. The Pyromancer fires 4 orbs of flames in very quick succession. This ability is essentially a rapid fire flame cannon that is very quick to activate. It's got a very minuscule cooldown that you can use pretty much every couple of seconds. I think it's around like 1-2 seconds in between each use of the ability, and you can shoot out 4 orbs of fire at the same time. It's kind of like those blaze flames that blazers shoot at you when you're getting into their range of fire. It's basically what you get to shoot. You get to shoot flames, you know, pretty self-explanatory there. This does require the use of your middle mouse button, so when you press that, you can shoot the flames, as you would have known of how I picked up on the fire, the skeleton egg when I was playing around with it. Another cool thing is the fact that this can actually hit Endermen. The flying flame orbs can actually hit the Enderman, meaning that you can actually use ranged attacks on an Enderman. Ironic, that one doesn't happen too often, eh? They hate arrows, but fire, they'll get hit by it, no problems, no questions asked. Overall, really good ability, pretty damn useful if I do say so myself. Because who needs melee when you can just shoot flames? Rapid fire style. Next we have the Inferno ability. Basically, the Pyromancer uses an Inferno flame to gain another jump. Now, this isn't exactly a jump in the sense of what you would think it is. It's more like a dash more than anything. It's a directional dash though, so if you're looking up, it can act like a secondary jump. But one big thing to always keep in mind is that you still take fall damage as its origin. So I mean that if you do use your secondary jump slash dash to go a little bit higher or a little bit further, you will take fall damage if you go too high or you jump off a cliff with the extra speed of the dash. So just keep that in mind, be very wary of it. But this is more of a directional dash than a jump, but it's still pretty useful nevertheless to have as a double jump, quote unquote, because it may help you get to the other side of a cliff or something like that a little bit easier and a little bit quicker and less likely to fall off the edge of something, because you can quickly just jump back to your own thing where you were beforehand. Anyhow, giving you all these beautiful buffs, it's really cool and everything along those lines, but we kind of got to do something to balance that out, and that's where this first disadvantage comes in, known as frail. Your lack of cardio has left you with a weaker constitution than average. Mainly speaking, this only decreases your hearts down to 8 overall, which I've already made my grievances about the heart decreasing in the past. It's just a very common thing with these type of origins. But the other thing that comes down with it is you also have your melee damage half, meaning that with melee capabilities you are far worse than what most other average players are. This of course is leading you to use your fire abilities more often, because they're actually going to do normal damage whilst your melee has been decreased. Back to your abilities, your secondary ability is a scorching ray. You expel a highly heated ray of energy out from you. Now the tooltips in the actual Discord message from this user is that it's a very short range ability, and it's a very strong but short range. From testing, it does have about like a 10-ish block to 15 block range you can use to shoot. There'll be a certain point where it just won't reach it, but the biggest caveat to this is it will not go through any blocks whatsoever. Even transparent things such as leaves, it will completely get force stopped at that. Even if it's like a small slab right in front of you, it will get stopped by that. So basically you have to be very precise with how you're aiming, but it does do a fair bit of damage, being able to two-shot a majority of mobs that you'll come across, aside from stuff like golems. But hey, it sounds like it's time for another disadvantage. It's a disadvantage known as dark magic. Items that have a cursed enchantment on them will do 3 extra hearts of damage to you. Yeah, that's right, this origin is actually giving a use for cursed items. Of course, it will only function like this against anyone who's a pyromancer, but I mean, keep that in mind. If you have a cursed item and you're versing someone who you know is a pyromancer, you can do some extra damage with these weapons. Anyhow, now that I've quickly disappointed you with another disability, let's go to the Nether for our next set of abilities. Now this next ability is called Elemental Resistance. Your training with heat has granted you the control of flowing magma. So of course, self-explanatory, you're immune to fire because, well, you're a fire mob. You create fire. Kinda makes sense. You're also immune to magma blocks because, again, makes sense, you shouldn't be hurt by fire. The next thing is the cool bit and the reason why we're in the Nether. You're immune to lava, but not only that, when you're in lava, you have the ability to see in said lava pretty damn well, and you also have super speed lava swimming abilities as well. Yeah, that's right, you can swim extraordinarily fast in lava, and it's not just like a simple speed up in swimming to match the swim speed of like how most players would swim in the ocean. No, it's actually a super speed S-type swimming that is going to be quicker to swim through the Nether in the lava than is going to be travel by land. Just by default, just swimming is going to be 10 times faster because it's just so damn fast. Okay, so moving away from like abilities that actually affect your gameplay and things along those lines, let's talk about a bit of a visible cosmetic that gets added towards your character. It's called the aura. You spend so long around flame that you emit fire yourself. Again, as it says in the ability tab, it's just a cosmetic. Basically, you just have flame particles coming off of you, kind of similar to how lasers have those like little fire particles coming off of them when they're floating around doing absolutely nothing. It's a nice little cool effect to add on to you, and that's about it to it. Moving back into the abilities, we've got the fireball ability. This is your primary ability key to your primary ability key button. The Pyromancer unleashes a powerful ball of explosive energy. This is basically the Ghast fireball. Well, I guess that'd be overselling it a bit. It is kind of like the gas fireball. It is a singular fireball that has an explosion attached to the end of it that also leaves a bit of fire on the trail. It's just nowhere near as strong as what the typical gas fireball is. It is about like 75% of the power of a gas ball, give or take. It's pretty powerful, but it's not overkill. It's not something that's overpowered and something that would become a very piss-taking annoyance because it doesn't leave as much fire. In fact, if you hit a tree with it, it actually doesn't seem to leave fire. I mean, I hit the same tree like 5 different times and no fire was ever left. Maybe that's just a case of that tree, but fire doesn't seem to get left as much as what a gas ball would do, nor is the explosion anywhere near the size of a gas ball, and then the range also seems to be a bit of a limited one on whether it would actually do any explosive damage or leave any fire behind. So ultimately, it's a weaker gas ball. That's the best way to say it. Best way to go around it. It's just a weaker fireball overall, but to combat the fact that you also have the fire machine gun ability on your middle click, as well as a fire laser on your secondary ability, all your abilities constitute with fire, so it makes sense that the fireball that you have isn't as powerful as a typical gas fireball. Overall, this Origin's strength is ranged combat. Because of all the fire ranged abilities you have the best strength when you're at a distance to your enemy. And ultimately, with the use of your dash ability or your double jump ability, whichever way you want to call it, you also have an easy way to get out of fights that you might get stuck into in close range. Of course, your weakness is that you can't do as much damage, nor can you take as much damage, and cursed items will hurt you a lot more than normal. This does also include things like bows and stuff like that. Any form of cursed item used against you will lead you to take a bit more damage than average, and considering you have less hearts than average, you really don't want to be taking those hits. So best way to approach with this Origin in any given circumstance is to take a distance of a fight. Do a fight at a fair bit of a distance and take advantage of your range abilities and try and avoid getting hit. You get close into battle, use your double jump / dash ability to get the hell out of that battle and get back to a range quarters where you're not so close to them and won't be taking melee damage, so you won't have to worry about doing melee yourself because you're pretty weak in that regard. And ultimately, the super speed that you have in lava makes the Nether be the best place that you want to be most of the time, especially in any form of battle. One thing that I would probably add to this ability or change to this Origin is maybe some form of weakness to water, because what the tooltips here say, there is nothing for water at all. You still can treat water like it's normal. I wouldn't say make water do damage to you or anything like that. Maybe more it slows you down in water, you can't swim as fast, or you get weakness while you're in there. Something just to make it so that being in water is not a good idea for you, because it does do something to give you another disadvantage. Either way, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button down below, make sure you hit the subscribe button, and pick a video on screen now, and goodbye! I'm pretty sure everybody here remembers that Sans Origin that I covered over 5 months ago now, a video that is very popular on my channel. Well, a few months back I decided to try and get in contact with the Origin creator in order to query some of the bugs that were actually involved in that Origin. Due to my lack of playtesting of the Origin back when I originally made a video on it, I never actually picked up on any of these potential bugs. Slayer at the time was in the middle of doing a bunch of things and was pretty busy, and over the past few months he's been slowly working on not just fixing these bugs and issues that were around on this Origin, but actually entirely reworking a lot about it. And the love and care that Slayer has actually put into remaking this Origin from the ground up can be clearly shown with just the simple sound effects and models that have been done with these ones. Whether it be redoing all the models and textures for so many different things, whether it be using an actual bone for the bone blaster, or changing up how the Gaster blaster works, as well as adding in all these beautiful little sound effects, whether it be just slightly changing the sound effects for taking damage, to even adding a different death effect when they die to something that you do with your Origin. There are a total of 7 active abilities that come with this Origin, and that is definitely a lot of active abilities to be aware of. And for those of you who don't like having a million different keybinds to keep aware of and keep in your head, as well as you may not even have the keys to do that because you may have other mods installed as well, I can assure you that when it comes down to this Origin here, it is definitely worth having all those extra keybinds. The first active ability that you're most likely going to encounter is the bone ability. Basically, it is keybind to your left key button when you have nothing in your hand. So basically, when you start to mine for the first time or do anything along those lines, you will notice this silverfish pop out in front of you that turns into a bone and does a bit of a weird action. The quirks of this ability is actually pretty cool and interesting. If you, let's say, are up against a wall and a mob is right up against it, the bone will actually start spinning on top of the mob against the wall, doing a bonus and extra damage on top of it, potentially killing the mob most of the time. This bone ability differs drastically to what was present in the first version of this origin, which was just a simple arrow ability that came out of your hands whenever you use your left click button. Of course, the old version of this ability was much more usable because you can use it far more often because it's an ammo clip instead of having a short cooldown in between each shot, but I feel like the changes in how this actually works entirely makes up for that fact. Mainly because it has a bit of a boomerang effect and tends to go on a bit of a gliding circle depending on which direction you shoot it, as well as the fact that when it comes across a wall and hits it, instead of just going into the wall and ending whatever damage it does, it will continue to repeatedly do damage until the actual entity itself disappears. The next major change between version 1 and version 2 comes with the whole defensive ability / your ability to dodge damage. Now basically in the last version you only have one heart. You also only have one heart in this version of the origin as well, so just always keep that in mind. But basically in the last version you would be able to dodge abilities, but when you dodge things you would TP to a random location very nearby. It kind of worked in a similar way to how the chorus fruit is. You can also see the potential problems with this one. First off, let's say you get randomly shot whilst you're down in the underground, you could potentially be teleported right back up to the surface of the world, and there's nothing you can do about it. This became a major problem when you head into the Nether and take any form of damage in the Nether. You'd be teleported to the bedrock roof, meaning that you have no way back down, and depending on what you have there, your run in the game would pretty much be over, unless you somehow find a way to kill yourself. With this version of it, it's less of a teleportation and more of a jut in a direction where you would have been hit. So basically it's like the knockback effect, just slightly more knockback off of the damage that you dodged entirely. Ultimately solving the most major problem that came with the last origin, where you'd be teleported out of, let's say, caves or onto the Nether roof. Your primary ability is your 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼. Now this really hasn't had too many changes when compared to the last version, aside from the fact that it works properly for once, and it's actually got a little bit of a head model that comes out instead of it just coming out of your body itself, which just adds a little bit more detail. And then of course, better sound effects work than what was in the last version of this origin. Moving on from that, with our secondary ability, you have a bone shield. There's really not too much to talk about this, it's just basically a way to block ranged incoming attacks, but I do want to make a little bit of a comment on the little detail that it is, where instead of it just being a certain wall or something that comes up in front of you, it's a floating bone that just spins. It's honestly a little detail, but it's pretty cool overall. The next ability that I wanted to discuss for a brief moment is the ability known as the Bone Zone. Now this overall is a really cool ability, and it's pretty useful when you want to try and, let's say, zone an enemy that you're fighting when you're, let's say, fighting players or a collection of mobs. It's very easy to just get them concentrated in an area, put this in their way, and kill a fair few of them. Funny quirk with this ability though, you can actually kill yourself with it if you put it at your own feet, as it completely counteracts your dodge ability and just immediately murders you pretty damn quickly. So it's a bit of a funny quirk to that one, but it's funny and good nevertheless. Telekinesis also sounds like to be an interesting ability, but for the life of me I just couldn't figure out how to make it work. And yes, I did follow the tooltips, yes, all the abilities are keybind, I just couldn't figure it out. Maybe it's because I'm dumb and just don't understand it properly, or maybe it only works on actual players and not just entities as a whole. Maybe it's both. Clearly I'm just too dumb to understand that one. We also have the shortcut ability, which it says it can stop time for half a second in order to allow you to do things, but that's not exactly the truth. It just gives you extreme speed, which, by the way, if you do start setting up attacks, like let's say you spam 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 while you're moving forward, be very aware that you will start hitting yourself. Don't ask me how I know that. I am not dumb. I am just... okay, I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. There's also a counter ability, but like with the telekinesis one, I don't quite understand this one properly to be able to like give you an opinion on it at all. I do think this is one of those abilities that is best showcased when you have another person in order to hit you or do things along those lines to you, because it kind of blacks your own screen out, so you have no idea what's actually happening. Anyhow, all the attacks that you do will leave some form of a poison-like thing upon whatever entity that you attack. And basically, it acts like poison. Every certain amount of ticks, it will deal a bit of damage, but the more times you hit an enemy with your attacks and the more karma they build up, the faster that this poison ticks and the more damage it does. Essentially, it's a stacking debuff that can become very, very difficult to deal with very quickly if you're not careful. Which this warning also serves to the person who stands themselves, because if you hit yourself with your abilities, like let's say your own bone ability, and it gets stuck against a wall and you're up against it, it will kill you too because of that karma thing, so be very aware. Anyhow, one thing that I haven't explained to you yet is the two different systems. You got the fatigue system and your bad time system. We'll go over the bad time one in a moment, but your fatigue system, practically everything you do will eat into that. Whether it be your abilities that you use or whether it be just dodging damage will eat into that fatigue. Each ability will use a certain amount of fatigue based on whatever the ability is. Like let's say your Bone Blaster will take barely anything, whilst your counter ability will take a huge chunk out of that fatigue bar. So basically be very aware of it. If you empty out the fatigue bar, you'll be forcibly stopped, blinded, and all these other bits and pieces, basically making you useless for a bit. So what else was I talking about before? Oh, that's right, the bad time mode. Essentially, the bad time mode changes most of your attacks to be either more powerful or different, but they also take more of your fatigue. Yes, I just read that directly off of the Origin ability itself. Shush. Only 4 out of the 7 abilities that you have will actually get affected by the bad time mode, which is the Bone ability, the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 Blaster, the Blown Shield, and the Bone Zone. Basically, it gives you blue bones on 3 of the Bone abilities, and the 𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓰𝓼 Blaster just does a little bit more damage. From what I can tell of my playing around, it might also do something else that I haven't quite picked up on. The dev will probably clarify that in the comments below. But overall, that was the Sans Origin version 2. What are your thoughts on this Origin? Let me know in the comments down below. What are your thoughts on this more freestyle review format of these style of videos, as I'm potentially might be getting back into doing Origins content again because I just have that hankering to do it. Either way, if you did enjoy this video, smash that like button, make sure to subscribe, check out this video on the end screen, and I'll see you guys in the next one.